Hope you are enjoying Kolkata. Yes? So we are here to start our fourth technical session, which is assessment in case of search conducted after 1/4/2021, vis-a-vis section 148 of the Income Tax Act 1961. Our chairman of the session is Mr. Paras Kochar, advocate from Kolkata, and speaker is Mr. Ajay Wadhwa, advocate from New Delhi. I request Devesh Podar, our member, to kindly escort the chairman and the speaker to the dais. Sir. Mr. Wadhwa is here only till this time. He is joining just in 2 minutes. Please, sir, please join on the dais. Friends, Mr. Paras Kochar, who is chairman of this session, is author and tax consultant practicing at Kolkata, is a speaker of repute and is regularly addressing in the seminars on direct taxes across the country. He has so far visited more than 26 cities of India for deliberating his lecture. He primarily focuses on search and seizure and survey, appeals and consultancy matters across this country. The businessmen and various associations regularly invite him for his workshop on search and seizure for survey for enriching their knowledge. Friend, Mr. Kochar has written a book on practical aspects on survey, search and seizure in question and answer format. He is authoring another book on plan your future through will, succession, trust, etc., which may be released in first quarter of the next financial year. Mr. Kochar not only writes on income tax topic, but also writes on other topics such as motivation, astrology, etc., in new papers and various journals, etc. He has also recently made a channel in YouTube called Swastik Knowledge Care for sharing his views on various income tax topics and other motivational topics. Mr. Kochar has also appeared in live TV on TV channels regularly to discuss various topics of Income Tax Act for more than 3 years. Autobiography of Mr. Kochar was released on Paras TV and Color Bangla. He has also been erstwhile president of DTPA, Lions Club of Tollygunge, Javintaka, and vice president of Tax Advocates Association of Bengal and BBD Bagh Professional Association. And that's not the end, friends. He is an advisor to this conference and part of making success to this conference. So big round of applause for Mr. Paras Kochar. I request D.N. Mandal Saab in the audience to kindly come forward and give a memento to our chairman, Mr. Paras Kochar. Friends, our speaker of the session is Mr. Ajay Wadhwa, but I may be grossly wrong standing on the AIFTP platform if I'll not briefly talk few lines about his father, Mr. S.R. Wadhwa. Mr. S.R. Wadhwa is a veteran AIFTP in ISA, and we had privilege to finding him as a Chief Commissioner of the City of Joy. And yesterday evening, Mr. Wadhwa was sharing that he was also regular to visit Kolkata with his father, and he loved Kolkata glories and moments from those times. Friends, Mr. S.R. Wadhwa was also former chairman of the Income Tax Settlement Commission and whatnot. He is regularly advising the AIFTP in various matters, in various committees like direct tax representation committees, direct tax other committees. He is regularly being chairman and advising and giving guidance to the AIFTP. Now I am coming to Mr. Ajay Wadhwa, sir. Mr. Ajay Wadhwa has experience of more than 34 years. He's all in almost every facet of income tax proceedings and the accounting profession. Mr. Wadhwa has expertise in handling complicated tax-related matters at various levels in the department and appears frequently before Commissioner of Income Tax Appeals, Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, and the High Court. He specializes in the matters relating to search and seizure, surveys, transfer pricing, international taxation, and FEMA. He has considerable experience and expertise in taxation of expatriate personnel and foreign companies in India, including interpretation of double taxation avoidance treaties, having expertise in the areas of consultancy to foreign companies, non-residents, Indians, and joint ventures, including tax planning and tax management, cross-border taxation, and transfer pricing. He is a tax advisor and consultant to leading Indians and multinational companies, including non-residents. Mr. Wadhwa has delivered presentations and conducted seminars on tax-related issues nationwide. Mr. Ajay Wadhwa is associated with the following professional bodies: President of Income Tax Appellate Tribunal Bar Association, New Delhi. He has been advisor to the Taxation Study Group of the Northern Indian Regional Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He has been convener of the Taxation Study Group of the Northern Region Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for 5 years in succession. Honorary Executive Committee member of All India Federation of Tax Practitioners. He is a member of India International Center, India Habitat Center, and India Delhi Gymkhana Club. Friend, this is the written profile I received. But yesterday evening I had privilege to share some moments and few time with him, so I'll just share my personal experience with him. He's a simple at heart, jolly mind, lives every moment with joy and happiness, a humble person, and I would say at this moment, he is a star of the moment. Welcome you, Wadhwa sir, at Kolkata. We'll keep your appointments and for Kolkata seminars, and we'll love to have you Kolkata in times to come. I request Pradeep Agarwal, CA Pradeep Agarwal from the audience to kindly come on the stage and offer a memento to Mr. Ajay Wadhwa. I request Saurav Smith to kindly come on the dais. Saurav Smith. A huge round of applause from the audience, please. अरे वो दोनों कहाँ है? दोनों को भेजो. I request Mr. Ashish Agarwal and Mr. Ashish Prasad to kindly be on the dais. I request Mr. Ashish Prasad to please come and introduce the topic. Ashish Agarwal, please.
I welcome Shri Ajay Wadhwa ji and Shri Paras Kochar ji, our speaker for the session, and the session chairman, and all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais for such a wonderful topic, which is again very close to my heart. With the recent changes in Finance Act 2021 and 2022, there have been changes brought in provisions which are related to search and seizure assessments. The earlier provisions of section 153A and 153C have been changed, and these need a lot of deliberation because it affects all of us, as all of us know that section 132 is a very important section and which is very used by the department randomly, and it's a very draconian provision. It is a serious invasion to right to privacy. There are a lot of ramifications of these provisions which need very serious thought. It gives a lot of thought-provoking ideas, and I would request the session chairman and the speaker to deliberate upon it. With the changes in the law, with the new provisions, they have brought it within section 148, which has again given a new story, like from the earlier block assessment, 158 BC, we came to 153A, to reduce litigation. Again, with a motive to reduce litigation and to settle a lot of controversies, the government has made the amendment to in the sections and brought it under 148. Now, sir, a lot of new issues are coming up, and especially with the limitation point. Like the government has earlier in Finance Act 21 brought the limitation toned down, but now again in Finance Act 2022, the criteria for the undisclosed asset, that word has been changed very drastically. A lot of new things have been added, which our learned speaker will dwell upon. So now I would open the dais and request our session chairman and the speaker to throw the light upon this interesting topic and enrich our knowledge. Thank you so much.
I request chairman of the session, Mr. Paras Kochar, to kindly take over the proceedings. Mr. Paras Kochar.
Good morning, friends. I am feeling privileged in chairing this session, the fourth technical session of today's seminar of AIFTP. I am thankful to CA Vivek Agarwal for asking me to chair this session, the wonderful session. And I am also thankful to Mr. Girdhar Delia for introducing me in such lovely words. The topic in the session is assessment in case of search conducted after 1st April 2021 vis-a-vis section 148 of the Income Tax Act. Friends, as regards the assessment of such cases is concerned, I think anyone who deals the such cases must be fully aware of the assessment. Unless he knows the assessment procedure, he cannot deal the such cases properly. Advocate Ajay Wadhwa, the worthy son of the worthy father, is the speaker for today's session. Mr. Delia told several things about him, but I would also want to add one adjective, that apart from all the qualities which Mr. Delia told, he is also a charming personality. Prior to amendment under section 148, since 1st April 2021, post-search assessments were made under section 153A, and the settlement commission was also there, where the SECs could approach before the assessment was made as regards the search assessments are concerned. Section 153A and section 153C have been withdrawn, and settlement commission has been abolished. Now post-search assessment can only be made under section 148, the newly section or the amendment section. In assessment made under section 153A and section 153, additions were to be made only on the basis of incoming documents found in course of search and seizure. Although the additions were made from the regular books of accounts transaction, but in the appeal, in every appeal, such assessments, the additions were deleted, and it was settled nowadays. But Section 158D was settled, Section 153A was introduced. Section 153 has been settled, now again 148 has been. So it is the regular system. Once a section is settled, then the amendment is made. Friends, there is no benefit of making disclosure during course of search and seizure after this section 148, because if any disclosure is made, I think it will create a lot of problems as regards the assessments are concerned. I am handling such cases since last 25 years or more. I find that harassment in such cases after this section 148 for post-search assessment will increase. Consequential searches and consequential searches will be more and more now as regards any search is concerned, because there will be more investigation, more inquiry nowadays. Finance Minister, Honorable Finance Minister has told that she wants to reduce litigation. But by withdrawing Section 150A and abolishing Settlement Commission and inserting Section 148 for such cases, the litigation will more and more increase. So how the litigation will be decreased? Now every such assessment will be subject to appeal, and the matter will be settled only in tribunal and high court. The government has on paper told that by inserting section 148 or by reducing the years from 10 years to 3 years, it wants to give relief to the taxpayers. But from the backside, by inserting that if the income, escape income is more than 50 lakh, particularly in the such cases, so the reopening will be from 4th year to 10th year. And as far as such cases are concerned, I personally feel that 50 lakh is a very, very small amount, it's not a big amount. So practically maximum cases under search and seizure will be subject to 10 years reopening, as I feel. If a term, income representing assets, section 149, very important term. It was in section 153A also 2-3 years back, and now in section 148 this year, last year, income representing assets. What does it mean? There was a lot of confusion as far as this word is concerned, this term is concerned. Some of the experts had the view that every sort of income is included by this income representing assets, because every income represents assets at least. It may be in cash or like this. I had different view in beginning also, and now the government, by making amendments, has made it clear also that loan and liabilities or expenses which will not be considered as income, now by amendment, even the loan or the expenses will be the income. So more or less, and plus any sort of transaction, even in the regular books accounts, subject to certain conditions, now can be reopened. So very vast reopening can be made after these new amendments. Our speaker will highlight on these issues. And now, even if no inquiry document is found, the reopening can be made subject to certain conditions. Previously, only the accession could be made, addition could be made only on the basis of incriminating documents found in the search. Apart from section 148, friends, there are certain other sections, particularly in respect of penalty. A very important section I will deal, although it is not the subject today, but it is important, that is section 271 AAD. I give one example, friends. Suppose 1 crore rupees undisclosed loan document is found during course of search and seizure. Suppose a rukka is found. The assessee has taken a loan of rupees 1 crore. And just for this 1 crore rupees, section 115 BBA, section 271 AAB, section 271 AD, section 271 AAD, section 278, various sections may be applied, and the SSC may have to pay tax plus penalty of rupees 3 to 4 crores. Interest to alag baat hai. So this is the situation, friends. So I think we should advise our clients that no evasion should be made if during course of search or survey, if any document is found, it will finish if such documents are found. One question I will raise to Mr. Wadhwa, I think he will cover during his deliberation. The 2 incoming documents are found in search operation containing details of expenditure incurred on ring ceremony, celebrate a day prior to marriage ceremony, for rupees 25 lakh for ring ceremony and 30 lakh for marriage expenses in the same year, because there is a difference of 1 day only. Can it be argued that occasion and event being not the same, because marriage ceremony is a different occasion and ring ceremony is a different occasion, and the amount has been paid to different persons for different work, so the transactions are also different. So even if the total amount of 2 documents is more than 50 lakh rupees, can it be reopened under section 148? So with these words, now I would request our speaker to.
Okay, thank you. किससे change होगा? Okay, so this way. Got it. Morning, friends. Morning to you. A very good morning. So the magnets to coming to this wonderful destination were 2. One is the gentleman sitting there, called Mr. Gandhi. And I'll tell you something very interesting about him and why he's such a great man. And why such people are great. Why such like people become great. So he was to host a seminar on a function in Lucknow, was it? Yes. And I got a message from the president of the ITAT, Shri Pannu, that there's a gentleman called Mr. Gandhi. He's organizing a session there, and he's called the law minister. How come we haven't got an invitation? I said, that's not possible. So I just called him up. I said, Mr. Gandhi, I have to see you. And I have to butter him also. So I said, I'm hosting a function also in Delhi. So can you please come? So he comes with a friend. And a very genial, smart, good-looking, fair complexion guy comes in. So he hosts, so he hands over a plate, instantly becomes a great attraction, a great friend of Mr. Pannu, was with him all the while. And I thought, well, that's the end of the matter. I met him, that's it. And then he becomes the chairman here. So I get nothing, no call, nothing. I just congratulate him. And then I get something on my email that, listen, you have to handle some ITAT. And then somebody calls me and says, you have to come here. Now, it's not because he's doing this to me, but I'm quite sure a person like him identifies people, carries them along, and that's the beauty. So that was one magnet I was talking about. Thank you, Mr. Gandhi. The second magnet is that during this COVID period, I've been giving a lot of lectures. You give them to the virtual mode. And I used to give lectures, so the main attraction used to be mementos. मेरे ऑफिस में बड़े बड़े हुए हैं. अब 2 साल से कोई memento नहीं मिला. I said, yaar, kuch bhi ho, doesn't matter. I must go get one here. So thank you for that also. The third thing is, and you would have seen by now, most people say you're a charming personality file. That's interesting. And some people even go ahead to the extent of saying, Mr. Wadhwa, tum kuch subject pe to bolte nahi ho. Ye charm bhi karte reh jate ho. Well, anyway, if that's the case, 35 years of practice, I might charm my way through till here, I'm fine with that. But actually, subject में ज़्यादा बोलता नहीं हूँ. आप भी देख लीजिएगा. So, but anyway, to cut this story short, you know, the objective today is, when we go around, I'm sorry, I'll have to keep walking like this. So the objective is that we've got a new law. And we know what's going to happen 20 years down the line, or 15 years down the line. It's going to be changed. Because this is how, as the chairman of the session said, they keep getting laws. Once the courts hammer them, they refine the law, they change them. But before that, I think there is some food for thought. And I think, Chairman Saab, you have to take note of a few things, which I just want you to, because you are representing a very, very powerful institution. And there are two things which bother me most. You know, before demonetization, the total cash in the economy was 17.1 lakh crore. 17.1 lakh crore. Today, it is 31.2 lakh crore. More than 2.5 times. And let me tell you, the GDP since demonetization has fallen because of COVID. So there's no growth. Now, if there is growth and the cash goes up, one understands. With a limited growth of 5 to 7 to 10%, if the cash has gone up by more than 2 times, it's a very serious matter. Now, it's a given that the money is there. Where it is something which the government can never find out. How many searches can you conduct? How many holes can you dig to find gold? People have gold inside their houses. How much can you do that? So what is a pragmatic solution to this? There is a provision, sir, 115 BBE. Now, if you remember, prior to this section, the law was that if in the current year, which is not closed, you want to declare some income, do so. Pay a normal, regular tax, advance tax, and do it. So one would say, all right, I've got this entry in the books of account. This year only, I offer it to tax and pay full tax. Now they said, 4-5 years ago, that even if you bring in any income in the books of account, you have to explain the nature, the source thereof to the satisfaction of the assessing officer. So even if I bring in current any income and I'm not able to explain the source, I'm taxed at 60%. Now, one hand you have cash, 31 lakh crore sitting there, and on the other hand you put an embargo here. Now let's say you and I are playing cards at night, I win ₹1 lakh from you, I put it in my bank account, cash, possible. Cash you may have withdrawn from your bank account, maybe you're saving. I put it in, I pay 60% tax. I'm just taking an example of this nature. So the point is, what is the government up to? What is your intent? Do you want the money to come back or remain there floating, out of circulation? That's one point. I have written a number of times on Twitter. I have also spoken to the Joint Secretary TPL. In fact, this time around, in this budget, we had a session, and I told the JSTPL, I said, listen, you've got this concept of an updated return now. You know, if you file your return of income, now you can update your return up to 2 years if you find any mistake or any omission. I said, why not in the updated return, if I want to declare cash, 5 crores, and I would pay tax based on the updated return, why can't I do it? No, that is a concealment angle. All right? So sit. Tomorrow, the economy will have 50 lakh crores, fine. If you're okay with that, money keeps floating, it's fine. So that is one issue. If we can come back to the old situation, you could say that if I want to declare money in the current year, let the tax rate not be 30%, 40%, 35%, 5% penal. Although they should not be, because that's the current year's income. But 60%? Who's going to do that? That's one. Secondly, another thing that bothers me. You know, the Settlement Commission, in every developed nation in the world, they have a settlement commission of the type we had in India. They say, well, you committed a sin, you want to short-circuit the process of litigation, come to us, pay tax, and that's the end of it. Now, India is such an evolved country, it doesn't have any black money. There are going to be no disputes. In fact, India is the country where you need a settlement commission because you have a dispute on every word. And there is no final authority till the matter gets settled by the Supreme Court. So for a dispute to be settled, you need 20 years. Therefore, the need for the settlement commission. It is not so in the rest of the world. The highest number of reported cases in the entire world are of India. And we are the poorest country. So my point, and look at what they do. What they do, sir, they abolish the settlement commission, perhaps thinking that all members of the settlement commission are corrupt. And then they say, they wake up in October last year, they say, we have old cases, so we'll now have interim board of settlement commission. And the interim board of settlement commission will be manned by chief commissioners of income tax. Now, chief commissioner of income tax, madam, has an experience of close to 30 years in the income tax department. He's the senior most officer, right? So they appoint them. Firstly, in October, they say whoever has missed out on the bus of going to the settlement commission, come. They issue a circular 3 days before the close of the year. Prior to that is a press note. No, with a press note, we go to the commissioner, he says, press note is not an official document of the department. We can't allow you to come to the settlement commission till we have a circular. So the circular comes 3 days before 31st of October. And then you file your application. Fine. Understand? Then what happens? Then they appoint chief commissioners. And then they make rules. Now look at the level of suspicion in this country. As I said, chief commissioner has 30 years of experience. So they say only 7 benches are constituted because that's what is required. And then they come out with the rules and say, now, all hearings before the settlement commission will be virtual, regardless of COVID. And nobody can even go to the office of the settlement commission to even file a single document. What is this? And a settlement commission, average number of documents filed are close to 5,000 pages. Can you possibly do it? And to make matters worse, they say settlement commission matters will not be decided based on jurisdiction. Ambulatory jurisdiction. Computer will decide where the matter has to be heard. So my matter in Delhi could be heard by somebody in Chennai. Is this the way you run? I mean, you are putting the man, he's a suspect. Chief commissioner is suspect. So, sir, I just want to, because you mentioned the settlement commission, so I got a little carried away. The third, I also need to thank the organizers. Today was very interesting. So, you know, there was this puja going on, and the number of times I've heard Ram Nam today, the whole night, not me, nor my Khandan would have heard so much. So thank you for that also. I've become quite pious and quite clean. But I had a good sleep, nonetheless. Okay, now about my father. See, subject to bata hi dunga main. You know, because my father is now 87 years of age. And so he had a message for you. He wanted to come. So he says, beta, मैं चलता हूँ फिर, but I could see his health. So I said, Dad, अब कह रहे हो अब चलता हूँ, पहले तो 10 बारी आप हुआ है, मुझे तो कभी लेके नहीं गए. तो कहते हैं, बेटा एक जंगल में तो एक ही शेर रह सकता है ना, तो अब तो तू जा, मैं फिर तो मैं जाता हूँ. So anyway, I am so happy that today, and I wrote to him, messaged him. I said, Dad, I am known because of you. Whoever anybody introduces me to says, here's Mr. Vadva's son. And that's when I see people melt and say, wow, what a great man Mr. Vadva is. So his son must also be good. So I'm basking in the glory of my father, and that's what makes me very happy. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, now the subject. Sir, I will address your issue when the time comes, but I think no, चलता जाता हूँ. बैठो. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. No, if you want me to sit, I can sit. No, okay, sorry. So, You know, this, of course, I'm leaving this slide with you, so you'll get to see. So these are just the controversies that we've listed that erupted in the previous regime where you had 153C. I will now briefly explain what happened. Ye hua kya? What is the kahani? You see, before 1/4/1995, the provision which has been brought in today used to exist. Before 1/4/1995, which is reopen the case if you have reasons to believe that there is escapement of income. That was the provision, even in such matters. Then they came out with a provision, like my friend said, my chairman Saab said, called the block assessment scheme. That you conduct a search, you find evidence, and based on that evidence, you assess you for 6 years. Scheme aa gayi wo. Usme controversy ye hui that what is the difference between income unearthed based on search material and income otherwise concealed. Now that controversy raged like crazy. Matters went right up to the Supreme Court. And the universal view was that you have to assess the person in respect of the undisclosed income only, which means if you search somebody, documents are found, cash is found, bullion is found, assess him in respect of the undisclosed income emanating out of the seized assets. Not otherwise. If you want to do otherwise, you do it under the normal provisions. They settled it. Once it got settled, department realized, yeah, when we do a search, what do? Fact of the matter is, and I'll share it with you, I've had many cases, so would you have. Department invariably fails in every search that they conduct. Why? So when they come, you all know, they come on a high horse, so they will start to collect documents, cash if they find, gold if they find. Cash is something which now is found only with politicians and not too many businessmen. So let's leave cash aside. So if they find documents, no, they'll look up, they'll find a diary. Diary will say AW, Ajay Wadhwa, only AW 100. So they'll call the master of the house. What is AW? He say, I don't remember. No. Why can't you remember? You only wrote. All right, so he'll say AW is Ajay Wadhwa. What is 100? It can't be 100 rupees. So it is 10 crores. Because they will do something. पीछे 1 crore लिखा हुआ है. ये बीच में 0, 0, 2 0, 0 है. कहीं crore लिखा है, कहीं lakh लिखा है, तो they will. Okay, now you surrender. Finish. Now you tell me, as a student of law, so much of litigation has happened. So many case laws are there. What is the sanctity of a loose sheet of paper? All right, Indian Evidence Act strictly doesn't apply to income tax proceeding. But yes, it does. If you remember, friends, there was a search conducted on Sahara about 5 years ago. There they found on a sheet of paper Guj CM 25 lakhs, which meant Gujarat CM. No, let's not. This is what they meant. Now, the matter was taken to the Settlement Commission by Sahara. And the Settlement Commission, which is an income tax authority, said, this piece of document does not constitute books of account. These are loose sheets of paper. Books of account have a higher evidentiary value as compared to a loose sheet of paper. With a loose sheet of paper, the onus on the department to establish the veracity of what you are trying to say is far more than the books of account. And they define what books of account is in L.K. Advani's case and all that. So they themselves said that no meaning can be ascribed to this. Now, there is Prashant Bhushan, who is the activist. He took the matter to the Supreme Court. This same thing I'm telling you. And the Supreme Court said, yes, we agree with the Settlement Commission. How does it say this? Where is the evidence? Somebody could write. That way, a very dangerous trend can happen. Now, if I am dealing with a lot of cash and black money, I could develop codes where every time I record an entry of number 2, I could use Mr. Gandhi's name. I'd say, see, your name is the most famous after Modi. Gandhi. Gandhi note, money bhi. So I will go, Gandhi, 500, Gandhi this, Gandhi that. So Gandhi means they come to you. Anybody could play tricks on the government. So therefore, merely based on what you have scribbled on a sheet of paper, you can't assume thousands and lakhs. You have to do something more, which they don't do. Therefore, every search of the income tax department fails, eventually. I'll share a case with you, an instance. Sir, it's the case in Chhattisgarh, where when the search happened, they found books of account relating to a number of companies of the assessee. And you could easily decipher the number 2 income out of those. Easily. Right? So when they search a building where the assessee individual lives on the first floor, and on the other floors are the offices of the companies. So they come, and looking at the books of account, they think that 21.5 crores has escaped assessment. So they tell the assessee, individual, surrender. He says, I agree. I surrender 21.5 crores because of these reasons as my income. So surrender ho gaya. Then he comes to my father. Now my father is very smart. He says, 7.5 crore banta. He took him to the Settlement Commission. In the Settlement Commission assessed him at 7.5 crores. Because they felt 21.5 is too much. They gave him peak credit, ye sab karke cross was. Department was shocked. They went to the High Court against the Settlement Commission order. And the High Court quashed the Settlement Commission order and said, go back to the assessing officer, the Settlement Commission order is not correct. So the assessing officer now, instead of assessing him at 21 crore, assesses him at 77 crores. Improvement? So we go to the CIT appeal. CIT appeal कहता है यार ऐसा है 21 कर देता हूं कर दो कुछ तो मिला. Now we go to the tribunal, and sir, you will appreciate what happened. So we kept knocking our head on what to do. He's already made a surrender. I came across a judgment in the case of Achaiya, Supreme Court. Beautiful judgment. They say income tax can be assessed in the hands of the person who earns the income. Even if you assess a wrong person, you still have to assess the right person. So I said, he's an individual drawing salary, he's a director in those companies, income belongs to those companies, how can he make a surrender? How can the income be assessed in his hands? Based on that, sir, it's a great judgment, I'll send it to you. 40 pages they wrote. The tribunal went through every entry in the diary and said this belongs to the company, this belongs to the company, this belongs to the company. And company they had not even touched. And company is time barred. So they say, well, that's not the income. Second, so this, on what's second, just look how the cases fail. So in the ITAT, I take an additional ground. Assessee never filed his return of income. Now I said, if the assessee does not file a return of income, you can't assess him under 143.3. You have to assess him under 144, ex parte. If you don't file a return of income, it has to be an ex parte order. Under one best judgment assessment. You are admitting that he has not filed the return of income. And you have assessed him under 143.3. The tribunal says, oh, this is a curable mistake. I said, no, it's not a curable mistake. You look at the questionnaire issued by the assessing officer. In the questionnaire, he says, I am finding mistakes out of your return of income. And he never gives me a show cause notice under 144. He never says that I'm going to make an assessment under 144. After acknowledging that I have not filed my return of income, he believes that return has been filed, and based on that, he's asking me queries. So it's application of mine. Consequences of 144 and 143.3 are completely different. So the assessment has to go. On both the counts, assessment goes, he is assessed at 0. Now you tell me, sir, वो 7.5 crore के 3 crore जो उसको दिए थे उसने tax, was that not a sensible thing to do? This is where the problem is. I am not saying that what I have done is something great. Everybody does it. Whoever has the case eventually finds out in a search matter or any other matter that government invariably loses. Now look at the amount of money, the resources that the government has spent just to do this. And this is what happens. Just a point. Now, मैं बताया ना मैं टॉपिक पे तो आता ही नहीं. But tell me, what is the time limit I have to adhere to? Sir, Chairman साहब, कितना टाइम है मेरे पास? So I can go on? Okay. तो साहब इस पे मैं नहीं कर रहा, अब बता रहा हूं कंट्रोवर्सी मैंने बता दी. कंट्रोवर्सी क्या थी? अच्छा हाँ, कंट्रोवर्सी बता दो मेन जो इन्होंने की. So you know, in the block assessment, they said undisclosed income. So the court said, you will assess them only if you find incriminating documents. And based on that, you will assess them. So they said, ये तो पिट जाएंगे हम लोग. Undisclosed income में तो फिर हमारे से निकलता ही नहीं कुछ भी. उन्होंने कहा, हटा दो, provision हटा दी. In 2003, they bring in 153A, B, C, अभी जो पुरानी provision थी. उसमें क्या लिखा उन्होंने? Intention was that whenever a search takes place, regardless of whether you find any document or not, 6 years will stand open. Now let us say they come to my house and they carry warrants for 10 companies, 10 individuals. And in the case of a company, there is nothing. Let's say a company has just been formed and there is nothing. But they have the warrant. So 6 years will be open. And they also went by the language, they said, अब undisclosed income का चक्कर ही नहीं करते. So once the 6 years are open, let us assess them de novo. So मजा आ गया कि भाई जिसको भी हमने सर्च करेंगे उसकी दोबारा से असेसमेंट करेंगे, उसी को रिव्यू करेंगे, रिव्यू का 3-3 हुई हो 3-3 ना हुई हो, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? एक गलती कर गए. The mistake they made was, they said, if on the date of search there is a pending assessment, it shall stand abated. Meaning thereby that if there is a proceeding going on under regular assessment, it will stop, it will be abated, and you will make a regular assessment based on search. Courts ko mil gaya ye. And thank God for Justice Muralidhar. Thank God for a man like Justice Muralidhar that we have in our judiciary. He read into the provision and said, so you have a difference between an abated assessment and a completed assessment. Abated is a pending assessment. So you are saying for pending assessment, you can assess as the way you want. But for a completed assessment, you can't have the same parameters. अब सर्च के दिन में मान लो 6 साल में 3 साल में मेरी 143.3 की असेसमेंट हो चुकी है, वो तो कंप्लीटेड असेसमेंट है. कुछ पेंडिंग है क्योंकि मेरा 3.2 का नोटिस आया हुआ है, दैट्स पेंडिंग. तो कोर्ट्स ने कहा कि जहां पेंडिंग है असेसमेंट वहां तो जो करना है करो, लेकिन जो कंप्लीटेड असेसमेंट है दैट यू कैन रीओपन ओनली इफ यू हैव एविडेंस, इंक्रीमेंटिंग एविडेंस फाउंड ड्यूरिंग द कोर्स ऑफ सर्च. दे रेड इट इनटू द प्रोविजन. अब फिर पिट गए डिपार्टमेंट. काबुल चावला से चालू हुए, every court started to say this, now matter is lying in the Supreme Court, and they know what the fate is going to be. Ab again, because they can't find any evidence, search ke andar, 0. But now I think some sense has prevailed, and I'll leave it to you to judge. So under the new regime kya hua? You see, in my presentation, I have devoted about 5 slides to understanding what the thing is, and I have picked up 15 to 20 issues that arise, litigious issues, that I think is going to lead to litigation galore for the next 20 years. On these small provisions, these run into only 3 pages, but I can predict for you, अगर आप लोग सब सर्च सीजर में आ जाओ, 20 साल तक आपकी और आपके बच्चों की रोजी रोटी बढ़िया सी बढ़िया चलेगी, इतनी बढ़िया इन्होंने प्रोविजन लाएंगे। अभी जस्ट चलिए सर, आप सोचिए, बिकॉज आप तो जीएसटी ज्यादा करते हैं, आप आ जाओ इसमें। So now they say, and you have to understand this, I'm sure you would all know, but I'll have to, will failing my duty if I don't explain to you what is happening now. You know, पहले क्या होता था? 147, 148 is reopening of assessment. गांधी साहब उसमें क्या डाला उन्होंने? In the reopening of assessment, section 147 को charging बना दिया. So, if the assessing officer has reasons to believe that income has escaped assessment, then he comes. So, reason to believe and income has escaped assessment are the twin conditions to come under 147. अब courts ने कहा कि reason to believe and reasons have to believe have to be recorded in writing. ये भी था. अब courts ने कहा कि what is reasons to believe? And what is income that has escaped assessment? So they said, reason to believe is that you have material, tangible material in possession, consequent to which the escaped income comes out. So unless you have material which suggests of escapement of income, you can't make an assessment, which means that you can't review. There can't be a change of opinion. So you have to have a reason to believe too. So reason to believe उन्होंने कहा material and change of opinion नहीं हो सकता. ये इंटरप्रिटेशन दे दी. अब इसी पे 80-90% ऑफ द रीओपनिंग उड़ने लग गए. आप चैलेंज करते थे, उनके रीजन टू बिलीव में क्या होता था? Investigation wing conducted a search on such and such. He said, Mr. Vadwa has taken an entry of such and such rupees which is bogus. Fine. ये रीजन टू बिलीव हो गया. एंड अजय वाधवा में 10 लाख रुपए आए हुए हैं, चेक से खोल दो. सो द कोर्ट सेड, लिसन, पहली बात, कौन सी सर्च में कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर ने वेरीफाई किया, डंडा मारा, उसको कहा कि ये बोल अजय वाधवा के अगेंस्ट, बोल दिया उसने? Is that the gospel truth? So if you have that information, what verification have you done? You see, the courts in this country are our saviors because they can visualize the possible abuse of a provision. They felt कि अगर इसको material मान लेंगे तो कोई भी एक छोटा सा investigation officer जिसकी concurrent jurisdiction है, you know, ADI has a concurrent jurisdiction all over the country. He can go to Cochin, give 2 thappads to somebody and say 10 आदमी के नाम लिख दे. That is not information. So they said, information, you have to do some verification. Let us say, आदमी फ्लाइट पे जा रहा है, 10 लाख रुपए कैश लेके जा रहा है, ठीक है? Now that is material. ये 10 लाख है. आप जाते हैं, उसे पूछते हैं 10 लाख कहां से है? साहब मेरी सेविंग है. या कहते हैं मेरी बुक्स में से है. No, we don't agree. सीज कर लिया. Now the moment you seize, you can seize only if you conduct a search. 6 साल खुल गए उसके. पहली बात ये होता था. दूसरा, the court said that 10 lakhs is only material. Where is the escapement of income? If you have picked up 10 lakhs, then you should go into his record and see if cash in hand ki nahi hai ki nahi hai. Suppose he has cash in hand, then why would you seize? So they said that alone is not enough. That's only material. So what I'm trying to tell you, sir, is this what used to be section 147, reopening wala section. ये होता था reason to believe, income has escaped assessment. अब इनको reason to believe में बहुत मिर्ची लगी, तो reason to believe हटा दिया. Now it says if the assessing officer has income that has escaped evidence, information. No, assessment or reassessment can only be made based on income that has escaped assessment. नो रीजन टू बिलीव। ये 147 में डाल दिया, लेकिन ये काम किया उन्होंने ये कहा, विच इज गुड, let's commend the government when they do something good. So they said that, मैं जनरल प्रोविजन बता रहा हूं, फिर सर्च रिलेटेड बताऊंगा, सर्च भी इसी में से निकलेगी। सो रीओपनिंग में अब जनरल प्रोविजन ये हो गया दैट यू कैन असेस बेस्ड ऑन एस्केप्ड असेसमेंट ओनली। रीजन टू बिलीव मेन सेक्शन में नहीं डाला, उन्होंने एक सेक्शन 148 में डाला दैट द वर्ड आई विल टेल यू, on the question answer session 15 minutes have been given, but my humble request is let's not wait for those 15 minutes. If you have any question that arises, please stop me. Let me interactive. जो आता है माइंड में आप पूछते जाइए, don't reserve it for the last 15 minutes. 15 minutes भी होंगे, लेकिन let's keep on. Let's deliberate, because I also want to learn. I mean, and if something comes up, we will debate. So please don't reserve 15 minutes for it. Okay. So, उन्होंने 148 में ये कहा that if you have information, ले आए, if you have information which suggests escapement of income, then you will be open. ये नॉर्मल में, you have information that suggests it. अब उन्होंने कहा कि ये तो बड़ा ब्रॉड वर्ड है, उसको उन्होंने circumscribe कर दिया। उन्होंने कहा कि what is this phrase suggests escapement of income? This is, you can only reopen based on information that is available in a portal of the income tax department. So an assessing officer cannot reopen an assessment on his own. He will get the information from a portal which is constituted centrally, एंड उसमें जो रिस्क मैनेजमेंट की टेक्निक्स हैं वो लगेंगी। और उसका मैं एग्जांपल देता हूं, ये भी लगेगी फॉरन, तो मैं बताता हूं क्या किया था। नाउ व्हाट दैट इज। सो अभी उन्होंने कहा है कि 15-16 और 18-19 की असेसमेंट खोलनी है, तो रिस्क मैनेजमेंट में कैसे जाएगी? लेट मी एक्सप्लेन। सो दे सेड 11:30. So what time is it now, sir? Half an hour? Okay. Okay. So they said, असेसिंग ऑफिसर्स को कहा, एक सर्कुलर इशू किया, इसमें है, मैं दिखा दूंगा आपको, कि आप जितनी इंफॉर्मेशन आपके पास है अपलोड करिए। एक वेरिफिकेशन का पोर्टल बना दिया है। सो उनके पास, इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट के पास, वॉट एवर इंफॉर्मेशन दे हैव टू अपलोड। दे सेड एनी इंफॉर्मेशन यू हैव गॉट फ्रॉम द सीबीआई, फ्रॉम ईडी, अपलोड। Any information from the foreign tax division, upload. Benami, upload. So you keep uploading for 18-19. So all officers have uploaded whatever is the information. Then this is on a verification portal. Then they have their parameters. उसमें से वो चलाते हैं parameters को, और वो देखते हैं कि कौन सी ऐसी information है which is suggestive of escapement of income. And then that comes. So let us say, घुमा के अजय वाधवा का आ गया कि इसने गाड़ी खरीदी है मर्सिडीज, उसका चेक नहीं नजर आ रहा, वो कैश से खरीदी है, सपोज आ गया। So that information will then come to the assessing officer, which means information which suggests escapement of income. ये बड़ा अच्छा वर्ड यूज किया, इट इज नॉट एस्केपमेंट, सजेस्ट इनकम। तो ये उसके बाद अब आगे इंफॉर्मेशन, पहले क्या होता था, ये आती थी, असेसिंग ऑफिसर खोल देता था, अब नहीं। अब उन्होंने एक सेक्शन 148A इंट्रोड्यूस किया ऑल्सो। नाउ 148A, the assessing officer has to confront that information to the assessing and also conduct his verification, assessing officer. So the verification he conducts and the information that he has gathered, he gives it to the assessing within a small period. And within 30 days, the assessee has to respond. And if the assessee is able to prove that the information you have, for example, hello, so Mercedes है, मैं दिखा देता हूं कि मेरा चेक गया है, मैंने नहीं दिया, मेरे फादर ने दिया, but गया है, ठीक है? So the assessing officer then will find that ये तो information गलत है, and he will not issue notice under 148. So you understand the salutary thing what they have done. It's a good thing. That whatever information they have, they will verify it, then give it to you. You will object to it. And if your objection is overruled, then they will issue a notice under 148 to reassess you. ठीक है, sir? I hope I'm clear on this. Any question on up to here? So, this is for a normal reopening assessment. Now, my topic is, sir, मैं आपको बताया था, 40 minutes के बाद अब topic पे आ रहा हूं. So, now, this is for the platform, the railway line for a normal reopening assessment. But for a search assessment, there is a line which cuts away, which is, अगर search होती है, तो it is deemed that you have information which suggests escapement of income, which means आपको portal में जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. You are deemed to have that information. And based on that, you can reopen 3 earlier years. And between 3 to 10 years, if the escapement is 50 lakhs or more. 3 साल तक कहीं भी escapement हो सकते हैं. Now the question that arises is the reopening automatic? Is the reopening automatic? Answer is no. Which is very good. पहले होता था कि search होते ही 6 साल खुल जाएंगे. अब, once the search happens, he has to have information of escapement of income. Even if he is deemed to have that information, he still has to have information of escapement of income, which is because section 147 is the charging section. It says you will assess only if you have escapement of income, if there is escapement of income. So you go with the charging section. And so in those 3 years, if there is no evidence, or 10 years there is no evidence of escapement of income, those years will not be opened. अब your question will be, हमें कैसे पता? Now, मैं आगे चलता हूं. So इसमें साहब ये है, he shall serve on the notice. Item 2 पे देखिए, before making an assessment under 147 of the Act, the assessing officer shall serve on the assessee a notice under 148, requiring him to furnish a return of income for the relevant assessment year, as if such return were a return filed to be furnished under 139. So एक तो ये उन्होंने ये clause का मतलब ये हो गया that once the return of income is filed, it is as if it has been filed under 139. आप पूछेंगे 139 का फायदा क्या है? फायदा ये है कि जब 139 में फाइल होती है, स्क्रूटनाइज करने के लिए आपको 143(2) का नोटिस इशू करना पड़ता है. सो 148 में अगर होगी तो 143(2) का नोटिस इशू करना पड़ेगा आपको. सो रिमेंबर दिस, इफ इट डजंट assessment goes, because 143(2) notice is to verify, gives you power. It's a jurisdictional notice which gives you power to make an assessment. Then, so okay. So this is what the slide says. Only if he has information. Sorry, only if there is escapement of income he can assess, not information, escapement of income. Yes, sir.
New claims can be made under return file under this 148 because they are under 139.
Okay. Now, it's a very good point. The return is not under 139, return is under 148. It is as if the consequences will be as if it has been filed under 139(1). As if. Sun engineering will still apply. Sun engineering Supreme Court says that 148 is a section which is invoked by the department for its own comfort, not for you. So you can't make a fresh claim there. You can't say कि मेरी income जो है, आप सब ये खर्चा भी देखिए, ये तो रह गया मेरी original return में. They said no. But coming to your point, Sun Engineering को further interpret किया to say, Sun Engineering ये बोले कि if 148 happens, 148 की assessment होगी. वो असेसमेंट का जो अमाउंट है आपकी रिटर्न इनकम से नीचे नहीं हो सकता. आर यू गेटिंग माय पॉइंट? तो जब तक आपकी रिटर्न इनकम से नीचे नहीं हो सकता तब तक आप एडिशनल क्लेम फाइल कर सकते हो. दैट्स द jurisprudence which has developed. Karnataka High Court, I can share it with you. So which means, coming to your point, that yes, till 148 की जो return income से नीचे ना हो, you can file a claim. Okay? I hope that, okay, fine. Yes, sir. ये वो लीजिए ना.
पहले रीजन्स रिकॉर्ड करना पड़ता था एंड जीके एंड ड्राइव सेफ्ट का प्रिंसिपल्स अप्लाई होता था. अब जो नया जो रेजिम हैज किक्ड इन, इंफॉर्मेशन सजेस्टिंग इनकम एस्केपमेंट, तो वो उनके, एज यू सेड, इट इज़ इन द पोर्टल विच इज़ प्रिवी टू द डिपार्टमेंट ओनली, इट इज़ नॉट इन पब्लिक डोमेन. तो रीजन्स रिकॉर्डेड वाला प्रिंसिपल अभी भी अप्लाई होगा, इंफॉर्मेशन सजेस्टिंग?
वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन, वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन. आई वुड हैव कम टू इट, बट अच्छा आपने पूछ लिया, बिकॉज इसी स्टेज पे आंसर हो जाए तो बेटर है. तो साहब, पहले होता था रीजंस टू बी बिलीव टू बी रिकॉर्डेड इन राइटिंग. तो कोर्ट ने कहा रिकॉर्डेड इन राइटिंग को दिखाओ, ऑब्जेक्शन होना चाहिए, उसमें जीके एंड ड्राइव शेफ्ट आएगा. अब ये कह रहे हैं सर्च में खाली पोर्टल से इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं आएगी साहब, सर्च में पोर्टल की इंफॉर्मेशन भी होगी और जो आपके पास डॉक्यूमेंट आया है उसके बेसिस पे भी होगी, वो पोर्टल में नहीं होगी. तो दोनों तरफ से असेसमेंट हो सकती है, पहली चीज. दूसरा, दे हैव सेड दैट बिफोर यू इशू अ नोटिस अंडर 148 यू हैव टू गेट द सैंक्शन ऑफ अ हायर अथॉरिटी. अब सैंक्शन अगर आपने लेना है तो किस चीज का लेंगे? सैंक्शन ये लेंगे कि मेरे पास इंफॉर्मेशन है, इसमें इनकम है, तभी तो सैंक्शन लेंगे. दैट मीन्स यू हैव टू रिकॉर्ड सम रीजंस ऑफ एस्केपमेंट. उसका एविडेंस एक और आ गया. अभी इन्होंने 4, मैंने भी अपने उस पे चैट पे डाले हैं मैंने ग्रुप में. दे हैव नाउ इंस्ट्रक्टेड द डिपार्टमेंट कि अब आप 18-19 की खोलिए और रीजंस रिकॉर्ड करिए और फिर अप्रूवल लीजिए. दे हैव सेड दैट देमसेल्फ. आई विल शेयर इट विद यू. दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. लास्ट लाइन में आई विल रीड इट ऑल्सो. सो विच मीन्स इफ यू हैव टू टेक अ सैंक्शन or an approval, there has to be something, which means you have to record. And if you have to record, I think department initially नहीं देगा, लेकिन कोई भी कोर्ट है वो कहेगा पहले दो इनको, if you are recording, अपने घर में रखने के लिए थोड़ा ना. Let the sanction be verified. You get my point? So they will again, वही stupidity है. लाइव नेक्सस वाला जो चक्कर है, ओके, सर्च में देखते हैं. जो नॉर्मल जो प्रोविजन है उसमें तो लाइव नेक्सस दिखना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज आपने है इंफॉर्मेशन विच सजेस्ट एस्केपमेंट ऑफ इनकम. सो विच मींस इंफॉर्मेशन भी है एंड एस्केपमेंट भी है. सो व्हेन यू गो ऑन द 140A कैपिटल ए में, देन यू विल सी व्हाट मटेरियल ही हैज एंड वेयर इज द एस्केपमेंट. तो वहां तो आ जाएगा. जो सर्च में ये उन्होंने रख दिया कि दैट यू आर डीम्ड टू बी हैविंग दैट इंफॉर्मेशन, विच मींस यू डोंट हैव टू गो थ्रू 148A. इन ए सर्च प्रोविजन आपको इंफॉर्मेशन दिखाने की जरूरत नहीं है. दिस इज व्हाट दे मीन. बट माई इंटरप्रिटेशन इज, विच आई विल शो, that they have to get a sanction from the higher authority to issue a notice under 148, for which they would have recorded reasons. And reasons may, definitely they would have relied on the material. They simply can't say that it is escape. They will have to say, we found the diary from such and such, and from the diary, this is the income which escapes. Right, sir? So, eventually, that's what I'm saying, litigation. They said, ये बड़े smart हैं. ये सोचते हैं कि हमने तो उसको छोड़ दिया, but it is there. Once you are getting an approval from a higher authority, and approval is for issuance of notice, it has to be public. So, in my view, yes, you must challenge. As soon as he sends you a notice, tell him, have you got the approval? Show me the approval. And also show me the reasons, the information. You say, Show me how you have arrived at the escapement of income. It will come out. And then every court, any court which goes through will see material as well as escapement. You get my point? Okay.
There is a power of inspection and followed by search, and search is approval of the joint commissioner and above. So same logic and same principle can.
It has to. Bilkul. Because
we can call for the this on what grounds, on what this thing.
see,
search is taking place.
Absolutely. See, I'll tell you one more thing. You're absolutely right. You know, on approval, on satisfaction, there are hundreds of decisions. Now, if you take an approval, now they will say, why do you want to see the approval? I'll say, I want to see the approval to see whether before giving the approval has he applied his mind, or is it mechanical?
But this can be only through judiciary or.
No. You write administratively. There are decisions. Income tax में decisions है, GST में साथ दे देंगे आपको. You simply say that you have to take approval under such and such section. Please give us a copy of the document evidencing approval taken. Also give us the information, the material that you have leading to escapement of income on which you have sought approval. And if the word is simply approved, it goes. It has to show application of mind. Go, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I have about 40 slides, and I am on slide number 2. So I think I'll take 2 more hours. Is it okay? अच्छा, अब साहब ये तो अब मैं फटाफट करता हूं. अब ये तो हमने बात कर ली जिस आदमी की सर्च हुई है. अब उस गरीब का क्या होगा जिसके नाम आ रहे हैं उसकी सर्च में? अजय वाधवा की सर्च हुई, गांधी साहब का नाम आया, इनका क्या होगा? उसके लिए ये प्रोविजन है फॉर असेसमेंट रिलेटिंग टू अदर पर्सन, where the assessing officer is satisfied that the money, bullion, jewelry or other valuable article or thing seized in the case of any other person belongs to the assessee, or books of account or documents seized in the case of the other person pertain or pertains to the assessee, information contained therein relate to the assessee, the assessing officer shall be deemed to have information which suggests income chargeable to taxes scheme. तो जब तक जिसकी सर्च होती है उसके पास, गांधी साहब का नाम नहीं लेना चाहिए, संजय शर्मा का लेते हैं, जिसकी सर्च होती है उसके पास मिलता है कि ये पैसा जो है संजय शर्मा ने मेरे को 10 लाख रुपए दिए, उसके लिफाफे पे लिखा हुआ है अजय वाधवा जी कीप माय 10 lakhs और संजय शर्मा ने साइन किए हुए हैं. और आर्टिकल और थिंग और बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट ऑफ एनी पर्सन, या इनकी बुक्स मिलती हैं. ओनली बेस्ड ऑन दिस इंफॉर्मेशन कैन हिज केस ऑल्सो बी रीओपन्ड. एंड इन हिज केस ऑल्सो सेम थिंग, that you have to have escapement of income. If you have no evidence of escapement of income, his case can't be opened. His case can also be opened for 10 years. This is how it is. But search mein, you don't have to follow the procedure of 148A. That's the only difference. कि आपको information दी, फिर verify की, उसमें वो राजा है वो, central circle. Why not? Question is, why not? Why don't you give it? What is there to hide? If you have found books of account, follow the same process. दिखा दो मुझे. Suppose I am able to explain the books of account, why should I go through the painful process of assessment? Search में ये क्यों difference है? I have found that the government has a bias where search is concerned. I will digress a little once again, and which you will not like, which I'm telling you. There was, before the Modi government took over, there was a Pune-based company, जिन्होंने ये रिसर्च की कि अगर इनकम टैक्स को अबॉलिश कर दो और ट्रांजैक्शन रिसीट बेस्ड टैक्स, बैंकिंग ट्रांजैक्शन टैक्स ले आओ, आपका जो टैक्स है जीडीपी के साथ पेग हो जाएगा और खूब टैक्स आएगा। उन्होंने ये कहा कि जो हिंदुस्तानी या किसी भी आदमी की फितरत ये है कि अगर जेब में पैसा आ जाए फिर निकाल के देना मुश्किल है, अगर कट के पैसा आएगा तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं। टीडीएस कटता है, हम कहते हैं वो तो गया, बट वंस इट कम्स टू आवर पॉकेट देन इट बिकम्स डिफिकल्ट। सो वी डिड सम आवर ओन रिसर्च एंड वी मीन आवर ऑफिस, आई वाज सोल्ड टू दैट आइडिया, क्योंकि मैंने कहा मैंने तो अपने पैसे बना लिए हैं, अब इनकम टैक्स चला भी जाए तो क्या फर्क पड़ता है। आई वाज बीइंग वेरी सेल्फिश। सो लेट अस से साहब चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है, उसका आप ये लिख लीजिए कि 7% ऑफ हिज रिसीट्स, जो भी रिसीट आएगी उसकी क्रेडिट साइड वाली इन द बैंक विल बी टैक्स एट 7%। बैंक विल विदहोल्ड 7%, आपका पैसा आया, आपको 93 हो गया, ठीक है साहब। लेट अस से आई टेक अ लोन एंड पुट इट इन द बैंक, 0.1%. On every credit in the bank account, there will be tax graded, 0.1%, 0.01%, just to keep the credits on check. खर्चा कुछ भी करो। लॉयर है 7%, सैलरीड एम्प्लॉई है 5%, ट्रेडर है 1%, मैन्युफैक्चरर है 3%। अब आप कहेंगे ये मैं एडहॉक क्यों कर रहा हूं? मैं इसलिए एडहॉक कर रहा हूं बिकॉज इफ यू गो इनटू द डेटा यू विल फाइंड कि इतना ही नेट प्रॉफिट दिखाया हुआ है। अगर मैं 5% टैक्स कर रहा हूं तो उसको 3 टाइम्स मल्टीप्लाई कर देंगे तो 15% का नेट प्रॉफिट हो गया, तो 5% कर दो, ट्रेडिंग कंपनी में हो गया। एंड देन ऑल्सो ब्रिंग आउट अ लॉ सेइंग एनीबॉडी हु इज फाउंड टू हैव मोर देन 5 lakhs द अमाउंट विल बी कन्फिस्केटेड एंड विल बी प्रोसिक्यूटेड। भाई जब 5% टैक्स कर दिया तो फिर क्या मतलब है? एग्रीकल्चरल इनकम टैक्स पे भी 0.01% लगा दो, पता ही नहीं चलेगा। Everything comes under that umbrella. ठीक है? So we made a representation to the then finance minister, Shri Jaitley, and we gave him this. So we went back. Very good, very good, very good. When we met his joint secretary in that ministry, हंसने लग गया। He says, इन सबको पता है, इससे पैसा आएगा, टैक्स की किसको परवाह है? अगर ये चला जाएगा तो सर्च कौन करेगा? इनकी असली पावर तो सर्च से है, किसी के घर में घुस जाएंगे। Nobody wants to give up that power. And that's where Ashwini also told you yesterday. I was told. Look at what is happening around us. Never, you know, all our tax laws are based on the English principle that the king shall not enter a poor man's hut. He cannot. He cannot invade his privacy. And that's how they preserve, the Britishers preserve their privacy like that. US, वहां रेड नहीं हो सकती आपकी। यहां तो सुबह 8 बजे बेल बजती है, लगता है यार वो इनकम टैक्स वाला ना हो गई। lot of people think like that. Yes, ED वाला आजकल ना हो, PMLA ना हो। So, अच्छा उससे मैं ये कह रहा हूं फायदा क्या हुआ? ये सब करने से आज की रिटर्न्स कितनी है? 6.5 करोड़। उसमें से 3.5 करोड़ टैक्स नहीं पे करते, तो फायदा क्या हुआ? आउट ऑफ 150 crore you still are there. Why don't you try this method? Am I right? I'm just putting a case behind for you. So what I'm saying is that India as a country is in a desperate situation. The money is not coming the way it should. The conditions are not hospitable for business. The world is not looking at us. We are a huge consumption economy, but they're not looking at us, unfortunately. So let's do something which triggers us, which gives us an advantage. UK is a tax haven. Do you know that? UK में ये है, individual will tax at 45%. Only if he brings the money into UK. So what people do? They earn money outside. वो जितना घर के लिए चाहिए होता है वो ले आते हैं. It's a tax haven. You know what are the rates of tax of a company in UK? I think 12%. जब इतनी डेवलप कंट्री ये सब कर सकती है, to remain strong, why can't we? We today have an individual rate of 44%, 45%. Skewed. That's just a food for thought. अब साहब, ये साहब ने अच्छी तरह से एक्सप्लेन, चेयरमैन साहब ने कर ही दिया था, that 3 years. अब इन्होंने क्या किया है 3 साल और 10 साल की अगर आपने खोलनी है असेसमेंट, 50 लाख की लिमिट लगा दी है, which I completely agree with the chairman of the session, is nonsense. What is 50 lakhs? You should grade it. You should have said 3 years to 6 years, 50, 6 years to 10 years, 10 crores, or 1 crore, 2 crore. Because there has to be some sanity. 10 साल के आपको रिकॉर्ड है, 10 साल की आप चीजें उठा लोगे, मुझे याद भी नहीं रहेगा, मुझे पता भी नहीं है क्या होगा, मैंने कोई स्क्रिबलिंग होगी. I mean, I don't understand why this regressive step of going into 10 years. Then उन्होंने ये कहा कि हम इसमें एक चेक लगा देते हैं, that unless the income chargeable to tax is represented in the form of an asset, expenditure in respect of a transaction or in relation to an event or occasion or an entry or entries in the books of account. तो पहले 2021 में लेके आए एसेट, फिर अब 22 में ये दो चीजें लगा दी, एक्सपेंडिचर, ओकेजन, एंट्री और एंट्री इन द बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट. अब एसेट क्या है? सर्च हुई, कैश मिल गया, गाड़ी मिल गई, कोई मूवेबल एसेट ज्वेलरी मिल गई, which is not backed by the source, you can take it as an asset. Expenditure in respect of a transaction, here even a bogus expenditure booked in the books of account will also come. Now question was event or occasion. साहब ने गूगली मारी कि भाई इवेंट है, you are saying to an event or occasion, that means one event or occasion. दो इवेंट हैं तो वो आप उसको 50 लाख में नहीं काउंट करोगे, राइट? सो ओनली इफ देयर इज वन इवेंट, लेट अस से द इवेंट इज मैरिज, शादी है आज, इस इवेंट में आपकी बारात के ऊपर जो खर्चा किया है, हॉल के ऊपर जो खर्चा किया है, ज्वेलरी जो दी है, कैश जो स्पेंड किया है, दैट इज वन इवेंट. अब बॉस सेज रिंग सेरेमनी भी है, इज दैट अ सेपरेट इवेंट? इनकम टैक्स ऑफिसर आपकी बात नहीं मानेगा. Yes, yes. You see, in my view, because search is a draconian provision, therefore you have to give a very restrictive meaning to every word. So when you say to an event or an occasion, it means that ring ceremony is separate. But ring ceremony doesn't mean कि शादी हो जाएगी. That's how it is a different event. है ना? मैं तो ये कहता हूं कि भाई जब तक लावा फेरे नहीं होते, वो अलग इवेंट है, लावा फेरे के बाद ही तो असली शादी होती है हिंदुस्तानियों की. आप तो और कर दीजिए इसको सर्कमस्क्राइब.
हेलो, मेरा पर्पज यही था ये क्वेश्चन पूछने का कि अभी जो शादी विवाह होते हैं उसमें हम लोग जैसे रिसेप्शन भी होता है, एक दिन शादी होती है और हम लोग उसको सारा मैरिज के हिसाब से इन्विटेशन देते हैं. लेकिन अगर ये इन्विटेशन का
देखो मैडम ने
प्रोसेस चेंज कर दें तो शायद बच सकते हैं बाद में.
वो देना जरा मैम को दो. हाँ, लेडी संगीत भी है
सर. लेडी संगीत भी होता है आजकल, 3 इवेंट मिनिमम है.
मैं तो एक चीज ये कहता हूं कि देखिए मैम, आई वुड से मैरिज इज कल्मिनेटेड इन द हिंदू राइट्स वंस द लव अफेयर हैज हैपेंड. उससे पहले लड़की भी भाग सकती है, लड़का भी भाग सकता है. ठीक बात है ना साहब? उस जब लव अफेयर हो गए फिर तो कोर्ट के थ्रू जा सकते हो. सो यू कैन क्वालिफाई. सो दैट्स ट्रू, दैट इज ट्रू. आई थिंक ये तो ठीक है, पॉइंट ठीक है आपका. चल आगे चलूं साहब. अच्छा, ये अभी जो अपलोड की है उन्होंने इंफॉर्मेशन, जो मैंने आपको बताया, जो रिस्क मैनेजमेंट स्ट्रेटजी वाली, एओस को कहा है कि भाई सर्च का मिला हो, इंटरनल ऑडिट ऑब्जेक्शन हो, इन्फॉर्मेशन, आप सब ऊपर उसको अपलोड करो. ये रिस्क मैनेजमेंट में अभी अपलोड करेंगे, फिर उनका चक्का चलेगा कंप्यूटर का, और फिर वो बताएंगे कि ये करिए. आई जस्ट पुट दैट. ये इंस्ट्रक्शन अभी आई है. नाउ इश्यूज क्विकली आई विल गो थ्रू. Whether escapement of income is a precondition for making assessment consequent to search? Yes. So if you don't have evidence of escapement of income, you can't make an assessment. ये मैं already कर चुका हूं, इसमें मैं बता चुका हूं आपको. अच्छा, अब एक कंट्रोवर्सी नीचे ये आ रही है कि जब सर्च होती है तो आपके पास एक तो इंफॉर्मेशन आएगी जो डॉक्यूमेंट उठा के लाए हैं, दूसरी इंफॉर्मेशन आएगी जो पड़ी हुई है रिस्क मैनेजमेंट में ऊपर. उसका क्या होगा? आप उसको भी असेस करोगे, इसको भी असेस करोगे, दोनों को असेस करोगे 147 में, बिकॉज 147 एंड 143 आर सेपरेट. क्या उसके लिए आप 143 करोगे या 147 अलग से करोगे? आंसर इज, इन माई व्यू, you will use both the information, because जो वो वाली information is, it is deemed that you have it. You are deemed to have it. But the question is that if you are getting that information, why not 148A in that? You got my point? So controversy में आपको ये रेस करना है कि साहब जो आपके पास रिस्क मैनेजमेंट, आप तो मेरे डॉक्यूमेंट ले गए, उसकी तो चलो बात खत्म हो गई, लेकिन जो आप मेरे डॉक्यूमेंट उठा, जो आपको रिस्क मैनेजमेंट पोर्टल से इंफॉर्मेशन आई है, उसमें आप 148A भी करिए. Put that in, because they are two different forms of information. You understanding my point? One is information found during search, the other is which comes to you from the income tax department. So if it comes to you from the income tax department, then go through the process, right? So put that. Then, whether addition can be made only on the basis of seized material or any other addition can be made. Now the question, अब ये बड़ा important है. अब आपका 148 का नोटिस आ गया सर्च के बाद, और उसमें आपने उनसे पूछा कि बताइए एस्केप्ड इनकम कैसे बताइए, आप कैसे बनाइए? तो उन्होंने कहा ये डायरी है. लेट अस से दे आर गुड इनफ विदाउट यू गोइंग टू द कोर्ट, वो डायरी दिखा देते हैं आपको. तो अब क्या वो मेरी एबीसी से शुरू से असेसमेंट कर सकते हैं कि खाली दे विल हैव टू रिस्ट्रिक्ट देमसेल्व्स टू द एस्केप्ड इनकम? That's the question. I hope you understood my question. Once the open assessment is open, so what do they normally do? They'll give you the reasons and then they will issue a questionnaire. Please submit your bank statements. Please submit all details of your expenses claimed in the PLL account. Please give confirmation of all loans. ये सब एक questionnaire दे देंगे. आपने ये करना है? No. Sorry. These are roving, fishing, general inquiries not related to escaped income. You have no authority to ask. Please confine yourself to escaped income only as stated under section 147 of the Act. So don't succumb to that. But can he restrict only to escaped income? No. एक explanation add कर दी इन्होंने 147 में. वो explanation ये है that he can assess the escaped income or any issue which comes to his notice which reflects escaped income. ये बड़ा, हाँ, yes sir. इनको दे दीजिए वो माइक प्लीज. Sir, Chairman Sahab, whenever you tell me.
Hello.
How much time do I have now?
Sir, can the explanation exceed what is stated in the main provision?
I'm sorry.
Can the explanation expand the scope of the main enactment?
Okay. Yes, good point.
And this 50 lakhs, I believe, is year-wise.
Yes, normally, when we have I'm the president of the Bar Association, ITAT. एक क्वेश्चन से ज्यादा पूछने नहीं देते, दूसरे क्वेश्चन पे 5,000 रुपये प्राइस होती है. पर चलो, आप लोगों के रूल वो नहीं है, क्योंकि डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन पूछा है ना.
Ajwa sahab, only 5 minutes.
Okay,
please,
only 5.
Please.
Okay. Sir, I have got only 5 minutes. So your question was that?
Explanation, can it exceed?
Explanation. So explanation, whether an explanation added can expand the scope of the addition of this thing. Litigation hai, but yes, point is, they are explaining what assessed income is. So an explanation is the handmaid of the main section, because they are explaining what income escaping assessment is. They say income assessment also includes an income based on an issue which it comes to his notice during the course that there is escapement of income. So explanation can, according to them, they are explaining, but yes, it has. But there is no embargo, to be very honest. There are decisions. So the point is, what can they assess? तो एक तो assess करेंगे escaped income, दूसरा आपसे जनरल क्वेरी नहीं पूछ सकते, लेकिन लेट अस से उनको ये लगा कि एक कैश क्रेडिट है बुक्स में, लोन है संजय का 50 लाख रुपए का अजय वाधवा को, तो वो उसकी एविडेंस है कि वो बोगस है. सो दे विल से गिव कॉपी ऑफ अकाउंट ऑफ लोन अकाउंट ऑफ संजय शर्मा इन योर बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट. अब मैं कॉपी ऑफ अकाउंट दे देता हूं, उसमें दिखता है कि संजय शर्मा से तो 50 लाख का क्लोजिंग बैलेंस नहीं है, इससे तो मैंने 10 करोड़ बीच में भी लिया हुआ है. विच मीन्स दे हैव कम अक्रॉस एविडेंस विच शोज दैट देयर इज मोर एस्केपमेंट ऑफ इनकम. वो कर सकते हैं, बट दे कांट से दे आर लुकिंग एट संजय शर्मा और सबके लोन के दे दो कंफर्मेशन. नो, इफ यू हैव इंफॉर्मेशन ऑन संजय शर्मा यू कैन ओनली, बट व्हाइल लुकिंग एट संजय शर्मा they find more escapement of income that they can also assess under 147. You get my point? ठीक. 5 minutes है. हाँ, टेनेंट का,
और वो टेनेंट रिटर्न में डिनाई करता है कि मैंने कोई पैसा नहीं दिया मिस्टर ए को, तो उस टेनेंट का ये रीअसेसमेंट हो सकता है क्या?
देखिए साहब, यस. अब टेनेंट का डिपेंड करता है आपने कैसे लिखा हुआ है. सपोज आपने पूरा नाम लिख दिया, अजय वाधवा योर टेनेंट, अजय वाधवा पेड कैश ऑफ 50,000 रुपीज फॉर द मंथ ऑफ सच एंड सच. नाउ दैट इंफॉर्मेशन पर्टेन्स टू अजय वाधवा, आपके पास मिला, पर्टेन्स, रिलेट्स, दोनों वर्ड में आ जाता है, पर्टेन्स एंड रिलेट्स, एंड इट इज सजेस्टिव ऑफ एस्केपमेंट, क्योंकि आपकी बुक्स में है नहीं. आई नो, पर वो बुक्स में नहीं है ना, नंबर 1 की बुक्स में तो है नहीं, तो वो सजेस्ट करता है कि ये एस्केप इनटू इनकम, ही कैन पिक इट अप. लेकिन असेसमेंट के टाइम पे आप एविडेंस ये ला सकते हैं कि साहब पहली बात तो ये मैं सोच रहा था कि मैं अजय वाधवा से लूंगा. कैश का लिखा है मैंने, मैं तो ये लिख रहा था कि अजय वाधवा से 50,000, मैं तो 50,000 लूंगा इससे, और नहीं दिया उसने. मेरा लिखने का तरीका अलग है, मैं कोई अंग्रेज थोड़ा पैदा हुआ हूं, मैं थोड़ा लिखूंगा डायरी में, और डायरी में मैं क्या हर चीज लिखूंगा, मैं तो कोड वर्ड भी लिख सकता हूं. भाई मैं तो, मेरी मातृभाषा हिंदी, में तो हिंदी भी ढंग से नहीं बोलता. यू गेट माय पॉइंट? ये मैं कह चुका हूं. एनी अदर इशू? आगे चल रहा हूं. ये जजमेंट्स हैं साहब, आप रख लीजिएगा, ये अच्छी लगेंगी, इंटरेस्टिंग होगी. दे कैन बी नो पैरेलल प्रोसीडिंग. अब मैं आपको एक गूगली मार रहा हूं फटाफट. अब आप देखिए, जब सर्च होती है तो नॉर्मल असेसमेंट भी खुली हुई है, रेगुलर असेसमेंट स्क्रूटिनी की. तो क्या आप 147 भी करोगे और 143(3) भी करोगे, अलग अलग करोगे? इन माई व्यू नो, बिकॉज देयर कैन बी नो पैरेलल प्रोसीडिंग्स, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, 3(3) के अंदर यू कैन असेस एवरीथिंग, which means you can assess escaped income also. So you don't have to invoke this. ठीक है, ये जजमेंट्स है, KLM एयरलाइन वगैरह सारी है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का भी है. अदर इश्यूज, चेंज ऑफ ओपिनियन, रिव्यू. हाँ, चेंज ऑफ ओपिनियन, ऑल्दो दे हैव सेड रीजन टू बिलीव की जरूरत नहीं है, लेकिन देयर कैन बी नो चेंज ऑफ ओपिनियन. इफ दैट इशू हैज ऑलरेडी बीन कंसिडर्ड इन योर नॉर्मल असेसमेंट, यू कैन नॉट कंसिडर इट अगेन अंडर रीओपनिंग. ठीक है साहब, अनलेस यू हैव फ्रेश मटीरियल. Because change of opinion means review of an order. Review of an order the court will never allow. You can't review your own order. That's the basic principle. इसी पे तो हमारी डेमोक्रेसी टिकी हुई है. अगर आज आपने ऑर्डर किया, कल रिव्यू कर दो, तो हम तो बट्टा बैठ गया हमारा. You get my point? So if you have already made up your mind on a particular issue, you can't review it. So there can't be a change of opinion even if they have removed reason to believe. That's the basic judgment they did. Issues relating to 148. What are the relevant assessment here that can be assessed under 147 consequent to search? अब मैं इसका आपको एक एग्जांपल बताया, तो मेरे पास टाइम अब खत्म कर दिया, मैं आपको कहानी बताता हूं इसकी क्या है. पहले क्या होता था साहब कि जब सर्च होती थी, सर्च के 2 साल के अंदर अंदर असेसमेंट होनी होती थी. सो द स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट फॉर द लिमिटेशन वाज द कंडक्ट ऑफ सर्च. ये बड़ा ध्यान से सुनिएगा. अब असेसमेंट टाइम बार होगी फ्रॉम द डेट ऑफ इशुएंस ऑफ नोटिस अंडर 148. ठीक है, नॉट डेट ऑफ सर्च. दिस वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अब मान लो सर्च होती है 31, लेट अस से आज होती है सर्च, ठीक है? आपको नोटिस कब इशू करना है? ये साल है, आज सर्च हुई है, 3 साल कहां से लोगे जो पिछले खोलने हैं? इस साल से लोगे ना, जिस साल सर्च हुई है। अगर इस साल से नहीं लेते तो इसका मतलब वो 148 कभी भी खोल देगा। यू हैव टू टेक सम ईयर। आर यू गेटिंग माय पॉइंट? सो इफ सर्च टेक्स प्लेस, यू कांट से आई विल 3 साल जो खोलूंगा मैं तो 10 साल के बाद खोलूंगा 3 साल। He has to consider the 3 years from the date of the search, right? From the year of the search. Because if he issues a notice next year, तो 1 साल कम हो जाएगा। You get my point? ये उन्होंने ध्यान नहीं दिया। होता क्या है, जब सर्च होती है तो एक अप्रेजल रिपोर्ट बनती है, 6 महीने लेते हैं, 1 साल लेते हैं। उसके बाद अप्रेजल रिपोर्ट के बाद एओ के पास इंफॉर्मेशन जाती है, फिर वो इंफॉर्मेशन देखता है, फिर नोटिस इशू करता है। अब अगर आज सर्च होती है और उसके बाद इंफॉर्मेशन अप्रेजल बन के 1 साल बाद आएगी तो उसका 1 साल तो गया। इन माई व्यू इट्स अ बिग लक्यूना, विच मीन्स दैट द डे द सर्च टेक्स प्लेस ही हैज टू इशू नोटिस। और नोटिस कैसे इशू करेगा 148 के, तेरे पास इंफॉर्मेशन ही नहीं है, ठीक है? आई थिंक दिस इज अ फूड फॉर थॉट, दिस इज माई व्यू। इट मे नॉट नेसेसरली बी करेक्ट। आप प्लीज देखिएगा, यू आर अ वेरी वाइज मैन साहब, देखिएगा इसमें कोई मैंने करेक्ट है कि नहीं है। अदर पर्सन आई थिंक आई, हाँ दूसरी, अब अगर मान लो शर्मा जी आपकी इंफॉर्मेशन मिली है मेरी सर्च में, अदर पर्सन है, उसमें उन्होंने लिखा है दैट ए सेटिस्फैक्शन हैज टू बी रिकॉर्डेड बाय द ईओ। इन द केस ऑफ द अदर पर्सन ही मस्ट बी सेटिस्फाइड, सो इफ ही इज सेटिस्फाइड ही हैज टू रिकॉर्ड द सेटिस्फैक्शन एंड ही हैज टू शो आल्सो। सो देयर यू कैन डू द चैलेंज, ये एक रखा है इन्होंने सेटिस्फैक्शन, ठीक है? लाइक जी कैन इन द केस ऑफ द अदर पर्सन प्रायर अप्रूवल, स्पेसिफाइड पेनल्टी। अब ये पेनल्टी है, पेनल्टी फुल सेपरेट सेशन, लेकिन इसमें मोटा मोटी ये है कि जिस साल सर्च होती है आप जाके इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट में कह दें कि साहब ये मेरी इनकम है, इसका सोर्स ये है, ये ऐसे कमाई है, तो 30% तो 30% ऑफ द अनडिस्क्लोज इनकम पे टैक्स लगाएंगे। स्टूपिड। इफ आई एम मेकिंग ए डिस्क्लोजर and I'm saying कि मेरी करंट ईयर की इनकम है, unless I'm able to prove the source of the undisclosed income, 100% की पेनल्टी लगा देंगे। So 132(4) में मैं क्यों सरेंडर करूंगा? You see, how can I establish the source of an undisclosed income that I have found? You should simply say भाई undisclosed income 5% एक्स्ट्रा टैक्स दे दो, अगर करंट ईयर में दिखा रहे हो तो। The government does not want to compromise on any issue now. जैसे करने दो लिटिगेशन, मरने दो इसको, जाने दो जेल में। This is what comes out. But on the whole, I conclude by saying there is some thought, good thought, कि कम से कम अब हर सर्च में 6-6 साल हर एक के तो नहीं खुलेंगे, सोच के खोलने पड़ेंगे उनको। So they brought in that, which is a salutary provision. I think we should appreciate that. But you would have seen, I could have gone on for the 2 hours. There is litigation galore in the offing. So, friends, thank you so much for such a patient hearing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful deliberation. When you were delivering, मेरा ध्यान इनके डेलिब्रेशन पर कम था, इनके एक्शंस और रिएक्शन पर ज़्यादा था। थैंक यू बादशाह साहब। तो इन्होंने, हालांकि टाइम बहुत शॉर्ट थी, पर करीब करीब सारे पॉइंट इन्होंने 148 के सर्जरी ओपनिंग पर उन्होंने टच कर लिए हैं। और ये भी सेशन कम से कम 2 घंटा 2.5 घंटा चलता, तो ये पूरा कंप्लीट करते। और अब टाइम बहुत शॉर्ट है, और मैं वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करता हूँ।
Sir, before a formal vote of thanks, there is an announcement that your AIFTP is working very hard under the leadership of our National President D.K. Gandhi. So AIFTP has made an arrangement with the Taxman Publications, a special arrangement for AIFTP members till 30th April 2022. that we are buying any book, any publication, whether digital, online, offline, or in physical hard copies, worth 4,999 from taxman, and you just say and record there that you are an AIFTPN, you are an AIFTP member, so you'll be getting an exclusive access to the taxman.com, a research for 45 days worth 4426. So I request each of you to get this benefit being an AIFTP member. Friends, apart from this taxman publications, we have so good of members and knowledge personalities like Mr. Wadhwa is here. So many AIFTP members have written so many books, so many publications. One out of them is Handbook on Taxation of Partnership Firms and Limited Liability Partnership in FAQ mode, which is frequently asked questions, which is MRP 945. But on this occasion of a great conference, our national president has considered a special rate for the delegates, which is 660 only. And there is another combo offer, which is publication on GAR plus reassessment for rupees 600 only. An AIFTP stall is just outside the banquet. If anybody would like to have the same, kindly reach the stall. I request to play the video, please. Friends, at the beginning, CA Ashish Agrawal has offered a beautiful introduction topic. So I request Ankit Botra to please come on the dais and offer a memento to Ashish Agrawal. I request Ashish Prasad to kindly come and offer formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Girdhar. Friends, a very good morning to all. It gives me an immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks for these events to all dignitaries assembled here. I would like to thank our session chairman, Sri Paras Kochar, who honored this function with his inspirational thoughts. Sir, I would also like to make my special gratitude to our young, energetic speaker, Sri Ajay Vadhwa, sir, who have deliberated his lectures in a very easy manner to learn about search and seizures, a complex topic in a very easy manner. Sir, I would also like to thank Sri Ashish Agrawal, Chartered Accountants, who have introduced over to the learned speaker in a very good manner. I would also like to thank our beloved participants, audience, for making these functions as a grand success. Once again, I thanks one and all present here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, friends. There is a tea break. The hot tea is waiting for you. We'll be assembling again very shortly, just in 10 minutes for the 5th technical session.
কোথায় রাখিস তোরা ফাইল? এই তো পিপিটি ফোল্ডার, সেইটাই তো আমি জানি না, এই জন্যই তোকে ডাকি, নাহলে আমি ডাকি নাকি তোকে সবাই। তন্ময়দা এই মেলটা খোলো তো ওখানে ওটা দাঁড়াও দিচ্ছি এক মিনিট প্রোডাকশন জিমেলটা খোলো
टेक्निकल सेशन तो मुझे पता है ये आ गया टॉपिक ये है ना Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. Kindly take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start the 5th technical session. I will request the chairman of the session and the speaker to kindly come to the stage. I request Mr. Narendra Goyal. I request,
I request Chairman of the session, Subhash Ji Agrawal, Advocate Calcutta High Court, to kindly come on the dais. The Speaker of the session is R.S. Kalra Saab. Friends, the fifth technical session after the tea break, which is a 360-degree approach to the presumptive taxations. I request Amit Agarwal, advocate from Calcutta High Court, to kindly introduce the chairman of the session.
It's my privilege to introduce our chairman for today, Mr. Subhash Agarwal, advocate, rank holder in LLB examination held by Calcutta University in 1992. He was enrolled as a member of the Bar Association in Calcutta High Court in 1999 and started practicing there in civil writ and taxation matters. At present, he practices mainly in income tax litigation filed before CIT appeal, ITAT, High Court, and he has also appeared before the Supreme Court on several matters. So far, he has appeared in around 7,500 tax litigation matters in the last 20 years, and around 250 matters have been reported in various reputed journals and websites. Of late, he has handled various Benami law matters as well. He was elected as the committee member of the Income Tax Bar Association Calcutta twice, and also as a treasurer twice. He was elected as the president of Direct Tax Professional Association, one of the largest organization of tax practitioners in Eastern India for the term 2009 and 2010. He has written several research articles on taxation, which have been appeared in reputed journals like the Chartered Accountant, Taxman, Income Tax Reports, ITT Online. He has a regular feature, replies to queries on income tax for continuous 3 years in the NB journal published by the Association of National Exchange Members of India. He has addressed a large number of seminars on income tax issues on invitations from the bodies like Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Calcutta High Court Bar Association, All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, Direct Tax Professional Association, Income Tax Bar Association, Commercial Tax Bar Association, and etc. He is being regularly interested with the task of framing moot court problem, and he is in the judging panel of the Justice Dr. P. Saraf Tax Moot Competition organized by AIFTP and National University of Jurisdictional Sciences from the year 2014 and onwards, where all the prominent law universities and colleges of the country participate. I extend my welcome to Chairman Sir Subhash Agarwal. Now I introduce our speaker for today, CA R.S. Kalra. Breaking the cliche of not indulging in family business, our speaker, Mr. Kalra, moved the steering wheel of his life towards chartered accountancy profession after graduating from Bachelor of Commerce from DAV College, Jalandhar. And simultaneously, he has done his Masters of Commerce from Himachal Pradesh University. Fulfilling his innate desire for knowledge, he moved on to add another feather in his hat by doing Bachelors of Law. Ravinder sir won various accolades of success to his name, but all this while his success was not built overnight. These laurels were achieved by sleepless nights and rigorous efforts. And on his journey of acquiring and sharing of knowledge, he contributed to the profession, being chairman of Jalandhar branch of NIRC of ICAI from 1995 to 1998 as chairman. He was appointed chairman Jalandhar branch of NIRC of ICAI for the year 2008 and 2009. He was appointed as a member of Regional Tax Advisory Committee of CBDT New Delhi, member Direct Tax Committee of ICAI from year 2011 to 2012, special invitee to Direct Tax Committee of ICAI for the year 2012-2013, member of Indirect Tax Committee of ICAI for the year 2013-2014, member of the Board of Studies of ICAI of 2014 and 15, Senate member of Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar from 1/7/2014 to 30th June 2016, special invitee of Committee on Economic and Commercial Laws and WTO, and Economic Advisory of ICAI for the year 17-18. At present, he is on the panel of authors of Tax Guru. Pandemic has stopped the world in an unimaginable way, but it could not be held our speaker Ravinder sir from sharing. He wrote 3 books. First, Know When to Say No to Cash Transactions. The second, Practical Approach to Presumptive Taxation. And third, TDS A3D system. And he gave professional and other readers the much needed clarity on various topics on direct taxes. I extend my welcome to Ravinder sir.
I request from the audience CA Narendra Goyal to kindly come on the dais and felicitate CA, Sri Subhas Gupta Advocate by offering a memento to him. Subhas Agarwal sir, sorry.
कोई इन्होंने गलती नहीं करी क्योंकि अगर गुप्ता इज मोर जेनरिक देन अग्रवाल.
My apologies, sir. I request Padmanav Dave, our own member, to kindly come on the dais and make the honors for our own speaker, R.S. Kalra Sahab. I request Satyaprakash Sarda, Chartered Accountant from Kolkata, to come forward on the dais and do the honors for Divya Arora Gupta. I request CA Divya Arora Gupta to kindly introduce the topic briefly. Madam, please.
To our esteemed speaker, CA R.S. Kalraji, and our chairman of the session, Mr. Subhash Agarwal, and other dignitaries on and off the dais, a very good afternoon to all of you. It is my tremendous honor that I am being given this wonderful opportunity to introduce such a common and mind-teasing topic, presumptive taxation and its 360-degree approach. It is a topic known and used by every tax practitioner throughout this country to give relief to small taxpayers from the tedious job of maintenance of books and getting the accounts audited. The Income Tax Department has framed the presumptive taxation scheme under Section 44AD, 44ADA, and 44AE. We have an esteemed speaker with us, CA R.S. Kalraji, who has wide experience in the field of income tax. His books and articles have been a guiding journey for all of us. We heard him last year in the webinar on the eve of Independence Day on the sizzling topic of cash transactions. And it is a great honor to have him with us again to enlighten our journey as tax practitioners. I dearly welcome CA R.S. Kalraji and our chairman, Subhash Agarwalji, to our technical session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends. I feel more comfortable in a standing position because I am a litigation lawyer. अजय वाधवा साहब जैसे मैं नहीं उतना चल सकता हूँ, लेकिन एटलीस्ट स्टैंडिंग की जगह मिल जाए तो एटलीस्ट आवाज़ ठीक से निकल पाती है, बिकॉज दैट इज़ द वे एज ए लॉयर वी आर ट्रेन्ड. I am grateful to AIFTP for giving me this opportunity to chair this wonderful session on 360-degree approach to presumptive taxation. AIFTP is close to my heart. In whatever manner opportunity knocks at my door to be associated with any program, I am always eager and ready, and it gives me proud privilege also. Friends, when we talk about presumptive taxation of resident Indians, immediately three provisions come to our mind. Section 44 AD, Section 44 ADA. We call it अड्डा. बंगाल में अड्डा is very famous. अड्डा मतलब gossiping in a leisure hour. And third is 44 AF. I think the learned speaker, if I am not wrong, some presumptive provisions are there for foreigners and non-residents also, but I think mainly the speaker will speak about these provisions only. This provision of Section 44 AD was brought in by the Finance Act 1999 with retrospective effect from 1/4/98, and it was a simple version at that time. At present, in the present avatar, it allows us to get our income assessed under the head business or profession, sorry, not profession, only business, at a presumptive rate without the hassles of maintaining any books of accounts. That's a big gift to the small businessman. But friends, in tax seminar, we should make things lighter also. So at this juncture, what comes to my mind is the insertion of subsection 4 to this section. Looking at, when I was reading that, because I am not into compliance practice, so इस पे litigation तो बहुत कम आता है, तो जब पढ़ रहे थे तो देखा कि रिसेंटली कभी बजट में हमने भी डेलिबरेट किया था 2016 के फाइनेंस एक्ट में दिस प्रोविजन वाज इंसर्टेड. तो ऐसा लगा कि हमारे जो सीबीडीटी में कुछ ऑफिसर्स को बैठाया हुआ है कि लॉ को कैसे कॉम्प्लिकेट किया जाए. मतलब कभी बात होती थी, अब तो वो पाइप ड्रीम है कि सिंप्लीफिकेशन ऑफ इनकम टैक्स एक्ट. With each passing budgets, the law is getting more and more complicated. तो ये 16 में ये सिंपल एक प्रोविजन जो एक कॉमन बिजनेसमैन के लिए था, इसको इन्होंने कॉम्प्लिकेट किया. इसको भी कॉम्प्लिकेट किया, इस पर भी उनकी नज़र पड़ेगी कि थोड़ा इसको भी कॉम्प्लिकेट किया जाए. कि ये बोल रहे हैं कि 5 साल तक, और ये मैं हमेशा ये बात बोलता हूँ कि जो वहाँ पर जो ऑफिसर बैठा हुआ उसका कुछ ना कुछ बैकग्राउंड होता है. जो अमेंडमेंट प्रपोज होता है वो कुछ बैकग्राउंड के वजह से प्रपोज होता है. जैसे सेक्शन 11(2) जो है इनकम टैक्स एक्ट में, वो कोई शेक्सपियर साहब का चेला था, क्योंकि 26 सेंटेंस विदाउट फुल स्टॉप. तो उसको पढ़ने के लिए कम से कम समझने के लिए 100-150 बार आप उसको पढ़ना होगा, तब वो सेंटेंस पूरा एक आपके यू कैन कर. और ये जो है, ये मेरे को लगता है कोई स्पोर्ट्स लवर है. जो सबसेक्शन 4 जिसने डाला, प्रपोज किया, ही इज ए स्पोर्ट्स लवर. मैं एक्सप्लेन करता हूं कैसे सर. ये इसमें ये बोल रहे हैं कि आप यदि ये सिंप्लीफाइड वर्जन में जाते हैं, आप 6% या 8% की स्कीम में जाते हैं, कोई बुक्स नहीं मेंटेन करना है, आप यदि वायलेट करते हैं 5 साल में, कोई भी पर्टिकुलर ईयर में आपका वायलेशन होता है, आप उससे निकल जाते हैं, बोले नहीं मेरी तो अब 8 नहीं, मेरी अब 3% है, तो उसके बाद 5 साल तक आप वापस इसमें घुस नहीं सकते. तो स्पोर्ट्स में आपको मालूम है डोपिंग टेस्ट होता है एक तो, इफ द स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन फेल्स इन दैट टेस्ट, तो 5 साल तक उसको बैन कर दिया जाता है. तो मेरा ये कहना है कि ये अभी कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ है प्रोसेस, अभी नेक्स्ट मैं फ्यूचर भी कई बार प्रिडिक्ट करता हूँ। इनकम टैक्स में आई एम ए पर्सन हु कैन प्रिडिक्ट फ्यूचर। जैसे लास्ट बजट में आया था, 3 साल तक मैंने, हम सब बड़े खुश हुए, 6 साल से 3 साल रीओपनिंग, अरे वाह क्या हिंदुस्तान है। इनकम टैक्स में 3 साल, उसके बाद तो भाई कोई पीसफुल बिजनेसमैन 3 साल तक बच के निकल गया तो कुछ नहीं होगा। तो मैं हमेशा ये बोलता था कि भाई ये जो 3 साल अब सर्च में जब उनको मिलेगा 5 साल पुराना डॉक्यूमेंट तो क्या होगा। तो मतलब ये ज्यादा 2-5 साल में अमेंडमेंट आने वाला है, लेकिन मैं 5 साल का प्रिडिक्शन किया था, नेक्स्ट ईयर में अमेंडमेंट आ गया इसी साल में, 3 साल का सीधा 10 साल हो गया। तो इसका मेरा फर्दर प्रिडिक्शन है सर, कलरा साहब, आई डोंट नो यू विल एग्री विद दैट और नॉट, आप तो बहुत किताब उताब लिखते हैं, बहुत लर्नेड आदमी हैं। तो मेरा ये प्रिडिक्शन है सर कि ये सेकंड वायलेशन होने पर लाइफ टाइम बैन। स्पोर्ट्स में क्या होता है, डोपिंग टेस्ट सेकंड टाइम आप फेल करते हो तो लाइफ टाइम आप उस स्पोर्ट्स में नहीं, तो ये वैसा ही कुछ होने वाला है। फिर ये हमारे 44 अड्डा जो प्रोविजन है, ये इसी के साथ में आया था। ये सम बिटर मेडिसिन एंड सम स्वीटेंड टॉफी एक तो आया 4480, बहुत अच्छा प्रोविजन है सर, 2016 में आया। इसमें हम प्रोफेशनल्स के लिए इट इज ए बोनांजा कि भाई आप 50% आप दे के आप जो है गंगा नहा लो, कोई बुक्स वगैरह मेंटेन करने का जरूरत नहीं है। लेकिन सर ये तो 50% तो हम लिटिगेशन लॉयर के लिए तो बहुत मजेदार प्रोविजन है, क्योंकि हमारी नेट प्रॉफिट रेशियो ही होती है 99%, क्योंकि वी आर वन मैन आर्मी। जैसे अजय वाधवा साहब हैं, तो उनका यदि रिटर्न इनकम 5 करोड़ है तो कितना महीने का 2-3 लाख रुपया ऑफिस का खर्चा होता होगा, बाकी सब उनका नेट शुद्ध आय है उनकी। लेकिन सर अब बस प्रॉब्लम ये आता है जब वो कैप देखते हैं कि कोई सक्सेसफुल लिटिगेशन लॉयर की इनकम जो है 50 लाख से तो ऊपर ही होगी। तो अल्टीमेटली जो है, जो कंप्लायंस प्रैक्टिस में जो हमारे भाई लोग हैं, तो उनके लिए कोई बहुत ज़्यादा कोई फायदेमंद नहीं है मेरे हिसाब से। कलरा साहब और डिटेल में बताएंगे। 50% तो सर कहाँ बचता है, इतने स्टाफ, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, जीएसटी का इतना रिटर्न, इतना मतलब हमारे जो अगल बगल में जितने भाई जो लॉयर या सीए फर्म है, मतलब 50 स्टाफ रखा हुआ है, तो बेचारे वो कहाँ 10-20% की नेट प्रॉफिट पर चल रहे हैं। तो ये एक एनोमली है, लेकिन जिसका खर्चा कम है उसके लिए तो दिस इज गुड प्रोविजन। और इसके बाद है 44 AF जो हायरिंग और लीजिंग एंड रनिंग ऑन हायर ऑफ गुड्स कैरेजेस, ये 3 प्रोविजन है। आई एम सॉरी, मैं क्या भूल गया, AF सॉरी, वो AF शायद अब है ही नहीं, तो उसको मर्ज कर दिया AD में। तो सर आई इनवाइट अ वेरी लर्नेड लॉयर फ्रॉम चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट फ्रॉम Jalandhar, all the way from Jalandhar he has come to Calcutta. इनका स्वागत है, and let us listen to him. Thank you, sir.
office bearers of All India Federation Tax Practitioners, National President D.K. Gandhi Sahab, Deputy President Pankaj Giya ji, Conference Chairman Acharya Bhattacharya ji, Conference Secretary Vivek Agrawal ji, Chairman of the session Advocate Subhash Agrawal ji. First of all, I am very thankful to the association for inviting me to this seminar and making me a physical speaker from the virtual speaker. Sir, जब मैं कल आया रात को तो मेरे को लगा ही नहीं किसी कॉन्फ्रेंस पे आया, जैसे मेरे को लगा किसी फैमिली फंक्शन पे आया हूँ। तो उसका फैमिली का जो हेड है डीके गांधी साहब, वो सबको रिसीव कर रहे हैं और उन्होंने ड्यूटी लगा रखी है इंदौर वाले मेहता साहब की, पटना साहब वाले सौरभ जी की, भी देखो किस किस को कैसे अटेंड करना है। तो ये फैमिली है, तो फिर मेरे को डर नहीं लगा यार मैं कहीं कॉन्फ्रेंस में आया कोई गलत ना बोल दूं, मैं अपने परिवार में ही आया हूं, तो इसलिए मैं आपसे कुछ सीखने आया हूं। सर मेरे ग्रेट गुरुजी डॉक्टर गिरीश ऊर्जा जी कई बार जिक्र करते हैं बजट के बाद ना, मैं पिछले 20-25 साल हो गए उनका बजट का सेमिनार सुनता हूं। तो वो बजट के सेमिनार के पहले दिन वो बोलते हैं फरवरी में जो आता है दिल्ली में, फिर 2-3 बार जलंधर में आते हैं। वो बोले मैं परसों कलकत्ता जा रहा हूं। मैं कहा जी फिर क्या करोगे आप कलकत्ता जाके? कहते कलकत्ता जाऊंगा तो कुछ सीख के आऊंगा। अगर ये बात गिरीश ऊर्जा जी कहते हैं तो मेरे लिए तो ये जरूरी है कि कलकत्ता से मैं भी आज कुछ सीख के जाऊंगा। हर सब्जेक्ट जो है प्रिजम्पटिव टैक्सेशन, मैंने लॉकडाउन में, जब लॉकडाउन हुआ 19-20 मार्च को, तो मैंने भी देखा भी चलो मेरा भी रेजिडेंस में ही ऑफिस है जलंधर में, 87 का क्वालिफाइड हूँ, तो मैंने भी देखा 5-7 दिन तो पिक्चरें देख के टाइम पास हो जाएगा। फिर मैंने देखा नहीं भाई अपना पढ़ना शुरू करें, तो मैंने एक आर्टिकल लिखा टैक्स गुरु में मई 2020 में प्रिजम्पटिव टैक्स पे। तो उसका एक दिन में 20,000 व्यूज हो गया पहले दिन। तो लोगों की क्वेरीज उससे ज़्यादा आई, क्रिटिसिज्म उससे ज़्यादा आया, बेंगलोर से आ रहा है, दिल्ली से आ रहा है, क्रिटिसिज्म आ रहा है। फिर मैंने एक बुक लिखी इस पे प्रिजम्पटिव टैक्स पे, तो उसका भी एप्रिसिएशन भी आई। और फिर आया भी नहीं आपने ये पॉइंट कवर नहीं किया, ये पॉइंट नहीं कवर किया, आपने कुछ नहीं किया। फिर मैंने इस बुक को बढ़ा के 200 पेज का कर दिया, इसको 360 डिग्री का नाम दे दिया। अब भी मैं देख रहा हूँ 360 डिग्री का मतलब क्या है, ऑल राउंड, पर मेरे हिसाब से ये 360 डिग्री नहीं, ये 300 डिग्री ही रहेगा। 60 डिग्री मेरे को आपसे लेके जानी है, ठीक है सर। तो सबसे पहले सर इसमें सेक्शन 2-3 है प्रिजम्पटिव टैक्सेशन में, 44AD, 44AA, 44ADA, 44AE, इन सभी में इंटरप्ले है आपस में, सभी में आपस में कनेक्शन है। और जो अमेंडमेंट आई है वही आप 5-10 करोड़ तक ऑडिट करवाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। और दूसरा है हम प्रिजम्पटिव टैक्स, प्रिजम्पटिव का जो बेनिफिट है 2 करोड़ तक ले सकते हैं, पर बेसिकली जो कंपल्सरी ऑडिट है वो 1 करोड़ से है। दोनों में क्लैश आ जाता है, कहीं ना कहीं दोनों में इंटरप्ले है, ये प्रोफेशनल के लिए बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। सेकंड जो मेरे चेयरमैन साहब बता रहे थे 5 साल का जो ब्लॉक आया, अगर आप एक बार इसमें से निकल गए, प्रिजम्पटिव आपने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, तो 5 साल आपको प्रिजम्पटिव में ही रहना है, आप प्रिजम्पटिव से बाहर नहीं जा सकते। आपको अगर आप बाहर निकल जाते तो वापस नहीं 5 साल आ सकते, ये सजा है आने जाने की। किसने बनाया, स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन ने ये लाभ बनाया है या किसने भी बनाया है, तो ये तो हमारे जब बन गया है तो हमारे लिए ये लॉ है। इसके लिए सबसे पहले हमने 44AB को देखना है जब भी ऑडिट की बात आती है, क्योंकि कोर एरिया 90% प्रोफेशनल का कोर एरिया ऑडिट है, जो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स का है वो ऑडिट है। वो सबसे पहले 44AB में देखना क्या कहता है। चल नहीं रहा, ये चल नहीं रहा लैपटॉप। नेक्स्ट हाँ, सबसे पहले हमने 44AB सेक्शन को देखना है। सबसे पहले आप ध्यान से जरा 44ABA को देखिए, इसमें लिखा है अभी 1 करोड़ रुपए से ऊपर अगर सेल है, टर्नओवर है आपकी, तो आपको 44 में रहना पड़ेगा। और उसके साथ वर्ड साथ में लगा है और, उसके साथ आगे वर्ड है और। 44ABB उसमें है प्रोफेशनल की अगर 50 लाख है, 50 लाख से ज्यादा है, तो आप 44B में आएंगे, क्लास B में फाइल करोगे। 44C में है अगर आप जो 44AE में आता है ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कैरिज ऑफ गुड्स एंड ट्रांसपोर्टेशन है, 44D में आ जाएगा। अगर 44D में आएगा, अगर आप 44D में प्रोफेशनल जिसकी रिसीट्स 50 लाख या 50 लाख से कम है, तो 50% से कम का प्रॉफिट दिखा रहे हैं, उनका ऑडिट 44ABD में होगा। और E में क्या है, ABE में क्या है, आपको अगर आपने 44AD4 की मैंने ऑडिट नहीं करवाया है, आप उसमें फॉल नहीं कर रहे हो, 5 साल का ब्लॉक तोड़ दिया है और आपकी इनकम एग्जम्पशन लिमिट से ज़्यादा है। अगर आप कंपैरिजन करो 44A-B-E को और डी को, दोनों में लिखा हुआ है इनकम जो है एग्जम्पशन लिमिट से ज़्यादा होनी चाहिए। अगर 44A ही देखो, उसमें इनकम को कोई नहीं कंसिडर किया हुआ। 44AD, ABD और E में इनकम लिया हुआ है वर्ड बिलो एग्जम्पशन लिमिट, पर 44AB जो प्रेजम्पटिव टैक्सेशन लेनी है ट्रांसपोर्टेशन वाले केस में, वहां पे इनकम का कोई नहीं कंसिडर करना। अगर आपकी प्रेजम्पटिव से इनकम कम है और टैक्सेबल इनकम से भी कम है आपकी इनकम, टोटल इनकम, तब भी आपको ऑडिट करवाना पड़ेगा 44AE में। पर 44AD में प्रोफेशनल के केस में और 44ADE में ऐसी कोई क्लास नहीं है। अगर आपकी टर्नओवर करोड़ से कम है, आपकी टर्नओवर 1 करोड़ से कम है और आपकी इनकम बिलो एग्जम्पशन लिमिट है, तो आपको ऑडिट कराने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। इसको मैं आगे जाके क्लासिफाई करूंगा। इन्होंने क्या किया, 5 पिछले साल जो अमेंडमेंट किया, 10 करोड़ रुपए तक की टर्नओवर है, जो जहां पे 95% से ज्यादा रिसीट्स एंड पेमेंट्स, वर्ड एंड है, दोनों 95% से ज्यादा रिसीट्स एंड पेमेंट नॉन कैश है। अगर नॉन कैश आते हैं तो उन्होंने उस तब 10 करोड़ की टर्न तक ऑडिट कराने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। 95% कैसे कैलकुलेट करना है, किसकी ड्यूटी है, ये एसएससी की ड्यूटी है। एसएससी ने देखना है ये सारी जो आई हैं, चेक से आई हैं पेमेंट, भाई अदर देन कैश मोड है ये पेमेंट। यहाँ पे वर्ड लिखा है प्रोवाइडेड फर्दर दैट द पर्पस फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ दिस क्लास द पेमेंट और सीट एज द केस में बी बाई ए चेक ड्रान ऑन ए बैंक। चेक लिखा है, ड्राफ्ट लिखा है, वो यहाँ पे डेबिट कार्ड क्रेडिट कार्ड नहीं लिखा क्योंकि वो बाई बैंक की होती है, इसलिए वो नहीं लिखी। जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया मेथड है वो इसलिए नहीं लिखे क्योंकि इलेक्ट्रॉनिक जो मीडिया है, जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक चैनल है, वो पेमेंट डायरेक्ट ही जाती है। तो इसमें क्या, ये जो क्लास है, ये जो एक्सेप्शन है 44AB-A के लिए है। 10 करोड़ वाली जो क्लास है 44AB-A में जो अगर आपने ऑडिट कराना है तब लगेगी। अगर आपने 44AB-B, C, D और E में कराना है तब नहीं लगेगी। जैसे आपकी सेल टर्न, एक प्रोफेशनल है जो आप बता रहे थे भी वधवा साहब की इतनी इनकम है तो मतलब करोड़ रिसीट्स है, अगर 10 लाख से कम सीट सपोज आती है, सारी नॉन बैंकिंग चैनल से है, नॉन बैंकिंग चैनल से है, तब भी उनको ऑडिट करवाना पड़ेगा क्योंकि ये वाली एक्सेप्शन 44AB-A के लिए है, बी के लिए नहीं, प्रोफेशनल के लिए नहीं है, 44AB-A के लिए है। और 95% कैसे कैलकुलेट करना है, सारी पेमेंट जो नॉन कैश से आनी चाहिए उनमें रिसीट है, टर्नओवर नहीं है। जैसे इसमें सारी आ जाएगी पेमेंट, जैसे कैपिटल कंट्रीब्यूशन है वो भी आ जाएगा, कैपिटल कंट्रीब्यूशन भी आ जाएगा। इन प्रोप्राइटर के केस में क्या है, अगर वो कोई कैपिटल कंट्रीब्यूशन है तो वो नहीं आएगा क्योंकि दैट इज फ्रॉम अमाउंट ड्रान फ्रॉम वन पॉकेट टू अनदर पॉकेट। अगर कैपिटल पार्टनर का है, पार्टनर की कैपिटल आई है, वो 95% वाली क्लास में आएगी। अगर किसी कस्टमर ने डायरेक्ट पेमेंट जमा करवा दी है या आपने किसी क्रेडिटर के अकाउंट में डायरेक्ट पेमेंट जमा करवा दी है, वो भी कैश गिनी जाएगी। क्रेडिटर को पेमेंट की है, क्रेडिटर के बैंक अकाउंट में करवाई है तो कैश पेमेंट गिनी जाएगी। अगर डेटर ने आपके कराई है तो आपकी कैश रिसीट गिनी जाएगी। अगर कोई बुक एंट्री है वो नॉन कैश गिनी जाएगी। अगर आप बैंक से कोई कैश विड्रॉल करते हो वो भी जो है आपका मतलब कैश वाले 95% वाले में आएगा। मतलब दोनों ही 95% से ज़्यादा होनी चाहिए बैंकिंग चैनल के थ्रू रिसीट्स एंड पेमेंट्स। अगर दोनों में से कोई कम है तो ये प्रोविजन एप्लीकेबल नहीं होगा। इसमें क्या है, कैश टोटल बना के रखा है, एग्जाम्पल में कैश भी है, चेक भी है, टोटल बना हुआ है। तो दोनों में क्या है, एक जो रिसीट्स है वो 6% है, यानी 94% जो है 94% इसमें क्या है वो बाई बैंकिंग चैनल से है, 6% कैश है, और दूसरे में क्या है पेमेंट्स है वो 5% से कम है। इसलिए दोनों ही 5% से कम होने चाहिए रिसीट्स एंड पेमेंट्स, तभी ये प्रोविजन जो प्रोवाइजो है एप्लीकेबल नहीं होगा। अगर दोनों में से एक है रिसीट्स है तो पेमेंट नहीं है तो ये प्रोविजन लागू हो जाएगा। मतलब फिर आपको ऑडिट 1 करोड़ से ही करवाना पड़ेगा। टर्नओवर का मीनिंग क्या है? टर्नओवर में डिस्काउंट या जो भी है लेस का सारे हो जाने हैं। मेनली इसमें आजकल जो कंट्रोवर्सी है जीएसटी की, वही वेदर जीएसटी इज ए पार्ट ऑफ टर्नओवर नोट। बेसिकली जो इंस्टीट्यूट का हमारे का गाइडलाइंस है वो बताता है कि जीएसटी पार्ट नहीं है, जीएसटी टर्नओवर का पार्ट नहीं लेना है। तो बेसिकली इस पर भी डिस्प्यूट है, सम सॉर्ट ऑफ क्लैरिफिकेशन बोर्ड से रिक्वायर्ड है इस पर भी। मेंटेनेंस ऑफ बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स, जो बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट प्रोफेशनल के लिए है वो मैंडेटरी है। अदरवाइज जो इंडिविजुअल और नॉन स्पेसिफाइड प्रोफेशनल है उस पर क्या है, 2.5 लाख से ऊपर या 2.5 लाख से इनकम ज़्यादा है या 25 लाख से ज़्यादा टर्नओवर है पिछले 3 साल की, तो नॉन स्पेसिफाइड प्रोफेशनल में 1,20,000 या 10 लाख, ये सारी जनरल कंडीशंस है। आइए अब छोटे अड्डे की तरफ चलते हैं, 4AD की तरफ। प्रेजम्पटिव में क्या है सर? इसमें लगा नोट सेक्शन स्टार्ट कैसे होता है 44AD1, नोट विद स्टैंडिंग एनीथिंग टू द कॉन्ट्रेरी कंटेन्ड इन सेक्शन 28 to 43C। नोट विद स्टैंडिंग दैट मीन्स मतलब ये सारे के सारे जो इसमें सेक्शन आते हैं 28 से 43 सबको ओवरराइड कर देगा, उसका कोई बेनिफिट मिलना। अगर आप प्रेजम्पटिव में जाते हो, अगर आप प्रेजम्पटिव में जाते हो तो आपको ना तो जो डिसअलाउंसेज है या अलाउंसेज है, जैसे 43 का डिसअलाउंसेज है, आपने कैश पेमेंट की है, या 40 AI का है, TDS वाला है, कोई भी डिसअलाउंस इसमें नहीं आएगा। मतलब आप पे कोई भी सेक्शन जो इन बिटवीन है 28 to 43C आप पे लागू नहीं होगा। इवन देन तो आपको रेमुनेशन भी जो है, पार्टनर का रेमुनेशन भी इसमें डिसअलाउड है। जो डेप्रिसिएशन है वो भी नहीं मिलेगी आपको, अनऑब्जर्व डेप्रिसिएशन वो भी हम 32 में लेते हैं, वो भी नहीं मिलेगी। 35AD का बेनिफिट लेते हैं कोल्ड स्टोरेज वाले केस में, वो भी नहीं मिलेगा। मतलब कोई बेनिफिट या प्लस या माइनस बैड डेट्स कवर वाला 41 में लेते हैं और इनकम वो भी नहीं लेंगे। 28 to 43 कोई भी एप्लीकेबल नहीं होगा। अब देखिए लिटिगेशन आई है, पाना जी का केस है, इसमें वो बोलते हैं 43B अगर देखा जाए तो 28 to 43C इन बिटवीन आता है, उसके बीच में ही आता है 43B। अगर 43B का डिसअलाउंस है, वहां पे उन्होंने कहा नहीं, ये जो गवर्नमेंट के ड्यूज है, एनी ड्यूज टू द क्राउन दीज आर टैक्सेबल एंड दीज आर डिसअलाउड। अब मेन सेक्शन है इसमें 44AD4 40 जिसमें है आपने इस ब्लॉक में 5 साल रहना है। 44AD में आपने 5 साल रहना है। अगर आपने एक बार ऑप्ट कर लिया, अगर आपने एक बार इसको ऑप्ट कर लिया तो आपने 5 साल इसमें रहना है, और नहीं रहे तो नेक्स्ट ईयर अगर नहीं है तो आपको जिस साल में आप ब्रेक करते हो उससे अगले 5 साल आपको ऑडिट भी कराना पड़ेगा, बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स भी मेंटेन करनी पड़ेगी, प्रोवाइडेड आपकी इनकम एग्जम्पशन लिमिट से ज्यादा है। ये 44AD5 में कहा गया है। 4486 में क्या कहा गया है? 4486 में कहा गया है, 4486 में है ये प्रोविजन एप्लीकेबल नहीं है व्हेन द सेस इज रिसीविंग कमीशन, ब्रोकरेज या स्पेसिफाइड प्रोफेशनल के केस में। दैट मीन्स जो स्पेसिफाइड प्रोफेशनल हैं, डॉक्टर हैं, जो आर्किटेक्ट हैं, साथ में बिजनेस करते हैं, दे कांट ऑप्ट फॉर द प्रोविजन ऑफ सेक्शन 44AD। कमीशन वाला भी और 44A वाला भी, ब्रोकरेज वाला भी ये प्रोविजन नहीं ले सकता। अगर आपकी टर्नओवर किसी भी साल में 1 करोड़ से कम है तो आपको कमीशन की इनकम है तो आपको ऑडिट कराने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। सर क्वेश्चन जनरल ये राइज होता है क्योंकि एक्ट में लिखा गया है क्लेम्ड टू हैव बीन अर्नड बाय द एलिजिबल एसएससी। एलिजिबल एसएससी ने क्लेम्ड किया है, क्या है, दिल्ली से 2-4 बार क्वेश्चन आया है भाई सर एक डॉक्टर है उसकी रिसीट्स है 48 लाख रुपीस, उसकी रिसीट्स 48 लाख रुपीस है, तो उसने रिटर्न भर दी 44 एडीए में भरनी चाहता है 50% में, तो वो भरेगा 24 लाख की। तो बेसिकली उसकी इनकम बैंक में है जो 40 लाख रुपया, क्या 16 लाख रुपया क्या है, कहाँ जाएगा? बेसिकली जो क्लेम्ड है, इट इज ए राइट, जो क्लेम्ड बाय दिस एससी है, वेदर इट इज ए राइट और ऑब्लिगेशन। सर 8% लेना, सॉरी 50% लेना प्रोफेशनल 44 एडीए में, या 8% लेना इन केस ऑफ बिजनेस में, ये राइट है, एसएससी का राइट है। पर अगर उससे ज्यादा है उसका प्रॉफिट, एक्चुअल प्रॉफिट, अगर उसका प्रॉफिट एक्चुअल सपोज 15% है, तो उस केस में फ्रॉम 8 to 15% उसकी ऑब्लिगेशन है। मतलब इट इज ए बोथ राइट एंड ऑब्लिगेशन, प्रिजम्पटिव टैक्स इज ए राइट एंड ऑब्लिगेशन। इट डजंट, द इनकम टैक्स एक्ट डजंट क्रिएट प्रिविलेज टैक्स पेयर्स, privileged class of society. It is a method to compute the profits. It is to facilitate the assessee not to maintain the books of accounts and free from the glitches of audit. Suppose assessee has a turnover of rupees 70 lakhs and shows profit at the rate of 8%. Suppose 8%, but suppose 1 crore rupees है, 8 लाख है, पर एक्चुअल प्रॉफिट 15 लाख रुपए, या एक्चुअल प्रॉफिट लेस है, पहले तो लेस लेके चलते हैं, उसका प्रॉफिट 5 लाख है, वो अब बचना चाहता है ऑडिट से, वो 8% दिखा देता है। 10 लाख 1 करोड़ की सेल है, 5 लाख प्रॉफिट है, वो बोलता है मैं 8 लाख की रिटर्न भर देता हूँ। उन क्वेश्चन अराइजेज whether he capital account will be credited with 5 lakh or 8 lakh. His capital account will be credited with 5 lakh rupees, not 8 lakh rupees. कोई 8 lakh, he has opted 8 lakh rupees only for the purposes of to avoid the maintenance of books of accounts and to avoid audit. That is for ease of doing. But his capital account will be credited with 5 lakh rupees. Reason being the actual profit earned by the assessee. If 8 lakh is to be allowed, if he credits 8 lakhs in his capital account, that will be against the accounting principles. Suppose his income is, in the same example, income ज़्यादा है उसकी, income उसकी 15 लाख है, 1 करोड़ की सेल है, वो 8 लाख दिखा देता है, तो उस केस में क्या करना है उसने 15 लाख जो अपनी इनकम है वो 15 लाख ही उसकी डीम्ड हो जाएगी जितनी इनकम दिखा रहा है, बाकी का जो होएगा डीम्ड टू बी डीम्ड एक्सपेंडिचर। नंदलाल पोपली की जजमेंट है चंडीगढ़ ट्रिब्यूनल की, उसमें बड़ा क्लियर किया है, अगर असेसी सपोज 10% अर्न करता है, 10% प्रिजम्पटिव दिखाता है, दैट मीन्स 90% डीम्ड एक्सपेंडिचर है उसका। अगर एसएससी 10% खर्च करता है, सपोज 15% इनकम दिखाता है, तो 80% विल बी डीम्ड एक्सपेंडिचर। यू कैन नॉट आस्क फॉर रीजन फॉर अनएक्सप्लेन्ड एक्सपेंडिचर अंडर सेक्शन 69C। तो उसको जो बाकी है, मतलब जो अप टू द लेवल उसका, ये जो सोवनियर आपने दिया है, ये वाला ही आर्टिकल उसमें मेरा लिखा हुआ है भाई, आप जो प्रिविलेज क्लाइंट एसएससी नहीं है, ये नहीं है एसएससी 40 लाख की इनकम है, 24 लाख की दिखा के तो बाकी 40 लाख बैंक में जमा करा दे और 24 लाख रुपया अपना रिटर्न दिखा दे, ये नहीं है। जितना दैट मीन्स जो अर्न किया है, जितना उन्होंने इनकम टैक्स में दिखाया है, क्योंकि इनकम टैक्स के रिटर्न में हम ट्रू एंड करेक्ट पर्टिकुलर दिखाते हैं, तो ट्रू एंड करेक्ट पर्टिकुलर में ये नहीं आता भाई इनकम मेरी 40 लाख है, मैं 24 लाख दिखा रहा हूं, तो उसमें अपना 24 लाख दिखा दिया है, तो दैट मीन्स बैलेंस 16 lakh that has been expended, that has been incurred an expenditure that has not been to be saved or invested. ये नहीं है 16 लाख रुपए की एफडी करा दी है, 24 लाख की रिटर्न भर दी है, ये नहीं है. 16 लाख रुपए shall be deemed to be expenditure, in my opinion. नेक्स्ट सर 5 लाख का जो है 5 साल वाला आ गया. ऑडिट में जब एक बार आपने 44 एडी ले लिया, 44 एडी आपने एक बार ऑप्ट कर लिया, तो आप 5 साल आपने 44 एडी में ही रहना है. जिस साल आप ब्रेक करोगे, अगर आप नेक्स्ट ईयर पहले साल 8% ले लेते हो या 6% ले लेते हो, तो पहले साल 8% ले लेते हो या 6% ले लेते हो, अगले साल आप 8% से कम दिखाना चाहते हो तो आप ऑडिट करवाते हो, तो आपको 5 साल ऑडिट करवाना पड़ेगा कंटिन्यूसली, अगर आपकी इनकम बिलो एग्जम्पशन लिमिट है. सपोज नेक्स्ट ईयर आप मैं टेबल से ही आपको करवा देता हूं. नेक्स्ट सपोज पहले साल आपने ऑडिट करवाया, प्रिजम्पटिव टैक्सेशन में 8% लिया है, अगले साल आपने ऑडिट करवा लिया, तो 5 साल आपने ऑडिट करवाना है, प्रोवाइडेड आपकी जो इनकम है एग्जम्पशन लिमिट से ज़्यादा है, तो आपका ऑडिट होगा 44 AD ABDE में, ए में नहीं होगा, ABE में होगा आपका ऑडिट. तो आपकी जो टर्नओवर है, पहले साल आपने 8% लिया है, दूसरे साल आपने दिखा दिया ऑडिट करवा लिया है कम दिखा के, तीसरे साल आपकी इनकम कम आती है बिलो एग्जम्पशन लिमिट, सपोज आपकी सेल 90 लाख है, तो प्रॉफिट आप कम दिखा रहे हो, पर इनकम बेसिक एग्जम्पशन लिमिट से कम है. बेसिक एग्जम्पशन लिमिट से कम कैसे दिखनी है? आपकी इनकम 2.5 लाख नॉर्मल, 3 लाख सीनियर सिटीजन, सुपर सीनियर 5 लाख, आफ्टर गिविंग डिडक्शन, नॉट आफ्टर गिविंग 87 ईयर रिबेट. रिबेट का कोई लेना देना नहीं है इसमें. हमने इसमें इनकम देखनी है टैक्सेबल इनकम, इंडिविजुअल की, सीनियर सिटीजन की, सुपर सीनियर. अगर इनकम उससे कम है तो हमने वो देखनी है. अगर वो इनकम कम है तो ऑडिट नहीं होगा. सपोज नेक्स्ट इसी ब्लॉक में अगले साल में जो 5 साल उसने ऑडिट करवाना है, तो उसकी इनकम करोड़ से बढ़ जाती है, टर्नओवर करोड़ से बढ़ जाती है, टर्नओवर करोड़ से बढ़ जाती है, बेसिक जो एग्जम्पशन लिमिट है वो भी बढ़ जाती है, मतलब जो इनकम है एग्जम्पशन लिमिट से ज्यादा है, टर्नओवर करोड़ से ज्यादा है, तो फिर वो ऑडिट 44 ABE में नहीं होगा, ए में होगा, क्योंकि ए में वो फाल कर देगा, क्योंकि 44 ABA में लिखा हुआ है करोड़ से ज्यादा है तो ABA में आइए, अगर करोड़ से कम है तो उधर जाइए. पर अगर आप उस ब्लॉक में हो, अगर आप 5 साल वाले ब्लॉक में हो, तो आप 44 ABE में ही फाल करोगे. अगर आपकी टर्नओवर 2 करोड़ रुपए तक है, अगर आपकी टर्नओवर 2 करोड़ रुपए तक है और इनकम आपकी बेसिक एग्जम्पशन लिमिट से ज्यादा है.
कालरा साहब, ये 5 मिनट में कंक्लूड करना है आपको. इधर बोलो, 5 मिनट में कंक्लूड करना है, फिर 5-10 मिनट कोई क्वेश्चन आंसर ले लेंगे.
मैं तो वैसे ही फास्ट चल रहा हूं बड़ी. तो आपको अभी तो मैं इशू पे आया ही नहीं. तो सपोज
आपकी किताब बाहर में बिक रही है ना? किताब बाहर में बिक रही है क्या? आपकी जो बुक है वो बाहर में अवेलेबल है क्या?
नो ई बुक है, ई बुक है सर.
उसका कुछ दे दीजिएगा तो हम लोग वहां से
सर पैसे पहले बहुत है, वो बेचनी नहीं है कुछ भी. सरस्वती और लक्ष्मी का सर कोई मेल नहीं है सर. मैं सर की बात से, मैं जो मेरे क्वेश्चन है ब्रेन में, जो आपके ब्रेन में भी है, कोशिश करूंगा मैं आपका ब्रेन पढ़ने की. सर पहला क्वेश्चन आपके दिमाग में होगा, भाई आपने 44 AD लिया 1 साल, दूसरे साल आपने ऑडिट करवा लिया, नहीं यार नहीं करवाना है, तो आपने 5 साल ऑडिट करवाना है, तो ठीक है. अगर आपने नेक्स्ट ईयर क्या है, आपकी टर्नओवर 2 करोड़ हो जाती है, आपने 44 AD लिया तो आपकी सेल होगी 2.5 करोड़, तो आपने ऑडिट करवाया ड्यू टू दिस. ऑप्शन नहीं है, ये ऑप्शन नहीं है. ऑप्शन क्या है? चॉइस बिटवीन 2 थिंग्स. 2 चीजों में चॉइस ऑप्शन है. इट इज ए कंपल्शन बाई ऑपरेशन ऑफ लॉ, यू हैव टू गो फॉर ऑडिट. अगर आपने अगले साल आप फिर 44 AD ऑप्ट कर सकते हो. अगर आपने 44 AD लिया है, अगले साल आपने बाई ऑपरेशन ऑफ लॉ आपको ऑडिट करवाना पड़ेगा, तो अगले साल फिर आप 44 AD ले सकते हो। नेक्स्ट, आपने 44 AD लिया, अगले साल आपको कमीशन इनकम आ गई, आप 44 AD ऑप्ट नहीं कर सकते। बाई ऑपरेशन ऑफ लॉ, बाई द ऑपरेशन ऑफ सेक्शन 44 AD 6 आप नहीं कर सकते, तो आपको उसमें जाना है। थर्डली, अगर आपकी सेल करोड़ या 2 करोड़ में आ जाती है, वो आप 5 साल वाले ब्लॉक में हो, आपकी टर्नओवर करोड़ और 2 करोड़ के बीच में आ जाती है, आप 5 साल वाले ब्लॉक में हो, मतलब जो निकाला गया है 5 साल वाले ब्लॉक में आपको ऑडिट करवाना पड़ेगा, तो आपकी टर्नओवर 1 करोड़ से 2 करोड़ तक है, तो आपका ऑडिट 44 ABE में होगा, ना कि 44 ABA में होगा। अगर आपकी टर्नओवर 1 करोड़ या 2 करोड़ से सारी नॉन बैंकिंग भी है, तभी आपको ऑडिट कराना पड़ेगा। ये डाउट होगा आपके मन में। अगर आपकी टर्नओवर 1 करोड़ से 2 करोड़ रुपए तक है, सारी बैंकिंग चैनल से है, टोटल ट्रांजैक्शन बैंकिंग चैनल से है, तो आप अगर 44 ABE में ऑडिट करवा रहे हो, तो आपको ऑडिट करवाना पड़ेगा, आपको प्रोवाइजो का बेनिफिट नहीं मिलेगा, क्योंकि दैट इज एप्लीकेबल ओनली 44 ABA में है। सेकेंडली सर, जो प्रोफेशनल सर्विसेज है उसमें स्पेसिफाइड किया गया है, लीगल प्रोफेशन, मेडिकल प्रोफेशन, इंजीनियरिंग प्रोफेशन ऑफ अकाउंटेंसी, सारे किए हैं। और
सर कुछ क्वेश्चन ले लें सर, कुछ क्वेश्चन ले लें।
मैं 2 मिनट में इसको कर रहा हूँ, 2 मिनट दे दो सर। मैं तो एक्सटेंशन मांगता ही नहीं, हमारी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने कहा वो एक्सटेंशन मत मांगा करो। सर, प्रोफेशन डिफाइन किए हुए हैं, जैसे फिल्म आर्टिस्ट भी इसमें ले गए हैं, स्पेसिफाइड किए हैं, कंपनी सेक्रेटरी भी किए हैं, लेकिन चार्टर्ड दूसरे भी आ जाते हैं, पर कोस्ट अकाउंटेंट नहीं है। स्पेसिफाइड प्रोफेशन में कोस्ट अकाउंटेंट नहीं है, मैं आपकी नॉलेज के लिए कह रहा हूँ, ये आपको बुक में मिलेगा। और सेकेंडली जो क्या है, मॉडलिंग, कैटरीना कैफ का केस है, तो इसमें जो मॉडलिंग है, मॉडलिंग भी प्रोफेशन नहीं है, जो मॉडलिंग वाला भी है वो क्योंकि 44 ADA ऑप्ट नहीं कर सकता, क्योंकि जो स्पेसिफाइड प्रोफेशनल वाले ही हैं वही प्रोफेशन में 44 ADA ऑप्ट कर सकते हैं। जैसे स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन है, एम्पायर्स हैं, वो स्पेसिफाइड प्रोफेशनल तो किए हैं, पर 44 AA में नहीं किए। 194J, मेहता जी बैठे हैं सामने मेरे, 194J में किए हैं, वो 44 ADA नहीं ले सकते, लेकिन वो उनका जो प्रोफेशन TDS कटेगा 194J में कटेगा।
सर, अब बाय वे ऑफ सर्कुलर एक्सटेंशन ले लेते हैं। बाय वे ऑफ सर्कुलर मतलब बाय वे ऑफ क्वेश्चन आंसर।
सर एक टॉपिक कवर करने दो जी। सर रेमुनेशन जो प्रोफेशनल वाले, मैं सर सर्कुलर नहीं बन, ये है सर, इसमें बना रखा है जी, टर्नओवर 1 करोड़, 1 करोड़ से 2 करोड़, 2 करोड़ से 10 करोड़, 10 करोड़ से, सारी इसकी टेबल बनी हुई है जी। जैसे इसमें बना हुआ है, अगर आपकी टर्नओवर 1 करोड़ 35 लाख है, इनकम 4 लाख है, तो आप 44 AB में ऑडिट होगा।
सर ये आप शेयर कर रहे हो ना?
कर दिया जी,
राइट अप शेयर कर रहे हो ना?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी। जो स्पेसिफाइड प्रोफेशनल है उसमें योगा टीचर वो भी प्रोफेशनल नहीं है, कोस्ट काउंटर प्रोफेशनल नहीं है। अगर कोई CA कोचिंग क्लासेस लेता है तो वो प्रोफेशन है, क्योंकि उसमें प्रोफेशन का पार्ट है। तो कोई सॉफ्टवेयर प्रिपेयर करता है, सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपर है, ये बिजनेस है, या कोई एस्ट्रोलॉजर है, वो भी स्पेसिफाइड प्रोफेशन में नहीं आता है। जैसे कोई सिंगर है, अगर कोई सिंगर फिल्म के लिए गाता है, फिल्म आर्टिस्ट है, क्योंकि फिल्म आर्टिस्ट की डेफिनेशन में सिंगर लिखा हुआ है, जो उन्होंने ऑथराइज्ड पर्सन में किया हुआ साथ में, वो सिंगर है, तो वो तो आएगा स्पेसिफाइड प्रोफेशनल में। अगर कोई जैसे रात को सिंगर गा रहे थे, वो 44 ADA नहीं ले सकते। जो किसी फंक्शन में या जागरण पे या कीर्तन पेटा या रागी जथा, ये 44 ADA नहीं ले सकते। रीजन बीइंग दैट मस्ट बी इन द ड्यूरिंग द प्रोसेस ऑफ सिनेमोग्राफी फिल्म, उसमें लिखा हुआ है, वो सिंगर ले सकते हैं। जो सिंगर दूसरे वो नहीं बेनिफिट इसका ले सकते हैं।
सर वो यदि डिजिटली सिंग कर रहा है, डिजिटली मतलब जैसे वो क्या आता है ना, वेबिनार वगैरह में करता है तो नहीं चलेगा।
पिक्चर में वो लिखा है, पिक्चर में लिखा हुआ है ऑथराइज पर्सन का। सर इसमें लिखा है ये है, अगर हाँ अब ये मैं इशू ले लेता हूँ, कोई जैसे कोई सिंगल पर्सन है, प्रोफेशनल है, वो दोनों ही ऑप्ट करता है। मतलब प्रोफेशन भी कर रहा है, बिजनेस भी कर रहा है। जैसे हॉस्पिटल है, बाहर केमिस्ट शॉप खोली हुई है, आर्किटेक्ट है, मार्बल की दुकान खोली हुई है, प्लाईवुड की दुकान खोली, एजेंसी ले रखी है, मतलब है प्रोप्राइटरशिप है, पर दोनों ही चला रहा है। मतलब अगर बिजनेस इसमें क्या है, बिजनेस कैसे लेना है, हमने टोटल टर्नओवर लेनी है। अगर एक आदमी के प्रोप्राइटर इंडिविजुअल के 3 बिजनेस है तो हमने टोटल टर्नओवर असेसी वाइज कैलकुलेट करनी है, ना कि बिजनेस वाइज कैलकुलेट करनी है। जो ऑडिट वाला पर्पज है हमने टोटल निकालना है उसका। तो जो अगर बिजनेस की रिसीट्स 56 लाख है तो दूसरी 50 लाख से कम है तो ऑडिट कराने की जरूरत नहीं है। अगर दोनों में से एक की रिसीट बढ़ जाती है तो ऑडिट कराना पड़ेगा।
सर क्वेश्चन आंसर अब ले लें। क्वेश्चन आंसर,
हाँ जी,
कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो?
हाँ जी।
This my question is addressed to Subhash Agarwal sir. The life of the SSCs who are filing their return under presumptive.
सर ने इतना बढ़िया से एक्सप्लेन किया है, बुक भी लिखा है, इनका नॉलेज मैं कम पढ़ के आया हूँ तो मेरे से ही आपको क्वेश्चन करना है। मैं बोल भी दिया कि भाई मैं कंप्लायंस प्रैक्टिस में नहीं हूँ, पर इनको क्वेश्चन मेरे से।
No, this I am asking about the litigation. The SSC who is filing his return under presumptive is subject to search or survey. The presumptive has diluted so many provisions where you are not required to keep books of accounts, there is no balance sheet, though there is no assets statement, no liability statements, and many more things. But during the course of survey or search, they hound you like anything. You show me, I have found this asset in your premises. So why shouldn't I treat it as undisclosed? This is your liability, which is appearing. You have not shown it. So why shouldn't I treat it as unexplained cash credit? And there are so many things related to that. In case of 44A, where the individual trucks are costing more than 20-25 lakhs per truck, and you have given a leverage of 10 trucks. In that case, the asset may be of large volume. So how to deal with those situations in survey and search?
सर बहुत ही ट्रिकी क्वेश्चन है, बट फॉर्चुनेटली मैं इसका भुक्तभोगी हूँ, इसलिए शायद मैं जवाब दे पाऊंगा। मैं तो पहले डर रहा था कि क्या गूगली है, 44AD वगैरह तो मैं ज़्यादा जानता नहीं हूँ। ऐसा हुआ कि मैंने घर खरीदा तो जॉइंट नेम विथ माय वाइफ, तो बड़ा एक इन्वेस्टमेंट था। तो मेरा लड़का इज़ ऑल्सो एन एडवोकेट, तो वो हमने नया नया पढ़ा था ये 44ADA आया है, तो हम बोले बहुत बढ़िया है, इसमें तो कोई क्वेश्चन भी नहीं पूछेंगे। वी फाइल्ड रिटर्न अंडर 44ADA, पर क्या हुआ कि उनके 40 lakhs जो है उसके पास जो था FD में, वो मेरे को ज़रूरत पड़ा, तो मैं वाइफ की फाइल में वो फंड ट्रांसफ़र किया और आई यूज्ड इट फॉर परचेज ऑफ हाउस। बाद में मेरे एंटीना खड़ा हुआ कि ये 68 में फ्यूचर में जब कभी मेरी वाइफ का रिटर्न स्क्रूटनी में आएगा तब बोलेगा भाई उसकी तो बैलेंस शीट ही नहीं है। तो हमने बैलेंस शीट बनवाई, हमने बुक्स मेंटेन किया, क्योंकि वो एक्सप्लेनेशन जब तक आपके पास, यू राइटली सेड, ये बहुत ही प्रैक्टिकल क्वेश्चन है कि आपका जब बुक्स वगैरह नहीं है, तो मेरा ये कहना है कि आप बुक्स, आप टैली वगैरह सॉफ्टवेयर में बुक्स 44AD या ADA का बेनिफिट लीजिए। उसमें ITO आपको ये नहीं बोल सकता कि बिकॉज यू हैव नॉट मेंटेन प्रॉपर बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स तो हम एडिशन करेंगे, लेकिन आप इंटरनल जब जरूरत पड़े तो बोले ठीक है हमने बुक्स अपना मेंटेन किया है, बट इट मे नॉट बी इन कंफर्मिटी विद द प्रोविजंस ऑफ द एक्ट, बट स्टिल आई हैव मेंटेन, तो कभी जरूरत पड़े तो आप दिखा दें। तो मेरा सजेशन ये है कि डिस्पाइट दैट लिबर्टी गिवन बाय द स्टैट्यूट फॉर प्रैक्टिकल पर्पसेस, क्योंकि आजकल ये भी हो रहा है आपके पर्सनल बैलेंस शीट नहीं जाती है रिटर्न के साथ, आप प्रॉपर यदि अकाउंट्स नहीं रखते हैं, आपका अब 10 साल रीओपन होने का प्रोविजन हो गया, अब वो कैसे आप एक्सप्लेन कर पाएंगे? आज 3 साल बाद 4 साल बाद यू आर नॉट अवेयर ऑफ द एंट्रीज ऑल्सो, कि उस एंट्रीज से आप कैसे कोरिलेट करेंगे कोई चीज। तो यदि आप फैमिली बड़ी है, बिजनेस आपका मान लीजिए 1-2 एसएससी का 44 एडी में भी कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ऐसा लग रहा है कि सर्च एकदम छोटा कोई है तब तो यू कैन टेक द रिस्क, लेकिन एसएससी ओवरऑल इट इज़ ए ग्रुप और उसमें कोई 1-2 एसएससी लेडीज फाइल है या कोई जस्ट टीनेजर है, उसमें ईडी या ईडीए का बेनिफिट ले रहे हैं, तो स्टिल इट इज सजेस्टेड दैट यू शुड मेंटेन प्रॉपर बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स। सर आपका कोई इसमें कोई कमेंट?
सर बेसिकली क्या है, डॉक्यूमेंट्स जो सर्वे सर्च में पकड़े जाते हैं तो वो तो दैट कैन नॉट बी कंसिडर फॉर दैट, लूज पेपर और लूज शीट्स आर नॉट बुक्स ऑफ।
सर वो नहीं, जैसे उन्होंने कहा कि सर्च एंड सर्वे में कोई एसेट मिला, या मान लीजिए आज मैंने जो एग्जांपल दिया कि मेरी वाइफ का फाइल यदि स्क्रूटनी में पड़ता है और वो लड़के का बैलेंस शीट ही नहीं है, तो वहां तो बोलेगा कि ये तो आपका 68 में हम एडिशन करेंगे, क्योंकि आप उसने तो कुछ मेंटेन किया हुआ ही नहीं है। तो एटलीस्ट आप ये दिखा सकते हो कि भाई उसने 44 एडी में रिटर्न फाइल किया, बट ही हैज बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स, फ्रॉम देयर ही कैन कोरिलेट द ट्रांजैक्शंस। Correlation of transactions, until unless you have books you cannot do that. Next question कोई हो?
Yes, सुभाष जी, सुभाष जी, can I add something for his queries?
हाँ, क्या बोल रहे हैं?
हम ये बोल रहे हैं कि these presumptive taxation provisions do not give you any immunity from the applicability of 68, 69, A, B, C, D. You have to comply with those provisions. If any asset or any undisclosed investment or anything is found that relates to acquisition in that year, then you are hit by those provisions, even when you opt for 44 AD or 44 ADA.
Sir, I have one query. Say I am a proprietorship of 3 businesses, and individual each business is less than 2 crore, but the combined turnover is more than 2 crore. Normal, by reading the language, what we presume that the embargo is business-wise. So a person having 3 businesses and having 3, say, GST number of those 3 businesses, whether he can opt for 44 AD, because why I am asking so, let me clarify. Because when we are going to file the return.
No, if the turnover is exceeding rupees 2 crore, you cannot go for that.
No, it is business-wise, it is not person-wise. The section says the turnover of the business, not the turnover of the person.
But turnover for this SC exceeds rupees 2 crores.
Yeah, combined turnover.
Combined turnover.
I think business-wise he can opt for that.
No, in my opinion it is no. Turnover जो दिखा
सर यहाँ पर मैं कोट कर रहा हूँ, सेक्शन से कोट कर रहा हूँ, एलिजिबल बिजनेस मीन्स आई में बोल रहा है whose total turnover or gross receipts in the previous year does not exceed an amount of 2 crore rupees. Whose total turnover? तो total turnover में तो all businesses will be taken together.
सर जो presumptive जो हमने return
Notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in section 28 to 43C, in the case of an eligible SSE engaged in the eligible business, a sum equal to 8% of the total turnover or gross receipts of the previous year on account of such business, as the case may be, a sum higher than the aforesaid sum claimed to have been earned by the eligible SSE shall be deemed to be the profits and gains of such business chargeable to tax under the head profits and gains of business or profits. 8% of total turnover. तो same thing.
सर जो presumptive है हम return file करते हैं
तो exactly. नहीं तो आदमी आराम से अलग-अलग बिजनेस करके
अगर हमने लिए हैं 8% लिया या 6% लिया, लेकिन हम लोग तो इसको तो हमको तो देना पड़ता है कि डिटेल्स कैश बैलेंस क्या है, आपका डेटर्स क्या है, क्रेडिटर्स क्या है, उसमें तो रिटर्न देना पड़ता है। अगर हमने बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट नहीं मेंटेन किया है तो हाउ इट विल पुट इन दैट।
सर इसके बाद भी एक सेशन है और फिर उसके बाद शायद लंच भी ये लोग कराएंगे, तो हम लोग ज़्यादा टाइम कंज्यूम करेंगे तो वी विल बी लूजिंग ऑन लंच।
सर आपकी सर ये जो आपके ऊपर है ये क्वेश्चन, सर आपने जो कहा कि
सर हम थोड़ा सा लंच के टाइम में बात कर लेंगे।
आपने
हम लोग दोनों, सर आप लंच के टाइम में हैं क्या?
हाँ जी,
हम लोग दोनों लंच के टाइम में हैं, हम लोग डिस्कस कर लेंगे इनफॉर्मली। सर ये ऐसा माहौल मैंने कभी नहीं देखा है। हमेशा टीचर बोल रहा है कि मैं नहीं पढ़ाऊंगा, बच्चा बोल रहा है पढ़ना है मेरे को।
जैसा कि सर आप
सर आई एम हेल्पलेस सर, मैं एम्प्लॉय हूँ, ऑर्गेनाइजर जो है मेरे को कान पकड़ के बाहर कर देंगे, बोले नेक्स्ट टाइम से यू आर नॉट एलिजिबल पर्सन फॉर AIFTP, यू आर नीदर। हमको पहले ही स्पीकर से इन्होंने बाहर कर दिया, क्योंकि संजीव अनवर साहब यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, वो इन्होंने मुजफ्फरपुर मेरे को बुलाया था एज ए स्पीकर, और उसके बाद जो है लॉकडाउन चालू हो गया तो मेरे को बैन कर दिया गया, यू कैन नॉट बी स्पीकर। तो सर हम लोग क्लोज नहीं करेंगे तो मेरी नौकरी खतरे में है।
जैसे कि आपने कहा कि मैंने बैलेंस शीट बनाया, क्या बुक्स बनाया, जैसे आपकी बात कर रहे थे कि आपका वो जो प्लॉट आपने लिया तो उसमें तो रिटर्न अगर फाइल करते हैं तो अगर हमने 8% में लिया या 6% में लिया तो हमको तो पूरा डिटेल से मतलब कितना हमारा डेटर्स है, कितना क्रेडिटर्स है, क्या स्टॉक है, क्या कैश नीड है, वो तो देना पड़ता है ना। तो वो तो बाद में अगर बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट में जो भी लिख के दोगे तो एक्सेप्ट नहीं होगा ना उधर, जबकि आपने रिटर्न में दे दिया है।
मैं रिटर्न, मेरा भी रिटर्न कोई मेरा चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट भाई लगाता है, मेरे को पता नहीं है।
तो
आपको रिटर्न में तो वो सब फिगर शायद देना पड़ता है।
सर सर मैं बताता हूँ आपको ये क्यों किया गया है।
मेरे कहने का मतलब ये जो प्रेजेंट में उन्होंने
सर ये जो डेटर की फिगर या क्रेडिटर की फिगर या बैंक बैलेंस की फिगर इसलिए मांगी गई है क्योंकि जो मैंने आपको बताया है क्या हो रहा था, 40 लाख की डॉक्टर की रिसीट है या प्रोफेशनल की रिसीट है, वो दिखा रहा है 20 लाख की रिटर्न भर रहा है। तो बेसिकली उसने कितना बैंक में जमा कराया वो भी तो सामने आना है, क्योंकि अगर दैट मींस बैलेंस हैज बीन इनकर्ड एज एन एक्सपेंडिचर, इसीलिए ये फिगरों की जरूरत पड़ी सरकार का। ये जो फिगर्स लिखनी पड़ी ना डेटर की, क्रेडिटर्स की या स्टॉक की, इसीलिए लिखनी पड़ी। बैलेंस बनाएंगे
नहीं तो फिगर आएगा कैसे? अगर हम बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट नहीं बनाएंगे तो फिगर आएगा कैसे?
सर अगर लॉ को ऐसे खोलो ना तो पता चलता है कहाँ कहाँ जाना है। ये हम लोगों के लिए आई है, प्रोफेशनल के लिए आई है, कहाँ फिगर बनानी है। लॉ इतना सिंपल ना बनाओ।
ये कल्ला साहब को मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है सर, ये जो 5 साल वाला सर 5 साल वाला रेस्ट्रिक्शन 44 ADA को लागू होगा?
नहीं 44 ADA पे नहीं, 44 ADA पे नहीं, 44 AD क्लास 4 में लिखा हुआ है, ये 44 ADA में नहीं है।
हेलो सर मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है, जो एक्चुअली अगर मान लीजिए एक प्रॉपर्टी फार्म है, जो इसका प्रोपराइटर सपोज ए एक प्रोपराइटर है, वो जब ऑडिट कर रहा है तो हम लोग जो रिटर्न भरते हैं ना, तो रिटर्न में तो ऑडिट का रिपोर्ट ही जाता है, उसके बाद पर्सनल जो उसका सेविंग्स अकाउंट है, जो लैंड एंड बिल्डिंग्स है, ये सब तो अल्टीमेटली हम लोगों को ऑनलाइन रिटर्न में जाते नहीं है। तो ये मैच कैसे करता है डिपार्टमेंट?
किस चीज का?
सपोज सर एक प्रॉपर्टी कंसर्न है जिसका पर्सनल ऑडिट होता है फर्म का, तो ऑडिट रिपोर्ट जब अपलोड होता है तो ऑडिट के बाद तो हम लोग जब फॉर्म रिटर्न फिलअप करते हैं ना फर्म का, तो ऑडिट का वाला फिलअप करते हैं, साथ में ये जो हम लोगों का जो पर्सनल बैलेंस शीट होता है ना एक आदमी का, जैसे लैंड एंड बिल्डिंग
50 लाख से ऊपर वाला,
50 लाख से ऊपर वाला,
हाँ,
तो वो सब तो अल्टीमेटली कंपेरेटिव बैलेंस शीट तो होता नहीं है।
उस पे प्रोफेशनल की थोड़ा लिबिलिटी है, वो तो सेसी ने फिगर देनी है ना, सेसी ने फिगर देनी है कितने मूवेबल एसेट है, कितने इमूवेबल एसेट है, कितना बैंक बैलेंस है, वो तो डिटेल सेसी ने देनी है ना।
नो सर, तो अल्टीमेटली
नहीं वो मैच थोड़ा होगा उसका
कैपिटल अकाउंट जो है
सर, देयर इज अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन बिजनेस एंड बिजनेसमैन।
हाँ, तो कैपिटल अकाउंट जो है अल्टीमेटली उसका ओन कैपिटल तो ही होगा ना, जितना उसका फर्म में इंट्रोड्यूस किया हुआ है।
पर्सनल बैंक के डिपॉजिट भी हो सकते हैं।
ना हम लेकिन सर स्कूटनी होने के बाद भी तो अल्टीमेटली हमको पर्सनल बैलेंस मांगते ही है, पर्सनल बैलेंस लेके
सर हमको लगता है कि ये वाली, मैं सोच रहा था कि ऑर्गेनाइजर ने ये टॉपिक क्यों रखा है, क्योंकि सेमिनार का टॉपिक नहीं है, लेकिन मेरे को लगता है सबसे ज्यादा पॉपुलर टॉपिक यही हो सकता है। और सर ने भी बताया कि उनका सबसे ज्यादा हिट हुआ जब उन्होंने आर्टिकल लिखा, तो सर ये जनरल लोगों का टॉपिक है, और खाली आई विल कंक्लूड, मेरा एक तो रिमार्क मैं दे रहा हूँ, फिर उसके बाद वी विल कंक्लूड दिस, क्योंकि हमारा नेक्स्ट सेशन भी है। क्वेश्चन अब लंच में ऑल। एक चीज खाली मैं बोलूंगा, यहाँ पर कहीं पर भी नहीं लिखा है कि आप 44 AD में ऑप्ट कर रहे हो, 6-8% दे रहे हो, तो यू नीड नॉट मेंटेन बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स, या आप मेंटेन कर रहे हो तो यू आर नॉट एलिजिबल। ये बात कहीं पर नहीं लिखा हुआ है। तो इसलिए आप खाली आपका वो सेफगार्ड है कि बुक्स आप नहीं मेंटेन किए, टर्नओवर आप डिस्क्लोज कर दिए, एओ को सेटिस्फाई कर दिए, तो 8% पे हो जाएगा आपका। लेकिन आप मेंटेन करना चाहते हो तो देयर इज नो बार इन द प्रोविजन। So with these few words, and I am grateful to Mr. Kalra.
Option है, word opt word है, opt means option.
Correct. तो कालरा साहब ने बहुत ही शॉर्ट पीरियड में एक पॉपुलर टॉपिक है और उस पर उन्होंने बहुत ही अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन किया, और उनकी वी विल रिक्वेस्ट हिम टू शेयर हिज ई बुक। सर कोई आप
वो कर दी, मैंने ग्रुप में शेयर कर दिया आपके।
ई बुक भी आपने कर दिया सर? सर विदाउट रेवेन्यू, विदाउट अर्निंग एनी रेवेन्यू,
वो करते हैं बात अभी।
ठीक है। थैंक यू फ्रेंड्स, थैंक यू फॉर योर पेशेंट हियरिंग।
I request Sunil Agarwal to kindly offer formal vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. Reserving the questions, I straight away find it a great honor and privilege to offer vote of thanks. I thank National President D.K. Gandhi sir, Session Chairman Advocate Subhash Agarwal sir, learned speakers CA R.S. Kalra sir, and other dignitaries who made this event a memorable one. Myself working in the field of service tax and GST has always a vagueness with respect to the concept of income. Whenever I turn Income Tax Act, I see the concept of real income, deemed income, presumptive income, notional income, which created a huge confusion to me. However, I was fortunate enough to learn about presumptive income from one of the learned speakers of India. Thank you once again, AIFTP, for organizing such a memorable event. Thank you very much.
Thank you Sunil, thank you Subhash ji, thank you Kalra Saab. And we'll be immediately starting the 6th and the last technical session, which is Role of Evidence Act in GST. And till the time the dais is getting arranged, I just make a small announcement that AIFTP, on just outside this banquet there is an AIFTP stall. There you can find handbook on taxation of partnership firms and limited liability partnership in frequently asked questions mode, which MRP is 945, but for this conference a special rate is given to the members of AIFTP on the participants, which is only 660 rupees. There is another combo offer, which is publication on GAR plus reassessment, is just 600 rupees. Friends, with this note, I just start the 6th technical session, and I'll request our own CA S. Venkatramani sir from the Bangalore to kindly come on the dais, and I request CA Ragini Goyal from Guwahati to join him on the dais. Please, ma'am. I request Madam Swati Singhania to kindly come on the dais to introduce the topic. I request Sanjay Khetan to please come on the dais. I request Ankit Bothra to kindly come on the dais to introduce our own veteran person of the moment, Mr. S. Venkatramani sir, to the audience, please.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Shri S. Venkatramani is a chartered accountant, a graduate in science. He pursued CA and qualified in the year 1988. He was an independent practice for a year prior to joining Messrs. Singhvi, Dev and Anni. He retired as a partner from the same after 29 years. He is practicing in the field of indirect tax since then and is mainly involved in indirect tax planning and representation at various levels. He is a regular speaker at various fora and has presented a number of papers on indirect taxes at the state and national levels. He has co-authored a few books, to name a few: Handbook on Value-Added Tax, Audit under the Karnataka VAT Laws, discussion paper on key transitional issues in proposed GST regime, and a few editions of the background material under the GST laws published by ICAI. In the past, he has also served as members in many committees of the Institute, the chambers, and associations. Presently, he is a member of the Fiscal Policy Institute of the Government of Karnataka, involved in structuring and designing the course curriculum for officers of the Commercial Tax Department. A regular faculty of the Bangalore branch of SIRC of ICAI, a member of the Finance Advisory Committee of Karnataka State Cricket Association, a member of the Committee to Study and Report Changes to the Karnataka Tax on Professions, Trades, Callings and Employment Act 1976 and rules made thereunder, Government of Karnataka, a member of the State Advisory Committee for GST, a member of GST Committee of All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, a director of Sundial Systems Private Limited, an independent director in Kirloskar Ferrous Industries Limited, chairman of the Finance Committee at the University of Transdisciplinary Health, Science and Technology. Let us have a big round of applause for Shri S. Venkatramani sir.
I request our good friend Paridus Patnaik to please come forward and offer the memento to S. Venkatramani sir. I request Advocate Amit Agarwal to kindly introduce Madam Ragini Goyal.
Good afternoon. It's my privilege to introduce speaker for today, CA Ragini Goyal. CA Ragini Goyal, ma'am, chartered accountant by qualification and profession, is presently managing partner of the CA firm Ragini Goyal and Associates at Guwahati. She actively participates in the field of goods and service tax matters, as well as central excise and service tax legacy matters in the northeastern part of the country, mainly in Assam. After a stint of almost 8 years in the industry, mostly in the manufacturing sector, working with corporate houses like DS Group, Godrej Group of companies, she started her career as a chartered accountant with the aspiration to specialize in the field of indirect taxation in the year 2011. Kindly extend warm round of applause to our speaker for today.
Thank you, Amit. And as I can see Madam Gandhi is here, I request her to please come on the dais and present the memento to Ragini Goyal. I request Sanjay Agarwal Saab from Odisha to please come forward and offer a memento to Swati Singhania. I request Madam Swati Singhania to kindly briefly introduce the topic.
Hello everyone, very good afternoon. So we all know the importance of Evidence Act, especially for GST. So this session is extremely important, especially towards being the last technical session, but obviously one of the most important ones. So few things that are very important, which I'm sure the speakers would touch upon, is what is the importance of Evidence Act for GST? Where does the burden of proof lies? And things like whether the summon is actually a judicial proceeding or not. And the things like what are the proofs, what exactly would be the document of proofs that we can prove on. And not taking much time, I would really want everyone to please give a round of applause for no other than Mr. Ramani. Please, sir. I'd like to hand over the session to, the session chairman. Sir, all yours. Thank you so much.
All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, conference committee members of Kolkata Conference NTC, our President Gandhi sir, office bearers of AIFTP, I see past President Purohit sir. It really gives me a lot of pleasure to stand before each one of you and speak on one of the most important topics, the role of evidence. Yesterday, in the opening session, inaugural session, you heard the commissioner say 16,000 registrations are cancelled. I was sitting in the front row there. I wanted to probably stand up and ask the commissioner how many of those cancellation of registrations are legal. You are the one who granted registration. You are the one who are cancelling registration. You are the one who say that I have not filed my return. You are the one who are saying that my Aadhaar card is in Gujarat, my PAN card is in Gujarat, but I've taken registration in Kolkata. I'm not able to trace a single provision under the goods and service tax law which says that if my Aadhaar is in Gujarat or PAN is in Gujarat, why should I not take a registration in Kolkata? I am not seeing any provision under law. So what is the basis for the commissioner to make the statement to say 16,000 registrations are invalid? And I'll stop at saying just out of bogus. On what basis did he make that statement? That's one. Two, the commissioner said that none of us sitting here know the place of supply provisions. It's an allegation. He's making an allegation to say you don't know the provisions of law, you don't know how to file your returns, you don't know how to reflect the supply transactions in the forms that are laid out. I just wanted to reverse the role and ask the commissioner, how many of your officers know these provisions? The moment I started answering one or two of his questions, the commissioner was fair enough to say, no, I don't want you to answer, you keep quiet. Now we will just juxtapose all this to evidence under goods and service tax law. I will take 3 or 4 minutes to lay down the issues that are in goods and service tax, and I'll leave it to the speaker before I come for concluding. Madam, while commencing the opening remarks, said, burden of proof is very important. If you look at the West Bengal value-added tax laws, there was a specific provision relating to leading burden of proof. If you look at the goods and service tax law, section 155 of the CGST Act is a very simple, innocuous provision. It's an innocuous provision. It talks of burden of proof only in respect of availment of input tax credit. Be careful. Availment is different from claim, it's different from eligibility, ineligibility, reversal, etc. It only talks of availment of input tax credit under 155. So you will have to lead the burden of proof. Now the department makes a very simple allegation to say that you are not entitled to claim input tax credit. He says you are not entitled to input tax credit. Immediately what happens, all of us say, no, I'm entitled to input tax credit. Section 16, subsection 2, I have fulfilled all the 4 conditions, just as the Commissioner said yesterday. All the 4 conditions are fulfilled, therefore I am entitled to input tax credit. Don't do any of these things. 155, if you look at the Evidence Act and the burden of proof that is to be laid, the burden of proof in all these cases is on the person making the allegation. If I were to turn around and say, you don't know how to fill up the place of supply in the form, I have to lead the charge to say why you don't know, why you don't know, how you don't know, what is the error that you have committed. We don't do anything. Importantly, I don't know about the advocates, so I will not comment. As chartered accountants, we simply acquiesce. We say, it is okay, no sir, I have fulfilled, sir, I have filed the return, here is the original invoice, here is the copy, here is the ledger account copy, here is the bank account, here is the certificate issued by chartered accountant to say returns are filed in time and credits are claimed. I don't know why we are struggling. Why are we doing this? Sit back and relax. You write a letter to the proper officer to say, what is the basis of your allegation? We don't have the courage of conviction. We immediately think, अरे वो आ जाएगा, वो inspection करेगा, 61, 67, 1 में आएगा, 67, 2 में आएगा, he will come here, he will go there. Don't bother about any of these things. I think you will have to take the fight back to the court of the department and say, you prove. That is the burden of proof that Madam was talking when she introduced the subject. So, Evidence Act is extremely important in all of these cases. 2, as I said earlier, the burden lies on the person who is making an allegation. In 99% of the cases, 99% of the cases, we don't even check whether the D number is mentioned, not the director's identification number, it's called document identification. We don't even look at that. We don't look at the section under which the notice has been issued. We don't challenge the notice saying under what subsection, clause or proviso or rule you have issued this notice. There will be a vague statement saying you are a habitual offender under law. Suppose I were to make a statement saying, the most respected advocate Achintya to say, you are a very habitual offender. How will he feel? So I have to lead the charge. If I am saying he is an habitual offender, I have to tell you why you are a habitual offender. I have to prove that you don't issue invoice, you don't maintain account books, you don't have an accountant, you don't have a place of business, you don't have ledger accounts, your bank accounts are not up to date, your previous year's returns are not filed, you are not paying taxes regularly, the taxes paid by you are incorrect. I have to lead the charge. I simply cannot turn around and say, you are a habitual offender under law. I can't make that statement, but we still keep quiet. We still keep quiet. Evidence law says, you have that right. You have that right. And if you look at the provisions of the Goods and Service Tax Law, I don't know whether Ragini Madam will be covering this, but section 160 subsection 2 is a draconian section. 160 subsection 2. It says, if you don't lead your charge at the first available instance, when he issues summons, she will be covering summons. When he issues summons, when he gives you the first endorsement, when he gives you the first notice, when he enters your office for the purpose of inspection, search or seizure, if you don't question it then, you don't have a right to question it later. You don't have a right to question it later. At the first available instance, you will have to question. So be extremely careful that if you miss that opportunity, you miss that opportunity forever. I'm sure she will also be talking about some of the provisions of the Evidence Act which affect the rights, obligations, and duties. I will take two issues and I will leave it. 75 subsection 7. 75 subsection 7. Please read that again and again, probably 50 times, and then look at how the wordings of section 75 subsection 7 are brought into the statute book. The law says the proper officer is not permitted to modify his original allegation. He is not permitted. With Achintya Bhattacharya, he will give the bank account statement, because originally he said, you are not maintaining your accounts in a proper and verifiable manner. So the moment he gives the bank statement, ledger accounts, what does the department say? The department says, no, the supplier has not filed. He is modifying his allegation. That is not permitted under law. That is not permitted. You first tell me, you said I am a habitual offender. All right, you tell me why I am habitual. Then when I give you the ledger account, don't say he has not paid the tax. When I give you the proof of payment of tax, don't say he has not filed his return properly. When I give you the return filed by him, don't say place of supply is not keyed in properly. You do your homework. Then come to me. How many of us sitting here challenge these provisions at the outset? Gandhi sir will agree with me when he is sitting here that we are scared. We are scared of two things. One, abuse of power by the government, physical abuse in certain circumstances. Now both of these, if we are not going to get over this mentally, we are never going to make use of our right to lead evidence at every stage. Last point before I leave it to Madam. The powers of reporting on inspection. He doesn't give you a report on inspection. He doesn't give. He says he will send it to the audit wing. You have a right to ask for the report. Gandhi sir has come to my office. You have searched me. You have abused me. You have taken photocopies. You have taken my ledger accounts. You have taken my computer. You have taken away hard disks. You have taken data. You have taken agreements. You have done everything. On top of that, you have the courage of conviction to say, मैं आपको ये report नहीं दूंगा, ये copy नहीं दूंगा, भेज दूंगा उधर. अरे, how can you say? You came to me, you searched me, you tell me why you came. We don't even have the courage to ask the Joint Commissioner, what is the reason to believe which is recorded in writing pursuant to which you came to my office. Sir, आप Joint Commissioner, आजाइए sir, बैठिए. This is how we invite him. So I wanted to check with the Commissioner, how many of your officers discharge your burden of proof when you visit my business premises for conducting inspection, conducting audit, or probably in respect of any other matters. So I will let Ragini Madam start with the relevant provisions, just in case she's missed something. I will cover it when the timeline comes to me for closing remarks. Ragini Madam, can we say 20 minutes, 25 minutes, President Sir? For her, it's a very important topic, so we'll give her 20, 25 minutes. Yes, you have about 30 minutes. Thank you so much.
A very good afternoon to the August gathering here, my friends from AIFTP and all the dignitaries. My task has already been made very, very easy by cutting down the time on this very, very critical topic. I'm so grateful to all that happened before this. So on this note, I'm also blessed when I have Venkatramani sir as my chairman today, because he was mentioning the most critical sections, talking about it, and then he was saying whether she will be dealing with it or not. And then he gives me 20 minutes to deal with the entire topic. So I'm totally blessed, sir. You have already done most of the things which were very, very difficult. I will not repeat anything that you have dealt with. I think you have sent the message across on a few topics. Yes, I will deal with maybe 3 or 4 topics which I can do justice to during my discussion. I have prepared a detailed study paper of almost 40 slides, which I will be sharing with all the delegates. You can have a read later on and relish upon the judgments and the discussion and provisions which we have touched upon in short. So please refer to the reading material in detail later on. I will start right from the topic, Role of Evidence Act in GST. Let me talk about the role first. What is evidence? This was to some extent touched upon by the Honorable Apex Court in the matter of Durga Prasad Moore. The view of the court is already on the screen, that science has not yet invented any instrument to test the reliability of evidence placed before a court or a tribunal. This is a very, very important point which I am bringing before you, because most of the people are talking about the applicability of Evidence Act in income tax proceedings, as in the morning Vadvaji was referring, that it's not applicable. In GST also we keep on talking that the provisions of Evidence Act as such do not apply to GST or income tax. We have been talking about it in the last 2 days a number of times. This issue comes up time and again. Yes, when there are specific provisions in the law, they will always prevail upon the general law. We all know, we are all professionals dealing in law, that the specific provisions always prevail upon the general principles of law. But when I say it is not applicable at all, when there are no specific provisions in any taxation law, in that case, how will we deal with evidence or the reliability test of that evidence? How will it be done? Definitely the professional will fall back upon nothing but the general jurisprudence, which will be found in the Evidence Act and other acts which may be available to us for doing the task. So we cannot eliminate the applicability as such. The provisions will remain live, but they may apply in a legal manner, and at every point we will need to check which are the provisions which will apply and for what reason. We directly cannot say that it will not apply at all. So which are those situations? What will be covered? Let us see. The Evidence Act, first of all, defines evidence. 2 types, oral evidence and documentary evidence. And documentary evidence includes electronic records. Oral evidence is again more of a matter in courts and GST proceedings directly, besides some of the proceedings of trial before court or maybe in course of summons may differ. Otherwise, there is not much applicability in this regard. Now coming to the applicability part. We have seen that the word court has been used in most of the definitions of the Evidence Act, and which is very, very prominent. This is one reason why we say that the applicability is not found in the GST Act as such. Now, what is the meaning of court? We all know all the judges and magistrates, but not arbitrators. But it includes all persons who are legally authorized to take evidence. I will draw the attention of the audience to the yellow highlighted parts in my presentation, because I will be going very, very fast. I have very little time with me and I want to share as much as I can on the limited points. So the yellow parts are the highlights for you to quickly rush through the presentation when we are discussing. Anybody who is legally authorized to take evidence. This is taking me directly to the summons part. There has been a question time and again whether summons is a judicial proceeding or not. When I talk about judicial proceedings, I'll throw this to my chairman also to cover in his closing remarks, whether a quasi-judicial proceeding can also be hinted upon as a judicial proceeding in number of issues where there is a dispute under law, where a matter of interpretation is involved, and more of adjudication appellate proceedings, whether certain provisions will become applicable on these grounds if they have come through a summons route. This is a very, very critical issue, sir, which I would seek your view for my further learning. And judicial proceedings in any inquiry, it means that in any inquiry in which evidence is legally taken. So wherever evidence will be needed for any kind of proceeding, we all understand, but a judicial proceeding is in which evidence is legally taken. So when I say evidence is legally taken, sir, whether a fact-finding authority which is engaged in a quasi-judicial proceeding, whether this kind of a proceeding can be dealt with in a same manner as a judicial proceeding, because we understand this term quasi. What do we mean by quasi? As if, similar to. So when we deal with quasi-judicial authorities, whether the principles are enforceable or they are not, or they may be used in a general manner, as we say, common sense prevails everywhere. So this common sense we will buy only from the Evidence Act. We do not have anything else to fall upon, sir. So this is one thing which has been boggling my mind since I was studying on this topic. This is also food for thought for us, which we will discuss in certain more aspects. Evidence Act finds more applicability in prosecution and criminal proceedings rather than taxation proceedings, which are more of general civil proceedings. No applicability of the Evidence Act in taxation laws as such in general, except when it is specifically provided in the Act itself. However, on the grounds of general jurisprudence, it cannot be ruled out, is what I understand. There are certain provisions in the GST law which are about various offenses. The offenses also have been precisely laid down in the law. Punishments and proceedings in this regard, including the arrest and prosecution provisions. I have tried to list down all the provisions in the slides, but due to the paucity of time, I will not be going into details of these provisions. So the scope of Evidence Act, when we talk about, is only limited to all judicial proceedings. Whether or not covering quasi-judicial proceedings is one question which we will take as closing remarks from the chairman. In or before any court, including the courts martial, but not to affidavits presented to any court or officer. This is what the Section 1 of Evidence Act talks about. This is the structure of the Evidence Act for those who would like to refer and study. I will not go into the details. There are a number of sections under each chapter and they have their own nitty-gritties which you people are more aware of than me. Now coming to the role. So when a procedure is prescribed for any proceeding under GST law, it has to be followed as such. In that case, the general provisions of Evidence Act may not come into picture. This is one reason why we have been referring in the morning also that the provisions of Evidence Act will not apply in case of income tax proceedings, because the income tax law has its own procedure defined for those proceedings and there Evidence Act may not like to intervene. However, when there is absence of a particular procedure, the general jurisprudence may like us to refer to this act. Documentary evidence. So whatever we have been talking about is mostly relating to documentary evidence and it includes electronic records as such. The framework of GST law, which you may like to refer when you talk about these provisions, is also on your screen. There are a number of provisions relating to the offenses which may call upon us to refer to whether the GST Act or the Evidence Act wherever relevant. So without going into these sections, I'll just highlight some of the provisions which will need you to decide where and how the evidence of importance is coming. Before going into this detail, let me directly take you to, offenses by companies, firms, etc. Where a person is in charge of a business entity. There's something called deeming fiction in law which is very, very important. Deeming fiction. So this provision has number of times mentioned, you would see that the officer or the person in charge will be deemed to be guilty of that offense. Once a person is deemed to be guilty, whether there is any scope of finding any evidence or doing a fact-finding exercise in that case. Please refer to the last non-obstante clause which says, nothing contained in this section shall render any such person liable to any punishment provided in this act if he proves. As soon as we get the word proves, we get a hint that we are going into evidence. If he proves that the offense was committed without his knowledge or that he had exercised all due diligence to prevent the commission of such offenses. So the deeming fiction says that unless rather I would say that it will deem that the person is guilty in all circumstances. So now we connect this to the burden of proof, that wherever there is a deeming fiction, the burden of proof will lie upon the person who will like to deny the deeming fiction, and he will have to prove against it. So this is the entire theory of burden of proof. There were a number of questions before this session which I was hearing people discussing, that whether burden of proof can be shifted. So before shifting, dear friends, I would like to draw your attention to the basic activity which we as professionals need to look into, that we first need to determine the burden of proof, where it lies. Let me give you a very, very simple example. I have boarded a train to travel from Guwahati to Kolkata. I am sitting in the train. Now the TT comes and he says that you need to pay a penalty because you are not carrying a ticket. Now, what is the deeming fiction and what is the burden of proof here? Anybody who would like to say, because I know people are waiting for lunch. I don't want to deal with difficult provisions which I myself do not know very nicely. So let me give you very simple examples which will help you to get an insight into the provisions which are to be dealt with in its own severity. So I have boarded a train and the TT has come. I was sitting and I was reading my GST Act at that time. I did not even notice he's there. And he comes and says, "Oh madam, please pay this much penalty. You're not carrying a ticket and you're traveling." So who has the deeming fiction there, benefit of deeming fiction, and who has the burden of proof? And what can be proved? Anybody would like to get it a little interactive, because I don't think we'll have time for question and answers. So let us talk in this way a little bit and then conclude with the summons and cross-examination. I won't take more than 2 more points. Burden of proof, किसको proof करना है? Issue क्या है मैडम इसके अंदर? उन्होंने ये allegation लगाया है कि आपके पास टिकट नहीं है. क्या टिकट नहीं है, क्या ये प्रूफ किया जा सकता है? ये डीम किया जा सकता है कि बैठे निकाला नहीं है तो इनके पास नहीं है. और प्रूफ किसको करना है कि मेरे पास है? ये मुझे करना है. So the person who is alleging, when he is taking the benefit of a deeming fiction, in that case the burden of proof will fall upon the other party. It is not shifting of the burden. The task of the TT is to check the ticket and to ensure that it is a proper ticket on which I am entitled to travel. But if he takes the advantage of a deeming fiction which he is legally entitled to do, due to my acts or something else which has given him reasons to believe and to take that deeming fiction advantage, in that case the burden of proof will fall upon me. I am taking the complex part of it. The simple one would be that I do not have any bank accounts. I went to an officer on being given a summons, and he said that you produce so many documents, books of accounts, ledgers, and your bank accounts. And I have said that, see, these are my books of accounts, whatever minimum I maintain, but I do not have any bank accounts. Now, where does the burden of proof lie?
Madam, 106 of the Evidence Act, I think, leads you there.
Pardon?
Section 106 of the Evidence Act leads you to that position wherein
you have touched it right, sir.
Yes.
The provision which I was trying to get you to is, yes, 106. We will talk about it in short. I will not refer much to the provisions. But in this case, who will prove? Let us talk in simple terms, not go to the section as such. Yes.
Your initial question.
You are saying especially within knowledge.
Yes.
So who has the knowledge?
Once the notice or letter is issued by the proper officer asking you to prove a particular fact, you have to look at whether it's a fact of fiction created by fact or it's a legal fiction. Since what you are supposed to present to him is whether existence of bank account. If you say you do not have any bank account, you have discharged your initial burden, whether rightly or wrongly is another thing. The moment you give your reply, it is within the powers of the officer to make further inquiries as he deems fit to collect evidence. And then other proceedings will continue.
Perfectly right, sir. But before 106, I will make a humble plea before the learned audience that we have to exhaust 101 and 102 before we go to 106, whether it applies or not. This is the way I could understand, because there was a lot of overlap and it gets diluted in the course of the reading. So what does 101 of Evidence Act say? It only lays down that whoever wants the court to give a judgment in his favor as to a legal right or liability, depending on the existence of some facts, where there is a fact-finding exercise involved, he must prove the existence of those facts. Now, when I say existence of those facts, in very, very plain language, when I'm talking about a bank account existing or not, when an officer is giving me a summons to produce my bank statement, whereas I am saying I do not have any. So who is seeking and who has the knowledge of the existence of the facts? Was this summons issued to me with reasons to believe that I had a bank account? Or could it have been issued without even having a belief? Where do I fall upon? Why do I go to 106 before I have exhausted 101 and 102 is what I want to leave to you as a thought, food for thought. A thought-provoking process, because we all know the basics. Yes, theoretically we all know it, but practically when I see, how do I say that he had reasons to believe that I have a bank statement, or is it only a roving inquiry? Or can I rather prove, if I walk a step forward, to say that it is only a roving inquiry because I do not have a bank statement and yet they are being sought, so it is not a proper proceeding at all?
Madam, it starts, in my opinion, with a prima facie belief of the existence of a particular fact.
It's the same thing you are saying, sir.
No, on the prima facie fact, and to say that it's a roving inquiry to check whether there's a bank account or not, in my opinion, would not be a roving inquiry, because it's a simple notice or question to say, produce bank account if any.
No, if any is something now which we will bring in because we need it.
Correct. Yeah,
No.
okay.
So let me go ahead on this. So 101 is saying the person who's seeking a judgment in his favor, a liability to be struck down or a right to be conferred upon, is the person who will have the burden of proof. This is what we are talking about in terms of burden of proof. And in the case of Garwar and Nylons Limited, it has been held that the burden of proof is on the taxing authorities to show that the particular case or item is taxable in the manner claimed by them. So whether this burden of proof which is upon them due to a non-existent fact which led to the reason to believe not being existing, this may be something which is a matter to be taken off. When we talk about section 102 of the Evidence Act, it says that the burden of proof in a suit or proceedings will rest upon the party who would fail if there is no evidence at all, or no more evidence, as the case may be, was adduced by the either side. So this is very, very tricky now. Now we are coming to the issue which will lead us to be forced into 106, because 102 is saying there is no evidence on either party's side. If I do not have any evidence and no other evidence has been produced by the opposite party, in that case, what will happen is, it will prove upon the party. So, coming back to your question which you were trying to say, I pick up the point that I will still have to go and tell that I do not have any bank accounts. They have put the burden of proof upon me, but how will I prove that I do not have any bank account?
Which is what? A negative fact cannot be proved.
Absolutely right, sir. A negative fact cannot be proved. I can only plead, and this leads to the shifting of the burden of proof in a manner upon the original person making the allegation, who will come and prove that, yes, see, you have bank accounts. Now come up with your statements. Yes. Right? So, though we were feeling that the burden of proof is upon the person who's seeking the judgment in his favor, it is actually falling upon the person who's making the allegation, from where sir had started, that the person who makes the allegation has to meet the burden of proof, and this is how it should have been dealt with. So, with simple questions, now we enter section 106, which says burden of proving the fact is upon the person, especially who has the knowledge of it. This also vouches for the case that we discussed under 101 and 102, that if the officer is making an allegation that you have bank accounts and you may have something to disclose, there he should have something in his knowledge, because I am in the knowledge of the fact that I do not have any bank accounts. If somebody else, without my consent, would have operated some bank accounts in my name, in that case, the entire issue will have to be visited once again from the point where we had started. It will become a game changer. So this is what I wanted to discuss before I bring up the issue of cross-examination. I have put in some more judgments for your reading and understanding. Yes, one judgment which I wanted to refer to, Parimisetti Sitaramamma. The initial burden is on the revenue to show that particular receipt is liable to be taxed. The one who wants to levy tax will have to prove under the statute, but the onus of showing that a particular income is exempt lies on the assessee. So from here, we again go back to the first provision that we discussed, that it is upon the person who is seeking a judgment in his own favor. So if the department wants to tax it, the burden of proof is upon the department, whereas if I want to claim something is exempt, then the burden of proof is upon me. So these three provisions, there is a very close nexus which can be discussed time and again based on the change in the factual position each time. Cross-examination. This is the last aspect which I would like to touch upon. And maybe then I will close because I am already at the verge of the time allotted to me. When we talk about cross-examination, the normal rule, as soon as we say cross-examination, it comes to witnesses and statements given by them being cross-examined. Now, a very, very prominent question, I will share a very little instance with you which will also touch upon the aspect of document identification number which was mentioned by my chairman. He was mentioning that without referring to it, officers and department is going into inquiries and investigation and proceedings, whether it is valid or not, whether it is important or not. We all know that in the year 2019, at the fag end, the central government has made the usage of document identification number on every communication. Please mind it, it's not notice or order. It is now any communication being made by the central government. It is not yet adopted by the state governments though. So in GST, if it comes from the state government, you are in a different position, whereas if it comes from a central government officer, it is in a different position. So when there is a missing document identification number, most of us know that we need to ignore it, or to be in a better position, we need to write to the officer that you have sent a bad document to us so that they don't come roving upon us with a lot of vengeance. This is what we have been doing often. But how many of us have checked whether the document identification number written on the document is correct, valid or not? Unfortunately, I came across an instance where I found that there is an order on which there is a DIN written. That order has been issued on a date which is same as the date of the show cause notice which was issued to the taxpayer. On that show cause notice also there is a DIN written. And both these documents are appearing to be valid on the face of it. Now, do I immediately jump upon and go and file an appeal defending myself, or do I need to do more study upon it? When I went into and I checked, I found that the DIN is valid. But the DIN has been generated on a date which is 4 days after the date which is written on the notice itself. It may sound very, very unpleasant to discuss certain things in an audience of learned people, but yes, the topic which sir had opened for me, it triggered my thoughts immediately when he was saying that they were talking about the cancellations and he was thinking about the legality of it. There I want to mention this particular case, I think, which will sum up all that I want to say regarding cross-examination, because here I have asked for cross-examination in appellate proceedings which are not being allowed to me. To be very precise, saying that Evidence Act is not applicable to GST. So this is a beautiful issue which I am fighting with. So I have been told that cross-examination of the respondent does not arise in case of GST proceedings because Evidence Act does not apply at all. Here the issue is that the taxpayer was not so educated, and he has confessed before us that he had visited the department not on the date which is written on the notice, not on the date on which the DIN was generated on the website which I showed to him, but maybe 6 days after that date. And on that date, they asked him to write certain things which were printed on a paper in hand. On that paper, write and sign it on a date which they are advising him to. That will lead him to take certain benefits under some scheme, due to which he will be saved from interest and penalty. And this partly illiterate person succumbed to them. And immediately these notices and orders were handed over to him with an acknowledgement saying that your task will be done, please go home. And now, since he has recovery following him up, he is with us, and we are still trying to fight, saying that all this has happened with him, and the department is saying that since he has signed that document there, the DIN generated at a later date loses its sense. And what actually happened, because I want to do a fact-finding cross-examination with the respondent, the officer says that this is not a part of GST proceedings, you may not do it. So this is a fact which I am still fighting with, saying that quasi-judicial proceedings are also in a manner judicial proceedings, and cross-examination and retraction of statements and furnishing of additional evidence in course of proceedings coming up due to the further fact-finding exercise which happened in course of the proceedings. Due to these issues, whenever the situation arises, the thumb rules and principles laid down under the Evidence Act will always apply to GST proceedings unless there is something specifically laid down in the GST Act which disallows to do so. So with that, sir, I think I have been able to deal with most of the issues. I have left a number of citations, judgments for you to read through at leisure, because we are short of time and all of you are waiting for lunch. So I would offer my invitation to my chairman to further conclude on whatever study I have tried to render with respect to cross-examination, summons, burden of proof, and the applicability of Evidence Act in respect of GST. I would have been glad if I would have got some more time to deal with some very simple examples when relating to these provisions, but it gives me a lot of pleasure that maybe this opens more doors for me to speak to you in future conferences on this topic if time allows. So with that, Venkatramani sir, kindly take us through. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Hello. Myself, S.R. Janna, advocate from Orissa High Court. I need to know what is the implicability of Section 65B of Evidence Act in this regard. Please confirm.
Sir, 65B, if we are talking about electronic records,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Sir, there are 2-3 aspects. First of all, let us do a simple basic understanding instead of dissecting the section as such. Electronic records are documentary evidence for the purpose of Evidence Act. If we do not refer to Evidence Act as such, then we may fall upon using the general evidence requirement in course of GST proceedings. So your question, as far as I understand, is the usability of electronic documentary evidence in course of proceedings of GST. Right, sir? Is that your question?
Yeah. My question is that much.
I think this comes from the clue that when the authorities come for inspection or for search, they come and they pick up certain electronic data, whether that is usable or not. For this, we will have to refer to the Information Technology Act also, sir, to find out what is a valid electronic document and what is not.
One moment.
Yes.
If the evidence, under the Evidence Act, if the evidence is through electronic media is audio recording or video recording, how far it will implicate in this law?
So this will also go for cross-examination, and when a person is existing, if he would have authenticated it or he would have registered it in the legal manner, then there may not be a need for making a witness. Otherwise, there may be a need to create a witness or a further authentication upon it.
How could you know it is authenticate or non-authenticate?
Sir, I again repeat, if there is a need for certain documents to be generated in certain manner under the Information Technology Act, like when we issue invoices, If it is issued through a proper software, chronologically dated.
No, ma'am. I am asking about the recordings, the audio recordings and the video recording in the conversation
They
with the
will need
authority.
cross-examination in any course, sir, because without that the authentication cannot be proved. It will need cross-examination. It is a vital part of it.
Whether it is authenticate or not, I need to know.
For that, cross-examination is needed, is what I am trying to say, sir. It will be needed to cross-examine the respondent, the other party who is banking upon is, and then without cross-examination, it may be difficult to establish whether it is authenticated or not.
No, ma'am. Actually, my question is, whatever the audio recording I am producing before the authority to be considered under section 65V, what are the procedures that these evidences will be added or will be accepted by the authority for question of law?
I still will repeat, sir, that it will be through the process of cross-examination. The process of cross-examination will have to be taken, and if there's anything that I'm missing upon, I still hand over to my chairman, Venkatramani sir. Maybe he will be able to close upon it. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Prashant, finish your question. I think illegal recordings and video recordings, what they're saying, it may only be a evidence, not complete evidence, because the other person will have a claim to say it's breach of privacy of that recording, and therefore it may not prima facie result in it being accepted as evidence, because under the Information Technology Act, when you look at what is electronic record, the encryption has to be done, and unless the hash value is generated, that cannot be treated as an electronic record, and this illegal recordings, if it has happened, it may not really hold the test of evidence.
To add to what Prashant says and to answer your question, there are two things. One, if I were to ask you, is that recording the truth?
Yeah.
It is the truth. Are you okay if I lead that evidence, you will reply to that recording?
Yes, sir.
If you reply to that recording, you have acquiesced to the recording. Later on, you cannot turn around and say, ये गांधी सर का वॉइस नहीं है, ये संजय जी का वॉइस है. Not possible. If you want to dispute that, rebut that, do it at the first available instance. Do it at the first available instance. Don't accept that recording as true and correct statement of what the department is leading or what you are furnishing to the department. Department will anyway not accept your voice recording. They are not going to accept. They will summon you under section 70 and record the statement in writing.
No, sir. Voice recording is that much. But if that is a video recording, then what?
Correct. You want to accept that. If the video recording is correct, truthful, please accept it.
I think, sir, they are trying to raise an issue saying that it is not about the truth or reliability of it, but they want to say that it is a breach of privacy and hence it should not be admissible.
No, I think there must be a certificate. There must be a certificate ascertained from the authority under the criminal law for which that will be accepted in this.
Correct. So, for the time being, let's not get into the criminal law, but if you want to dispute that at the first available instance saying you can't lead a video recording as evidence, you file a civil petition or criminal petition against them, take that accordingly. Now,
Venkat sir, can I interrupt for a moment? The Pankaj.
Yes, Pankaj.
See, the question is, what he is saying, that there is a recording in his mobile, it can be audio or video. What is the veracity of that recording and what can be done. What you had said is absolutely correct, it has to be disputed.
Correct.
But how to be disputed? The disputed is, he will have to file an application to go for a forensic
testing of that video, whether it is morphed or not.
Then voice recordings would be required.
Yes.
Of the persons who are in that recording.
Correct.
Voice recording can be disputed and not to be given.
Correct.
For that, again a petition can be filed.
Yes, you can.
And it is not compulsory to give voice recording.
Correct.
WhatsApp chats and other things by the Supreme Court has held to be a not a valid piece of evidence.
Correct.
By a recent judgment.
Correct.
So, anything, we don't have to go through the GST mode.
Correct.
We will have to go through the CRPC or IPC mode, and we will have to say that veracity of the recordings or the chat or the video recordings. First, forensic has to be done. Forensic can be disputed.
Correct.
Even the voice recordings cannot be even by the forensic cannot be proved.
unless you give your voice, both the persons who are in the voice recording, you are not bound to give. For that, again, the court will be there.
Correct.
It will drag on for years.
Nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen.
But you will have to go to the court for all these things.
Under allied laws and not under GST law.
Under the IPC and CRPC.
Allied laws, different laws.
And you will have to say that it is not a valid piece of evidence.
Correct.
For illegal evidence, there is a consistent view of the courts that illegal evidence, even procured by illegal means, can be used.
No, no.
Okay. Can be used.
One minute,
Can be
sir.
used.
Sir, 1 minute, sir. This evidence is regarded as the secondary evidence. In order to convert this secondary evidence into primary evidence, we need a certificate under section 65B of Evidence Act. So
Correct.
please clarify.
No, you may file. I have no difficulty in your filing. But if you want to dispute that, all I am saying is it is under the allied laws and not under the GST law. Under the GST law, you can only dispute it in writing, saying that burden of proof lies on you to prove that this recording is original. As Pankaj sir said, voice is original, whether it is legally recorded, illegally recorded, all that is under allied laws. You please fight there. He will give you a video recording to show that I have taken stock of your goods and this is the video recording and this is what I have found. It is up to you to accept it or not accept that. That's it. Now,
But what is the provision of law regarding that,
we
sir?
don't have a provision in GST. There is no provision in GST. There is no provision. We are only discussing
That is the problem in it.
No, it is a problem. Where is the doubt? We have a problem because there is no provision under GST directly leads you to the Evidence Act. We are only discussing the burden of proof that you will have to discharge in supporting your arguments. That's all.
So the GST law is overruling the Evidence Act.
It doesn't say so. It doesn't say so. Neither does the Evidence Act overrule the GST law. It doesn't. That is why I said both will exist. You have to fight your case.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Now, to quickly sum up on what Ragini madam said and to supply some more thoughts to it. Chuarmel's case of 1988 under the Indian Evidence Act is a very crucial piece of legislation where the Honorable Supreme Court in Chuarmel's case said that the Evidence Act is essentially a common law principle legislation. You have to apply your common law, common thinking, etc. Or as a man normally thinks and then lead your evidence, what is right or what is wrong. Let me give you an example. I can make an allegation sitting here and say, President sir, आपके घर में 10 लाख है? It's an allegation I'm making. Or it's a friendly inquiry I'm making. President sir, रागिनी मैडम ने बताया कि आपके ड्रा में 10 लाख पड़ा हुआ है. No, both are different. You can allege however you want. You can accept, you can acquiesce, you can say no, you can dismiss it saying it's an innocuous statement, however you want. But when you put that in notice and writing, then it is a different matter. Then it is a different matter. So the Supreme Court said, you first lead the evidence based on proof. That is what Ragini madam was saying. If you make an allegation, you lead. Subsequently, the burden may shift on to me. It doesn't matter. But the person who alleges should lead the dispute or the evidence, should lead the evidence first. Next. Enquire and inquire. Please be careful. They are absolutely different concepts under law. You can't convert an inquiry into an inquiry. You cannot under GST law. 137, what Ragini madam was talking, please read that very carefully. She made a very important observation there, but I think she didn't have the time to expound that when it came to offenses by companies. 137 says, with the consent or connivance of the officials of the company or its directors. Now what Gandhi sir can do, if he is a director along with me in a company, Gandhi sir can say, Venkat, sign kar do yaar. Goods baad mein dekh lenge. If I sign, then I am consenting and conniving to Gandhi sir's statement. Both are finished. Both are finished. No need of any evidence further. It is with consent and connivance, both. So he is conniving for that fraud of raising an invoice without movement of goods, and I'm consenting to it. In those cases, evidence is not required. Consent and connivance, department has to prove. I don't need to prove anything. I can sit back and relax. If he says invoice is raised without movement of goods, let him prove. I will always say goods are moved, give him an e-way bill and keep quiet. Next.
Gandhi sir told you to send the goods without bill, and you send it.
No, no.
So this is
Gandhi,
the
no. Gandhi sir said, raise an invoice, goods baad mein dekh lenge. That was my example. Raise an invoice, goods baad mein dekh lenge. He didn't tell me to send goods. He said, raise an invoice, goods baad mein dekh lenge.
I mean to say,
please sit down.
I mean to say, how will it prove? How the connivance will prove here?
Yes. Connivance. Now what will happen? Please sit down. I'll quickly put it across. I don't have the time. If really goods have not moved, how do you prove goods have moved? You have to prove movement of goods through e-way bill, through a lorry receipt or whatever, through the existence of a vehicle which carries these goods. In services, you can never prove. In goods, you have to prove. There are cases where groundnut oil is transported in petroleum tankers. Now this is the evidence the government will lead. They will lead, saying you have transported groundnut oil in petroleum tankers because the registration number is of a petroleum tanker. So when they lead that, then 137 will kick in, whether it is with consent and connivance. He will tell you, you are a there is a willful and malified intent to defraud government revenue. So he will tell you, and he will lead this evidence. Then you will have to be extremely careful to defend your case. You will have circumstances vary, your defenses will also vary. So you will turn around and say there was a digit which was missed out in the vehicle number that you gave. If you supply that digit, then it will become a normal tanker which will carry oil, etc. All this is subsequent. Next, I missed two very important points at the introduction stage. Now I will introduce that. There is a circular 3/2017. I don't know how many of you who are sitting here who have read this circular 3/2017. This is the circular issued by the board. The board said, these are the officers who can discharge a particular class of function. Now, Hachintya Bhattacharya, under 3/2017 circular, assume he is Deputy Commissioner of Commercial Taxes, Ward 1, Kolkata, whatever. If he is not given the powers to inspect, search or seize under 3/2017, he cannot enter my premises. This evidence you have to lead first. You have to see that circular, check whether he is authorized to enter my premises. Generally what happens, Joint Commissioner issues a letter of authorization to say, okay, Achinta ji, jaake aa jao, Achinta, jaake aa jao, Achinta da. So you come off. You have not seen that circular. Then the search can become illegal or the inspection can become illegal. Then again, whether the documents found in an illegal search can be used when subsequently he comes for a legal search is all another matter. We will deal with that separately. Now cross-examination, one very crucial issue on cross-examination I will take, importantly in relation to classification of products or goods. The officer, he is a prosecutor, he is an expert, he is a proper officer, he will do everything in your assessment order. He will tell you, ye steel pipe nahi hai, ye alloy pipe hai. Then he gets into the shoes of an expert. If he gets into the shoes of an expert to determine the product and the applicability of taxes, at the first instance under 160 subsection 2, when he enters into an expert's position, you will have to challenge that saying, on what basis you are making this, or lead evidence from another expert to say that your position is wrong. So you need to lead that first. If you don't lead, you lose that right to challenge it subsequently. Now, two small points. The department tries to impeach your argument. He will always tell you, the department will tell you, your return filed is incorrect. He will tell you, when I compare 2A with 3B, it doesn't tally. You run to give evidence. You run. You tell him, sir, मैं ये download किया हूँ, ये देख के sir, this is my ledger account, sir, वो है. You tell him from where you have downloaded, first you give me that statement, uske paas nahi hai. Every time he downloads under 2A, he will keep getting different figures. In front of the officer, if you sit down and open your system, you will have a completely different number. I'm not joking, yes, this is a serious statement that I'm making, responsible statement. I wish the commissioner were here. Now, you get completely different statement. Why are you giving your document? Don't tell him mera 3B correct hai, ledger correct hai, invoice correct hai, why, yeah, all this, don't lead anything. You please tell him, give me invoice-wise data first. How you arrived at this number in 2A or 2B. Then we will talk. Whether it is mera hai, kisi aur ka hai, kisi aur ka do entry lag gaya hai, udhar wo baad mein dekhenge. You first give. He will not give because he cannot download. He is not able to download. So he will not give you. Then stop your replies there. Stop your reply. Don't do anything more. This is 3. Next, the last point I will take and I will close. This cross-examination is one of the most difficult parts. Most CS, let me put it this way, most CS, we don't understand the art of cross-examination. We don't understand. We don't know it because we have not done it. We are not taught to do how to do it. But don't lose the opportunity of cross-examination. That is all I am saying. Don't lose that opportunity. If you lose that opportunity at the first instance, you can't go before the appellate authority to say, I want to cross-examine Gandhi sir to check whether 10 lakh uske kamre mein pada tha ki nahi. So, don't lose that first opportunity. You have to go after that first opportunity. So, as chartered accountants, I am saying this with some responsibility because we have not laid evidences, we have not really cross-examined people, and the legal provisions are very, very intricate. We need to take the help of lawyers and advocates. There is no doubt because we are still learning that process of law. We need to take that. There could be. No, it's a serious matter. I am saying it some responsibility. Now, even otherwise, if we are chartered accountants who have really dealt with cross-examination, even assuming that we have dealt with cross-examination, I think the nitty-gritties of allied laws is something which we don't know. Nitty-gritties of allied laws is what we don't know. We don't know when we are going to cross that fine line of IPC, CRPC, etc., etc. So we will need the help of lawyers and chartered accountants in this goods and service tax law. So with this, I will close. It was an excellent presentation by Ragini Madam because there was 160 subsection 2. At the first available instance.
Yes, sir. But when we read the subsection, sir, it says about service of notice, order or this communication. Only service part, not the, I mean, what I am reading, that only service has to be disputed at the first stage, sir. The contents can be disputed later, sir. What I may be wrong.
No. You can dispute the contents at any point in time.
But the service has to be disputed at the
first available instance.
Service of notice
yes,
or
yes.
order.
As she was telling, DIN number missing. DIN number not there.
Yes, sir.
Section not mentioned. Sub-rule not mentioned. Rule not mentioned. What he wants is not mentioned. I think you will have to take it at the first available instance. See, I'll tell you why. Even assuming that you want to argue the contents, take it then and there. I'll tell you why.
Better, but that can also be disputed later.
Yes.
I mean, we cannot restrict. We can always dispute it at a later stage also.
Absolutely, no difficulty.
But notice, the service has to be disputed at the first stage.
First available instance.
That is what that section.
Yes. So at the first available instance, if that notice carries some data, details, documents also, I am saying while you can always seek for it subsequently, ask for it first. Yes, saying what is the basis for this data that you are putting here, etc. Take it at the first instance. Agreed with you that you can always take it later. Yes. Agreed with you that we can always take it later. Thank you, Ragini Madam.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful opportunity that we had to talk something about the law of evidence, where it is new to us under goods and service tax law. Most lawyers, advocates who are sitting here would be dealing with it on a day-to-day basis. But for such of those chartered accountants who are here, including a lesson for me, I think it was a nice paper for us to start reading the Evidence Act, probably for the first time in our careers, to come up and understand something like this. It was an excellent job done by Ragini Madam in understanding the provisions of the Evidence Act. As we go along, I am certain that we will learn. As we go along, we are certain that we will learn. And we also believe that each one of you lawyers sitting here will handhold us in learning these provisions as we go along. Thank you, AIFTP, for this opportunity. It was a wonderful session.
I invite Advocate Sanjay Khetan to extend a formal vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Recently, Honorable High Court had quoted, "Going to moon is easier than understanding GST." But in my opinion and in the opinion of the House, Chairman Sir and Ragini Ma'am, you have made understand the provisions of GST easier than going to the moon. We really thank you for your valuable time and the orientation. On behalf of AIFTP, I, Sanjay Khetan, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Let's break for lunch, delegates, and we will be assembling in another 30 minutes for the final session, valedictory session.
Ajay Wadhwa
committed with a thought-provoking process.
Give him a big round of applause, friends. I request the conference secretary, Mr. Vivek Agarwal, to please kindly join on the dais. Please, then you can leave, means, after 5-10 minutes. I request our own Mr. Sanjeev Anwar from the Muzaffarpur to please come on the dais. Our zone chairman. Friends, we are all witnessed the National Tax Conference, Kolkata 2022. The delegates have witnessed just 2 days and going to witness another 1 day with spiritual tour to Ganga Sagar. But behind it, there were hard work of many committee members of so many days, 15, 20 days, maybe so many to me, to many other members who have done the hard work day in and day out. And you are the best judge to say whether it was the success or not. I'll not say mine. The national president, I leave it to national president and the other delegates who have attended that how was the conference it was. But at this moment, I would like to honor the committee members. I request our national president to honor the committee members. I start from Bihar. So I request Rajiv Kumar to please come on the dais. I request our national president to kindly honor Rajiv Kumar with a memento. Mr. Navneet from Bihar. Mr. Neeraj from Bihar. Mr. Ashish Prasad from Bihar. Now I quickly call upon the Jharkhand people who are part of the committee, and I request Ganesh Purohit Sahab also to join our national president to honor the members here. I first of all call upon the senior most Mr. H.L. Patel Sahab. If H.L. Patel Sahab is here, please kindly come on the dais. Mr. Subrato Das Gupta. Mr. Jyoti Prodar, please come on the dais. Then Mr. Ajay Kumar, Mr. Deepak Patel, and our own young, energetic and vibrant Mr. Devesh Podar, please come on the dais. Devesh. Now we'll go to Odisha. Our own Sri Vivekanand Monti Sahab, who is the immediate past chairman of the zone. I request our own Sri Vivekanand Monti sir to please come on the dais. Though last year it was virtual world altogether, he was chairing the zone, and I request all of you to give him a big round of applause. He has done lot of work in his chairmanship in the virtual world event, and he is still active. He is advisor to the conference and done a big role for the conference. Mr. Vivekanand Monti sir. Many of us are not knowing Mr. Vivekanand Monti has contributed more than 40 delegates from Odisha. A big round of applause for Mr. Monti. Next is Mr. Pardos Patnaik. Mr. Paridos Patnaik, please come on the dais. Mr. Padmanav Dave. Both are our NEC member. Big round of applause, friends, to keep us the motivation of the members for next such programs.
दोस्तों, अपनों के लिए जितनी ताली बजाएंगे उतना अच्छा मजा।
Thank you, President. Mr. Sudhanshu Sekhar Das, Dr. Ranjit Padi, the immediate zone secretary. Mr. Ranjit Padi, please come forward and dais. Mr. Pradeep Kumar Nayak. I request Mr. Basudev Chatterjee, who is well known as Tiger Da from Jamshedpur, for more than 20 delegates from the Jamshedpur itself. A big round of applause. Please come on the dais. Mr. Dilip Kumar, who is a joint secretary from Jamshedpur, please come on the dais. Mr. Natwar Panda is here. I request Mr. Natwar Panda to please come on the dais. Mr. Natwar Panda from Odisha. He's a very learned man, friends. Many people are, they're in the lunch or maybe gone to their rooms. So before I start Bengal, where the conference is being hosted, if I left anybody, I request to please come forward, who is part of the committee. Please come forward and we'll honor him. I request Sapan Kumar from Jamshedpur and Jitendra Kumar from Jamshedpur.
This is for all the delegates of Odisha. Thank you all.
Now initiating the Bengal committee member, and first of all, from the front row, the young, charming Mr. Apurvo Saha, please come on the dais from Siliguri. Mr. Kamal Kumar Jain, who is part of the core committee. Mr. Kamalji, please come on the dais. Mr. Bhaswar Sinha Roy, please come on the dais. Mr. Bhaswar Sinha Roy, please, Bhaswarda, please. Mr. Himadri Mukhopadhyay. With love we call him Himadri Da. Please come. Mr. Piyush Baid, please come on the dais. Mr. Sudeep Nopani, with the zone treasurer also. And friends, they have burned. They have worked midnights, burn oils, and made this conference the way it is before you, friends. Mr. Piyush Baid, Mr. Sudeep Nopani, I request Mr. Naveen Gopalika to please come on the dais. Mr. Girdhar Harlalka, please come on the dais.
Sir, now please give a very round of applause for our very own Girdhar Dhelia, who has worked day and night for the souvenir and for this conference. Please, sir. He has been instrumental to bring this souvenir in just 15 days. So any shortcomings, please forgive us for this. Now, a round of applause for our Zone Secretary, Smith Saurav, who has also worked very hard from Patna. There are many more names, but we... Girdhar? Best compliment. Yes.
Mr. Kesav Harodia is a senior member from AIFTP. I have seen very much active in the Ranchi conference, and he is here also last 2 days. He is father of my good friend also, who is practicing here, Mr. Neeraj Harodia. I request Neeraj Kesavji Harodia, please come on the dais. He is from Bokaro. Friends, there are 5 zones in the AIFTP. The East Zone is organizing this conference, but you will love the unity among the 5 zones, the hard work, the unity, the friendship, the brotherhood. Mr. Vilas Kashyap is here from the Nagpur, and you must have found in your kids a pack of Son Papdi. He is the man behind, Mr. Vilas sir. Please come on the dais. In the Lucknow conference also, I seen him. He was distributing the oranges to all the delegates with his own hands personally. That's the spirit of AIFTP. Big round of applause. Friends, we have all looking at the dais, and in front of the dais there is a big cake. This I was talking about the unity in the AIFTP and the brotherhood, and this is done by the Odisha people. So we'll wait when we already have lunch. So we'll cut this cake. Odisha people are here who want to celebrate the success of the conference through this cake. But before that, I'll call upon our National President to please give him remarks in the valedictory season. Mr. National President, Mr. D.K. Gandhi sir, please.
National President, last में पहले और लोगों की बात हो जाए.
We should invite from the audience first their remarks.
Okay, okay. So I request anybody from the audience who would like to share few words about the conference, about the AIFTP. Why not to start with OP Shukla sir? Please.
हेलो, थैंक यू एमओसी। इस वर्ष का प्रथम नेशनल टेस्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस कलकत्ता में आयोजित किया गया, जिसमें मैं यहाँ के ऑर्गेनाइजर सर्वप्रथम विवेक जी को, अचिंत भट्टाचार्य जी को और जोन चेयरमैन, जोन सेक्रेटरी, जो दिन रात मिलकर यहाँ पे उन्होंने कार्य किया और सफल बनाया, उसके लिए मैं सर्वप्रथम इन लोगों को आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। बहुत ही अच्छी व्यवस्था रहने का, गेस्ट को रिसीव करने का, और जिस तरह से इन्होंने फैसिलिटी प्रोवाइड कराया है, ये काबिल तारीफ है। मैं तहे दिल से इन लोगों को धन्यवाद देता हूँ और इसके लिए मैं अपने नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट, डिप्टी प्रेसिडेंट, जनरल सेक्रेटरी को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ, जिनके सतत प्रयास से यह कार्यक्रम सफल हो पाया। हमारे भारतवर्ष के सभी प्रांतों से लगभग प्रतिनिधि आए हुए हैं, डेलीगेट्स आए हुए हैं, जो 2 दिन से यहाँ बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से कार्यक्रम को देख रहे हैं और आनंद ले रहे हैं। उनका भी हम लोग आभार प्रकट करते हैं, धन्यवाद देते हैं। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Shukla Sahab. We have listened from the audience, and I would like to listen one person, our Deputy President, who has a meeting lined up next to it. So I request Mr. Pankaj Ghia sir to please give his remarks. A big round of applause for Pankaj Ghia sir.
A big round of applause for the team East Zone and a standing ovation to them, I think. Please, a big one. In the inaugural, I had used 2 words, amazing and fantabulous. Now, those words have no meaning because what we have seen is something which is beyond imagination. Something which we could not have even thought of. Something which was a dream come true. Something which is so unreal, but so real. What a fantastic conference. What a fantastic hospitality, fantastic food, fantastic technical session, and then the personal touch of all the team members. No specific word for any person I would be naming, for the simple reason that it was not one person. It was not 2 persons. It was a complete coordination of the team and complete coordination of the East Zone, 3 or 4 states, Bihar, Odisha, Jharkhand, West Bengal, and Assam. So what you see, 40-50 participants from Odisha, 40-50 participants from Bihar, another from Jharkhand, then from Assam. We could not have imagined that. For the last 2 years we were in the virtual world. वेबिनार में खुश हो जाते थे, कितने लोग जुड़े, कितने लोग उस पे वेबिनार के क्लिक पर हैं, ये सोचते थे. So a big applause for this team and many more conferences, many more events. And you know, the chairman Sanjeev Anwar, he was discussing almost 5 programs with me. Sir, ये कर लेते हैं हम, ये कर लेते हैं. And this is the spirit, this is the zeal we want to get from everybody. Come participate in each and every function, conferences, seminars, events. And I would say the young team, because in the inaugural speech I had also said the average speed, don't look at Achinteda, he is plus 60, but the average team age has come down to what? Acha. So the average age has come down to 40, and this young team, 2 persons standing here, 2 persons sitting here, and some person sitting there. They have done a fabulous job. Great, great work. Great start to the year 2022. Great start from the east. The sun rising from the east, and we will have a wonderful year together. Join in all conferences, all seminars of AIFTP. Be an AIFTPian. Join and spread the word of AIFTP. Make new members of AIFTP. Make the journals, the publications, the knowledge which is being spread by AIFTP to other parts in your states, in your town, in your mufassil areas, and that is where we will spread the word of AIFTP. That is only I have to say. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Pankaj sir, for such a nice motivation, and it was in my mind to do at the end, but as Pankaj sir is leaving short while, I request to please join once again Pankaj sir. We would like to felicitate Pankaj sir, please, for once. I request one memento for on the valedictory session for Vivek Agarwal, the person who is the man of the moment and has made this conference a big success. A big round of applause, friends, for Vivek Agarwal. And I request our national leadership, Mr. D.K. Gandhi Saab, Mr. Ganesh Purohit sir, Mr. Sanjeev Anwar, the conference chairman, Achinto Bhattacharya, to please give him a memento. And we all will clap and clap and clap, please. Thank you, National President sir. Thank you, Pankaj sir. I borrowed 2 minutes more from your schedule, so I thank you. Mr. Rajesh Mehta sir is about to leave. I would like to listen to him for 2 minutes, sir. Just 2 words about the conference. Your our friends, he is an authority in income tax, and he speaks on various seminars and various topics, and you would love to listen him. Kindly bear with just 2 minutes.
Heartiest congratulations to East Zone and all the team members of this National Tax Conference who have done a lot. This much could not be done even 4 months period, which they have done even about 15-17 days period under leadership of our National President D.K. Gandhi ji, and the very good teamwork, and they had very good interaction with us. Even though all of them were busy in preparation yesterday, even though they given us very good hospitality, everyone did given us a good hospitality. Yesterday evening there was a good musical evening, so nice musical evening was also there, and today also there were good technical session also. Good topic, good speakers, so heartiest congratulations to all the team members. Thank you.
I request Shantanu Chaudhary, please come on the dais, and I request our National President to give him a memento, please. After it, Narayan Jain Saab has raised his hand. If you would like to say something, please, sir.
हमारे आदरणीय प्रेसिडेंट गांधी जी और गांधी जी के तो मूर्ति रांका जी हर कोर्ट में लगाते थे, और हमारे गांधी जी यहाँ पर लिविंग गांधी जी है, और सभी हमारे पुरोहित जी, यमुना जी, सभी पदाधिकारी। दोस्तों, मेरे जो प्रीवियस स्पीकर्स हैं, पंकज भाई, राजेश मेहता जी, जो उन्होंने बोला, आई डोंट वांट टू रिपीट, I agree with each and every word which they have uttered. And we cannot have any more words to appreciate the teamwork. The only thing in a positive sense I would like to tell and advise is that we in the Federation are combination of old and young. And the past zone chairman of this zone, they were totally kept free. No work, no involvement. So this should not happen anywhere in any zone in the whole of India. You see, I had a program for Rajasthan. I cancelled it because you all have so much of affection for me. And I have so much of respect for All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, all the office bearers and colleagues. Friends, wherever, whatever is needed by AIFTP for me, I am always with you. My good wishes, humble good wishes to all my teammates and colleagues, not only from each zone, but from all over India. Thank you.
Thank you, Jain Saab. Mr. Dr. Naveen Ratan is with us. I request for a few words. Dr. Naveen Ratan.
Respected Gandhi Saab, Prohit Saab, Jamna Shukla ji, Chairman Saab and Chairman Saab, and my dear lovable audience. I have been watching all the programs throughout very minutely, and it gives me immense pleasure to say and repeat all the words which Mr. Pankaj Gia has delivered. It was simply superb, and superb in all respects. Superb in all respects. And I am very hopeful, even in coming days, many more such programs will be organized under the dynamic leadership of Mr. D.K. Gandhi, President, who has been making all the times constant effort, encouraging everyone to initiate and implement programs for the sake of federations. I expect same cooperation from you, and with these words I won't consume much of your time because we have to catch the flight also. I will say good luck for coming days also. Thank you very much.
Now it's a voluntary session, and when National President is here, I hand over the next of the proceedings to our National President, Dr. Gandhi, please. Mr. Gandhi, please.
वेरी गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल। दोस्तों, आज हम जो यहाँ जो इकट्ठा हैं, सबसे पहले मैं आप सब लोगों से कहूंगा, आप अपनी पीठ खुद थपथपाएं ऐसे। ये सबसे अनोखा तरीका है जीवन में जो बहुत कम लोग अपनाते हैं। अगर किसी ने आपकी पीठ थपथपाई ना हो जीवन में, अपनी पीठ थपथपा के देखिए, आपको आनंद आएगा, आपका आत्मविश्वास बढ़ जाएगा, क्योंकि जब आप अपनी पीठ थपथपाते हैं तो लोग आगे बढ़ जाते हैं आपकी पीठ थपथपाने के लिए। जब कभी जीवन में कभी कठिनाई का सामना करें तो अपनी पीठ को सबसे पहले थपथपाएं, यस मैं ये कर सका, ये मैं कर सकता हूं और ये मैं कर लूंगा। ये तीन शब्द इतने इंपॉर्टेंट हैं जिंदगी में कि कितना भी मुश्किल काम हो वो अपने आप आसान हो जाता है। जहां तक आज की कन्वेंशन के बारे में कुछ कहना है, मैं कुछ भी नहीं कहूंगा, क्योंकि आप स्वयं करने वाले हैं, स्वयं आनंद लेने वाले हैं और स्वयं ही आनंद दूसरों को देने वाले हैं। ये जो सम्मेलन होता है वो किस लिए होता है? मुझे आज भी याद है कि जिस लगन से आप सब लोग स्कूल गए, यूनिवर्सिटी गए, वो उमंग, वो लगन इन सम्मेलनों में लौट के आ जाती है, ऐसा मैं महसूस करता हूं। जब जब आपको जीवन में उमंग लानी होती है, आपको अपने कॉलेज के, स्कूल के दिन याद करते हैं, और उसी उद्देश्य के साथ जब हम सम्मेलनों का आयोजन करते हैं तो हम क्या करते हैं, सबसे पहले पढ़ाई भी करते हैं, फिर मस्ती भी करते हैं, फिर खाना भी खाते हैं, लेकिन क्या करते हैं हम सब साथ करते हैं। तो आनंद किस बात का है, एक दूसरे के साथ का, हैंड होल्डिंग का। नो डाउट अभी एवरेज एज की बात पंकज भाई ने कही, मेरी एवरेज एज, मुझे अभी कॉम्प्लीमेंट मिला कि मैं 75 साल का हूं जबकि मैं 57 साल का हूं। तो एवरेज एज फेडरेशन की हमेशा से ऐसी रही है, कभी 50, कभी 60, कभी 70, लेकिन जो स्पिरिट है वो कोई भी उम्र हो, स्पिरिट ऑलवेज यंग है। और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात आज आपसे शेयर करूं मैं, अब की बार जो हमने कमेटी बनाई, आप अनायास ऐसी कमेटियां अपने आप बनी हैं कि यदि मेरे चेयरमैन सीनियर हैं तो सेक्रेटरी उनका बहुत यंग है। और खास बात यह है कि हमारे जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी इतने सीनियर आए नेशनल में, डॉक्टर हेमंत मोड है, राकेश अग्रवाल जी हैं, तो सेक्रेटरी जनरल यंग है। तो ये सब कृपा ईश्वर की है, हमारी सोच की है, हमारी परिपक्वता की है। इसी परिपक्वता के साथ हम फेडरेशन में बढ़ रहे हैं, बढ़ना चाहते हैं। और ये सब कैसे हो रहा है, ये सब आपकी वजह से हो रहा है। आप स्वयं फेडरेशन में आने के बाद आप खुद अपने आप काम करने लगते हैं, एक ऐसा अंतर्मन में एक दूसरे को देख करके भाव आ जाता है। इसलिए जोरदार तालियां ईस्ट जोन के लिए, क्योंकि आप ही ईस्ट जोन है, आप ही नॉर्थ जोन है, आप ही वेस्ट जोन है। जब हम केवल होस्ट तो करता है एक जोन, लेकिन जब सब लोग आते हैं तो फिर जोन भी भूल जाते हैं। हम सब जानते हैं, और ये अभी लाइव एग्जाम्पल, किसी ने क्या स्पॉन्सर करा, किसी ने क्या सपोर्ट करा, बताने की भी आवश्यकता महसूस नहीं करते, क्योंकि हमारा उद्देश्य होता है एक दूसरे के साथ मिलन। और न केवल मिलन, सबसे ज्यादा जो इंपॉर्टेंट बात है, जो मूलभूत है ऑल इंडिया फेडरेशन का इंपॉर्टेंट, कि हमें एजुकेशन करनी है, और सबसे ज्यादा उसके बाद है उसको एथिकली भी करना है, तभी हम एक्सीलेंस पे पहुंच पाते हैं। ये हमारा जीवन में रोज का उद्देश्य है, होना चाहिए और हमें अपनाना चाहिए। जितनी तारीफ मैं इस जोन की करूं, मेरे पास बहुत शब्द नहीं है, लेकिन मुझे इतना स्पष्ट कहने में कोई सकुचाहट नहीं है कि लखनऊ में जब तैयारी चल रही थी, तब मेरे को जोन चेयरमैन संजीव अनवर जी, विवेक अग्रवाल जी, इन सब का था कि पहली एनईसी ईस्ट जोन करेगा। क्यों करेगा? ये भी इसलिए कि हमने पुरोहित साहब की पहली एनईसी हमने करी थी कलकत्ता में। तो ये जो आगे बढ़ के काम करने की भावना है वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। वो ये नहीं देख रहे कि हमारे जोन से बना है, किसी जोन से बना है, ये सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। और तभी मैंने कहा सन राइजेस इन द ईस्ट, नगरल में भी कहा, आज कह रहा हूं। और बीच में जब जनवरी में फिर से आया कि ओमिक्रॉन हो गया है, होगा नहीं होगा, मुझे आज भी याद है जब गंगा सागर मेला हो रहा था, तब मेरी बात हुई थी कि भाई मेला इतनी कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी हो रहा है, तो ऐसा कोई कारण नहीं है कि नहीं होगा। और हमें 4 तारीख को कलकत्ता आने का मौका मिला, हमें ईस्ट जोन ने बुलाया, प्यार दिया। उस दिन 4 दिन, 4 तारीख और 25 तारीख, 21 दिन थे मात्र इनके पास फिजिकली, लेकिन वेन्यू फाइनल हुआ 7 तारीख में। तो दोस्तों, जब तक वेन्यू नहीं होता तो कैसे काम होता? इसलिए एक एक दिन, एक एक मिनट अपना देने के लिए ईस्ट जोन के हर व्यक्ति को, हर डेलीगेट को, हर कार्यकर्ता को मैं समर्पित करता हूं। बहुत बहुत साधुवाद देता हूं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। शब्दों के भंडार में से जितने निकालना उनके लिए कम है। किसी व्यक्ति के बारे में विशेष कहना इसलिए मैं उचित नहीं समझता, क्योंकि मैं बिलीव करता हूं कि जब तक हम साथ नहीं होते, वी नहीं होते, टीम नहीं होते, एक अकेला भी नहीं कर पाता। एक अकेले को हमें इसलिए आगे लाना पड़ता है ताकि हम निर्णय लेने की क्षमता का हम अनुसरण कर सकें। और वो निर्णय लेने की क्षमता, इतना अच्छा कॉम्बिनेशन, भले ही हम ये कहें कि यंग है, यंग के साथ में जब तक गाइडेंस नहीं हुई, और उस गाइडेंस में अचिंतो भट्टाचार्य जी हमारे चेयरमैन ऑफ द कॉन्फ्रेंस, संजीव अनवर जी, तो ये सब का जब तक कॉम्बिनेशन नहीं होता परिवार नहीं चलता है। ये बात हम सब लोग जानते हैं, समझते हैं, बूझते हैं। और मैं अपने मित्र नारायण जैन जी की भावनाओं का सम्मान करता हूं और उनको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि यदि कोई भूल चूक आपके छोटे भाइयों से हुई भी हो तो उसके लिए मैं क्षमा प्रार्थी हूं। आगे से कभी ऐसा आपको देखने को नहीं मिलेगा, कोई शिकायत नहीं मिलेगी, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं। और दोस्तों, इसके ही साथ मैं पुनः आपसे बेहद हृदय की गहराइयों से आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। आपने जितना अपना समय लगाया, जितनी सेवा आपने की, जितना टॉपिक के सिलेक्शन में किया, और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि मैं जो व्याख्यान देने वाले थे स्पीकर्स, उनका भी धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं कि बहुत दिन बाद जो चीज़ हमने पाई वो वास्तव में बहुत अच्छी क्वालिटी का एकेडमिक डिस्कशन था। स्पीकर्स के पास भरपूर समय मिला। आई होप कि ऑडियंस ने भी उसको एंजॉय किया, स्पीकर्स ने भी एंजॉय किया। और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात, जो बात इस वर्ष के शुरुआत में हमने रखी थी, यंग स्पीकर्स, नए स्पीकर्स को लाने का जो एक कोशिश है, उसमें हम कामयाब हुए। और ये बात निश्चित है कि जो पहले कल स्पीकर थे फेडरेशन के, बाद जब सीनियर हो जाते हैं तो वही चेयरमैन हो जाते हैं, और बहुत सारी चीज़ें हमें सीखने को मिलती हैं, रोज़ नया अनुभव होता है। मैं पुनः एक बार आपकी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, और उम्मीद करता हूं कि ईस्ट जोन, आपको बता दूं कि ईस्ट जोन ने बहुत आगे बढ़कर के एक अभी से एक प्रपोजल दिया है। उम्मीद है वो भी परवान चढ़ेगा, वो इंटरनेशनल का होगा या आरआरसी काठमांडू में होगा। तो इसलिए अग्रिम बधाई आपकी आगे आने के लिए। दोस्तों, इसके साथ मैं एक चीज़ छोटी सी शेयर करना चाहता हूं, हालांकि मुझे पहले करनी चाहिए थी। इस वर्ष जब हमने लखनऊ कन्वेंशन से निपट करके आए तो हमने एक संकल्प लिया था। उस संकल्प हेतु जो हमारा सरप्लस आया था, उसमें से सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कमेटी एक हमने इस वर्ष बनाई है, और उसमें जो कन्वेंशन का सरप्लस है 2,50,000 रुपये हमने उसके लिए रखा है। उसकी हमारी कमेटी की मीटिंग हो चुकी, और उसमें सबसे अच्छी बात यह है कि हम पांचों जोन में पांचों चेयरमैन से मैं आग्रह करूंगा, चिट्ठी बाद में भेजूंगा, आज मौका है, चेयरमैन है, सब लोगों से बात भी हो रही है। हम लोग चाहते हैं कि आप अपने एरिया में जो भी ऐसे स्कूल्स हैं रूरल एरिया में, जो अभी तक कमेटी ने संकल्प लिया है, उसके अंदर जो ज़रूरतमंद बच्चों को हम लोगों ने अभी जो निर्णय लिया है कि हम उसमें बैग देंगे, स्कूल बैग, तो आप अपने आइडेंटिफाई कर लीजिए अपने जोन में। जोन चेयरमैन से रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूं मैं, होपफुली नॉर्थ जोन के चेयरमैन हैं, ईस्ट जोन के हैं, और भी है यहाँ पर, वेस्ट जोन भी है। तो आप लोग ये कर लें और उसके बारे में सूचित करें, फिर कमेटी उसको एग्जामिन करके जहाँ जितना शीघ्र होगी हम उस पर काम करेंगे। और ये बता दूं कि उसमें जैसे जैसे प्रोजेक्ट और आएंगे, फंड्स भी हमारे पास ऑफर आ गए हैं कि 2.5 के साथ में हमारे पास 5 लाख का एक और ऑफर आ चुका है कि इट मे बी डन एट वास्ट लेवल। तो दोस्तों, ये भी एक अच्छी शुरुआत हम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जो हम अपनी एकेडमिक करते हैं उसके साथ साथ जो हमारी सामाजिक जिम्मेदारी है उसमें भी हम आगे बढ़ चढ़ करके जो कुछ थोड़ा बहुत कर सकते हैं। मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि बहुत कुछ कर पाएंगे, लेकिन जितना हम कर पाएंगे वो हम करने की कोशिश करेंगे। इन सब शब्दों के साथ पुनः बहुत बहुत बधाई पूरी टीम को, जोन चेयरमैन संजीव जी को, अचिंतो जी को स्पेशल कहूँ या ना कहूँ ये असमंजस आ जाता है, क्योंकि मेरा व्यक्ति में विश्वास नहीं, संस्था में रखता हूँ। फिर भी ना चाहते हुए मेरे अनुज को, विवेक अग्रवाल को स्पेशल बधाई। धन्यवाद आपका बहुत बहुत। और मैं जब तक वहां पहुंचूं मैं आपसे निवेदन करूंगा कि तालियां जो है अपने लिए बजाइए, क्योंकि आपने सबसे अधिक काम करा है। थैंक यू सो वेरी मच।
Friends, in between few more honors, I request Sri Ramesh Chokhani to please come on the dais. Mrs. Manju Lata Sukla to please come on the dais. I request our national leadership to please kindly honor them. They are the pillars. They are the persons who are worked. Sir, he is the person who has done 20 registrations in 1 hour. Just we have called him and he done 20 registrations, Mr. Ramesh Chokhani. I request Ankit Bothra to please come on the dais. I request Mr. Ramesh Dhal from the Odisha, please come on the dais.
Members, and I would request everyone to please give a standing ovation to the guardian of this young team, a fatherly figure, our conference chairman, Sri Achinto Bhattacharya. I would request Sri Ganesh Purohit and Sri D.K. Gandhi ji to please hand over a memento, which is only a small piece of token of appreciation from this young team, which he has showed the young team can guide and work under his able leadership when given complete freedom under only the guidance. Please, sir. He has been a fatherly figure to the whole team, giving full support and guardianship.
Mr. S. Venkatramani, sir, is with us. He is the Vice President, National Vice President from the South Zone. I request Venkatramani, sir, to please come on the dais and say a few words.
Thank you so much. I have been associated with AIFTP for about 30 years. Every conference, every NTC has been very unique insofar as I am concerned. The early part of my career, I wouldn't enjoy the conferences as much as I do in the last 10 years or so. I would come as a speaker and I would get back the same day, etc. But over the last probably a decade, 10 years to 12 years, I've started enjoying all these conferences because I've started staying longer in the conferences. Honestly, I have known Gandhi sir from 92, 93, probably from that time. Achintya Bhattacharya from 94, 95, when he first visited our office to meet Singhvi. That was the time I started coming to the conferences with my senior partner, F.R. Singhvi, those days. Trust me, every single conference that I've come and the memories that I take back with every single conference is completely unique. And insofar as this conference is concerned, I have to state with a little bit of remorse or regret that I wasn't able to meet Dr. Ashok Saraf. He was not with us for whatever personal reasons, but I'm sure Vivek will agree with me that he would have been watching the proceedings of this conference. While we miss him, I'm happy to meet every one of you here, and during these COVID times to meet each one of you here and to carry the memories along with me for the rest of my life is something which I will enjoy. Yes. And I must tell you that yesterday evening, I had the occasion to spend some special moments with our past president who is sitting here on the dais, Dr. Ganesh Purohit. I took away some of my life's greatest learnings from him in those few moments that I spent yesterday evening. I particularly asked our past president, Dr. Ganesh Purohit, sir, how is it that you are so calm? I'm not able to stay calm. Importantly, when I heard the commissioner's comments yesterday morning, I couldn't sit quite there. I wanted to kind of retort and tell him back that we are not the only ones who commit errors, you do bigger errors. I wanted to say that, but he didn't let me speak. So I went to Ganesh Purohit sir and asked him, sir, how can you be so quiet? I'm not able to stay quiet. Trust me, you know what he told me? वेंकट, दुनिया में लोग तो रहते हैं, बात बोलते ही रहते हैं. You actually gain in stature by keeping quiet. Sir, those learnings, I will take it along with me for the rest of my life. I will take it along with me for the rest of my life. We have Jamla Shukla madam here. I must concede that her smile is always intoxicating. Seriously, and I mean it. I'll tell you why. Because in the toughest of moments, when she's hard pressed for time, when there are so many people behind asking, Madam, ye kya hua, ye kya hua, ye... I've never seen her getting annoyed. She's ever smiling. I think I'll take that too as a learning from this conference. Thank you so much, Jamna Madam. Thank you so much, Jamna Madam. Sanjeev ji is there. As a young team from Bangalore, I'm the oldest man from Bangalore here, others are all younger. I happened to meet him at the staircase at 2 a.m. So he asked me, Sir Venkat sir, aapne kya? You didn't go to sleep? I said, no, these fellows are keeping me awake here, so I'm continuing to stay awake. He said the energy that I carry, in fact, I wanted to tell him the energy that he carries for this conference because he was awake till about 2:30 a.m. in the morning. I'm sure he would have been discharging his duties during the course of this conference. We have Smith sir here. I recognize a lot of other faces. Apurva, I think I saw you after some, maybe, I don't know, 4 years or so. Shukla ji, the ever-smiling Shukla ji. You trust me, every 5 minutes that I spend with you, it's a pleasure to be here. And to each one of you delegates, I'm sure Madam Gandhi is here. The pressure that she'll go take along with her at home when Mr. Gandhi is discharging his duties as a national president, trust me, it's not easy because my wife keeps complaining. So I know what it means to be in that shoes, sitting there when he is discharging his duties as a national president. Trust me, madam, you will enjoy every moment of this when he lays down the office. But these are pleasures that you will carry, or the memories that you will carry for the rest of your life. And this is unique. Not everybody will be blessed to have somebody who is going to be whose husband is going to be a national president. It's not going to be easy. So I know the pressures. I know what you go through at home. When you have children at home, when you have to carry on your domestic shows, it's not easy to come and sit here through the conference and go through all this. Thank you so much, madam, for the support that you give to our national president. He deserves every bit of it. He deserves every bit of it. And to each one of you delegates who are sitting here, I might have spent only a couple of minutes with each one of you, but the joy that I share when I come here, take those pictures with you, spend whatever 1-2 minutes that I can, I will enjoy every moment of that when I go back from here to Bangalore. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, E-Zone. Thank you so much, AIFTP. Thank you, Vivek Da. Thank you, Vivek Da, for this opportunity to come and say a few words. There are only two things that I would want to leave as a parting shot before I give up this podium. Two suggestions I would make. One, while the topics chosen were excellent for this conference, the only suggestion that I have was this conference of 2 days was extremely heavy because the subjects that were chosen, while it was apt, it was too much. My suggestion to E-Zone would be if we can conduct, with the permission of the President, one workshop where every single delegate present here could participate in that workshop. I would be happy to even lead those discussions to get you through of how we go through this entire rigors of the goods and service tax or the income tax law for that matter. So I want this AIFTP zone to take one workshop for 2 days. Let's forget all these topics. It must be practical, hands-on, down to earth. 1, 2.
So within 3 months in Calcutta, done.
Vivek saying within 3 months in Calcutta it will be done. So I'll be happy to be here to be part of that. Second, my request to Vivek also would be when we do that workshop, while the commissioner is here, he speaks a few words, he finds fault with us, it is okay, we commit errors. We will take all these as part of our learnings. But I would be happy if the officials of the department were also here to go through the pains that we undergo And it is much better that they suggest internally as to the procedural changes that are required to law. I will be the happiest person to lead that as well. While many of us here may not have the courage of conviction to stand up to the department and say that, sir, ye aapka galti hai, department ka galti hai, law theek nahi hai, I am willing to take that responsibility to tell the government that yes, this is not the GST that we looked for. We wanted a better GST for better compliance. Thank you so much. Thank you, AIFTP. Thank you, Iswan.
Thank you so much, Venkatramani sir. And you have said, you have learned this, you have learned that. But what I have understood is, what I will be taking back, listening to you from this conference, that learning has no age. So that's my take from the conference. And before I'll go to audience again, I'll request our Zone Chairman Sanjeev Anwar Sahab to say a few words.
दो मिनट इन्होंने मुझे दिया था इनॉग्रेशन में, अब फिर शॉर्ट बोल रहे हैं, 3 मिनट तो लूंगा ही लूंगा मैं कम से कम। तो आखिर जोन चेयरमैन हूँ, इतना तो हक बनता है मेरा। तो खैर मुझे बहुत कुछ नहीं कहना है, मेरे सारे प्री स्पीकर्स बोल चुके हैं और मैं देखा धीरे धीरे हॉल खाली हो रहा है। मैंने बोला कि जल्दी मैं घुस जाऊँ, नहीं तो बाय टाइम माई टर्न विल कम, इट विल हार्डली 20 पीपल विल बी लेफ्ट। जैसा कि अभी जस्ट वेंकटरमणी सर ने कहा कि इस सेमिनार का मेन फीचर ये रहा, और आई एम थैंकफुल टू द ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम, द क्वालिटी ऑफ स्पीकर्स एज वेल एज द सब्जेक्ट्स। मैं ऑनेस्टली बोला हूँ, प्रशांत जी प्लीज टेक मेरे वर्ड्स को एक्सेप्ट योर टॉपिक, बिकॉज उसमें आपकी कोई, यू आर अ ब्रिलियंट स्पीकर, बट आपका जो टॉपिक था वो 1-2 घंटे का टॉपिक था ही नहीं। वो एक टॉपिक मेरे ख्याल से गलत चुना गया, बिकॉज टैक्स, इनकम टैक्स लॉ में जो एलाइड लॉज की भूमिका है, वी कुड नॉट टच 131, we could not touch 133A, CPC, Order 5, etc. तो वो एक ऐसा टॉपिक है जिसपे अभी वेंकटरमणी साहब ने जो कहा कि उसको आप वर्कशॉप में रखते हो, दैट कुड बी अ पार्ट ऑफ अ वर्कशॉप स्पेसिफिकली, और उसको 2-3 लोगों को अलॉट कर दीजिए, नॉट ओनली 1 पर्सन, सो दैट कि allied laws wise वो उसको डील कर सके। दैट वुड बी इंटरेस्टिंग टॉपिक एंड थिंग्स न्यू टू लर्न, बिकॉज वी एज अ टैक्स लॉयर वी हार्डली नो सिविल लॉ, हिंदू लॉ का पार्ट जो है, ससेशन एक्ट का जो पार्ट है, वो चीजें डिस्कस होनी चाहिए। सिर्फ टच करके तो उतना तो पता है मोस्ट ऑफ द लॉयर्स को जो प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, जो लिटिगेशन प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, बट उसमें क्या है, हिंदू ससेशन एक्ट सेक्शन 8 क्या है, उसका जो क्लास 1 लीगल एयर्स क्या होते हैं, ये चीजें हम लोग को एडुकेट करनी चाहिए, जो वर्कशॉप के थ्रू हो सकता है। अदर टॉपिक्स वर एक्सेलेंट। I was flabbergasted to hear Mr. Tarun Gulati yesterday, as well as Mr. Taneja. Those two speakers were brilliant. मैं बहुत पुराना मेंबर हूँ AIFTP का, 94 में मैंने प्रैक्टिस स्टार्ट किया था, उसमें मैं मेंबर हो गया था, और उस समय मैंने जमशेदपुर कॉन्फ्रेंस में मिनिस्टर PS पारिक को सुना था, और कलकत्ता के NK पोद्दार और KM बाजोरिया, दोस्त क्लास ऑफ राका साहब, सीनियर राका साहब। तो मुझे कल उस लेवल की झलक दिखाई दी कल के डेलिब्रेशंस में, जो शायद अभी मैं ऑनेस्टली मैं बोल रहा हूँ, प्लीज मेरी बात को इसको अदरवाइज नहीं लेंगे आप लोग। इधर के कुछ कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में, इवन जो फिजिकल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में स्पीकर्स या जो टॉपिक्स थे उतने ज़्यादा एडुकेटिव नहीं हो रहे थे, बट इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का सबसे बड़ा सक्सेस यही है कि हमारे जो टॉपिक्स जो चुने हमारे कमिटी ने और जो उस पर डेलिब्रेशंस हुए, देयर वाज पार एक्सेलेंस। So thank you very much. Being a zone chairman, I assure you, each zone will be continuing this tradition. मुझे अपने प्रेसिडेंट से ग्रीन सिग्नल मिल चुका है, अभी मैं अनाउंसमेंट नहीं करने जा रहा हूँ, बट वी आर प्लानिंग टू हैव अ गुड प्रोग्राम इन 2-3 months, और उसके पहले उसकी होमवर्क करके फिर मैं उसको ऑफ कोर्स आप लोगों को अनाउंस करूंगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू अनवर साहब, थैंक यू। वी हैव आवर RD काकरा साहब, इज आवर elderly figure, to say a few words.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, अभी मैं अपनी बात कहने से पहले कहना चाहता हूं कि अभी वेंकटरमणी साहब ने जो हमारे पुरोहित जी के लिए जो बातें कही, मैं 100% उनसे एग्री करता हूं। अनडाउटेडली ही इज ए इंस्टीट्यूशन। आज भी थोड़ा कुछ गुवाहाटी से आने के बाद में फैमिली में थोड़ा रेस्ट में ही था, लेकिन आने की इच्छा थी, लेकिन वो बलवती हो गई इनके एक फ़ोन आने से कि नहीं जरूर आऊँगा। तो ही इज ए इंस्टीट्यूशन अनडाउटेडली। एंड वेंकटरमणी, आई हैव मिस्ड मिस्टर वेंकटरमणी एंड अदर स्पीकर्स, सो दिस इज माई लॉस। अभिनंदन तो आपका कल हो चुका है, आज तो आभार का दिन है। तो आभार के दिन में आभार की बातें हैं। तो सबसे पहले आभार तो हमारे ये यंग टीम जो है, विवेक अग्रवाल, मिस्टर धेलिया और इन द लीडरशिप ऑफ और हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंस चेयरमैन और मिस्टर नंदो साहा, इन सब के सहयोग के साथ में ये जो इस जोन ने ये सेमिनार जो आयोजित किया, अनडाउटेडली ये जानदार और शानदार रहा है। मैं इसके लिए कहना चाहूँगा, विवेक के लिए, यंग टीम के लिए, कॉन्फ्रेंस चेयरमैन के लिए, मैं तुझे स्वर्ग से ला दूंगा, मैं तुझे स्वर्ग से ला दूंगा, फिर इंद्रधनुष जैसा कंगन। हमारे गांधी साहब भी उसमें शरीक है, कॉन्फ्रेंस चेयरमैन भी है, हमारे पुरोहित जी भी। मैं तुझे स्वर्ग से ला दूंगा, फिर इंद्रधनुष जैसा कंगन, जाएगी नरम कलाई बंद, फिर बड़ा सुहाना ये बंधन, नीलोफर जैसी आंखों में फिर चमक उठेगी नई किरण, मृग बालाएं शर्माएगी, नभ में उठ जाएंगे खंजन, मैं तुझे रिझाने के खातिर ये चांद गगन से लाऊंगा। तो इन्होंने इतना नायाब काम किया है जिसकी तारीफ जितनी भी की जाए वो कम है। और आप सब जो इतनी दूर से आए हैं उनके लिए एक ही शब्द है, ये दर्द भी दौलत है, ये दाद भी दौलत है, क्योंकि ये सब कुछ आपकी बदौलत है। और इस जोन के बारे में जो बातें थे, मैं तो कहता हूं कि हर प्रेसिडेंट के समय में शुरुआत इस जोन से होनी चाहिए, और हम सब मिलजुल करके शुरुआत में इतना जोश भर देंगे कि इस पूरे साल भर AIFTP जोड़ों के साथ कार्य करेगी। कोरोना के बाद में ये पहली मीटिंग है जिसमें 324 डेलीगेट अटेंड किए। देख लीजिए, मैं ध्यान रखता हूं पूरा। और इस जोन का थीम है जो है वी ऑल्सो मेक टुमारो, वी ऑल्सो मेक टुमारो। तो यही हमारा थीम है। AIFTP भी इसी से, इस जोन उसी हिसाब से आपको आगे भी आमंत्रित करती है और हर एक आने वाले नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट को कहती है कि आप पहला वेबिनार सेमिनार आप इस जोन में करें, हम आपका स्वागत करेंगे, सब मिलजुल के करेंगे। धन्यवाद। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ में अपने
Friends, before we go back to the dais, listen to our own parental figure, Mr. Ganesh Purohit sir, Madam Jamna Shukla. I'll just call upon 2-3 more people from the audience. Mr. Sanjay Sharma is on the first row. Please. Huh? Santosh Gupta ji, Mr. Chirag Parekh, please come and the seat on the front row. We would like to listen to you. Mr. Mitesh Modi, please. And why not Mr. Madan Saab is here, so would also like to, he is sitting in the back row somewhere. I'll request Madan Saab to please come forward and sit in the front row. We would like to listen to you.
Hare Krishna, Jai Jagannath ji. Friends, once the national president has concluded, I think nothing remains for us to say. But anyhow, like Mr. Pankaj Gia said, the conference was fantastic and fantabulous. He used these adjectives with F. I would say some adjectives with S. Splendid, stunning. Words fall short to say about this conference. And as Mr. Venkatraman said, we all are going to carry sweet memories of this conference, as well as the learning. Learning from all the speakers who educated us in the technical sessions. I would say all of them were wonderful. Plus, a learning from these three pillars. Sir, पुरोहित साहब, गांधी जी and madam, समता का, जैसे उन्होंने कहा कि भाई, when the commissioner said some offensive word, Mr. Purohit said, आराम से चलिए. समता is a very important thing. जैसे गीता में भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने कहा था कि सम रहो अर्जुन, तो वही चीज हमें आज इनसे सीखने को मिली. And we would like that we inculcate this in our daily routine. Friends, the conference here is complete in every aspect. Certain things I would really like to point out, starting with venue, very nice. This signage, I'm seeing it for the very first time. It has really appealed to me. We have organized many conferences. I was talking to Mr. Madan. From every conference, we have some learning. And this is the idea which we have got and which we can carry it further in our further conferences. It gives us one single window where a speaker is there, the PPT could be there, and the theme of the conference on the side. I think it's a very nice concept. Then friends, hospitality par excellence. I am fasting today for Ekadashi. Mr. Padmanabh Dave is sitting here. He gave me a personal attention, got me fruits to eat. Malab, I can't tell you, right from the airport, picking us up, till this hotel, everywhere. This conference has left an indelible mark in our minds. I can speak much, but I think there are many speakers to join. Thank you very much. मैं एक ही चीज भगवान से कहूंगा कि आप उसने मुझे ये विवेक दिया कि मैं अपने गिरधर गोपाल को याद कर सकूं और संजीव और अचिंत ये चिंता ना कर सकूं कि अचिंत हैं और साथ में स्मिथ हैं, सौरभ जी हैं. धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much, Sanjay sir. I request Santosh Gupta sir, Mr. Chirag sir to please. Chirag Parak sir, please.
Good evening, everybody. Friends, let me excuse as I have taken a privilege before my friend, as I just wanted to leave. Our national president has already said that everybody must be present in the valedictory. Respected national president, our immediate past president, dignitaries on the dais, gracious ladies, I can see the ladies over here, and dear delegates and gentlemen. Friends, specifically I have missed the last conference in Lucknow due to some family function. So I was very much eager to come here at Kolkata. The moment Vivek called me, I said definitely I am going to come. Further friends, let me give you, as Venkat has also told something about Ganesh Purohit, Sanjay ji also has told, but why people are telling? Even I have also got one experience in the morning today, when myself, Santosh, our Purohit Sahib, when we were sitting in the lobby and talking, so at that time what he said, हम तो खाली सब दोस्तों को यहाँ पे मिलने के लिए आते हैं और 2 मिनट की हंसी हमारे लिए काफी है, चाहे अपने ऊपर ले लो या किसी का नाम चाहिए, चाहे अपने ऊपर ले लो या अपने कोई दोस्त के ऊपर ले लो. So this also, Mr. Venkat and Mr. Sanjay, I will also carry with me. Friends, now let me just tell you about the conference. It was a wonderful conference, well organized, well managed, and totally completed in all respect. and the hospitality and the things which we are taking here will be cherished here permanently in my life. Thank you very much. With all good wishes, I am leaving here. Thank you, sir. Thank you everybody.
Santosh Gupta sir, just few words as a guidance to us. Santosh Gupta sir. And then we'll go to our past president, our guardian, Mr. Ganesh Purohit sir, and then Madam Jamna Shukla.
आदरणीय गांधी जी, पुरोहित सर, अचिंत्य भाई, संजय जी, जमुना जी और मेरे प्रिय भाइयों, अभी आपने थोड़ी देर पहले कांकरा जी की 2-4 पंक्तियां सुनी। मैं सिर्फ एक छोटा सा शेर कहूँगा इस यहाँ के जो आयोजन है और आयोजकर्ताओं के लिए। कौन कहता है आसमान में छेद नहीं हो सकता? एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछालो यारों। सिर्फ 7 दिन का 10 दिन का समय था मेरे विवेक जी के पास, मेरे अचिंत्य जी के पास, मेरे संजय जी के पास, लेकिन ये कारनामा करके दिखाया। क्योंकि कोविड की छाया हमारे ऊपर आ रही थी, फिर भी मैंने विवेक भाई को बोला कि यार, मैं 4 को फोन लगाया उनको, तो बोले यार पक्का है, सिर्फ थोड़ा सा आयोजन स्थल की बात है, मैं चेक करता हूं और आपको बताता हूं। इतनी अथक मेहनत इन लोगों ने की है। मैं कलकत्ता राष्ट्रीय कर सम्मेलन एक बेहद सफल आयोजन, हर मोर्चे पर आला दर्जे की व्यवस्था, चाहे वो आयोजन स्थल हो, उसका चुनाव हो, मुख्य अतिथि हो और वक्ताओं का चयन हो, चाहे विषयों का चयन हो, खान पान की व्यवस्था हो, हर मोर्चे पर आला दर्जे की व्यवस्था थी। और आप सभी को, खासकर अचिंत्य भाई, संजय जी, विवेक भाई, ढेलिया जी, स्मिथ जी और जो भी कर्मठ कार्यकर्ता हैं, उन सभी को मैं सैल्यूट करता हूं। आप लोगों ने बहुत ही शानदार व्यवस्था की और सबका बहुत अच्छा ध्यान रखा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और आगे भी कलकत्ता जो आपने हॉस्पिटैलिटी दी है, हम कभी और भी रहा तो सबसे पहले आपको याद करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद संतोष सर। और आपने बात करी आयोजन की और आयोजन करने वालों की। संजय शर्मा सर ने बात करी इस एलईडी स्क्रीन की और इस प्रेजेंटेशन की। मैं ग्रॉसली गलत हो जाऊंगा अगर मैं विजुअल कम्युनिकेशन से, सुनील जी मिश्रा हैं हमारे साथ, गत 15 वर्षों से हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। और ये जितने जो पर्दे के पीछे की सजावट और जो हम आप एडवोकेट और इनको सीए को देख पा रहे होंगे, बट ये जो सुनील मिश्रा हैं आपको देखने में कद में छोटे लग सकते हैं, बट इन सब के पीछे ये हैं, इनकी टीम है। और मैं एक बार बोलूंगा, एक बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज से इनका स्वागत किया जाए। नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट इनको ऑनर कर रहे हैं मोमेंटो के साथ। और यंग टीम जो हम लोग बात कर रहे थे बार बार, इनको देख के भी आपको लगेगा कि हम लोग यंग हैं। और सुनील मिश्रा जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद पूरे ईस्ट जोन से, पूरे आईएफटीपी से। थैंक यू सुनील मिश्रा जी। नाउ आई हैंड ओवर द प्रोसीडिंग्स टू मिस्टर गणेश पुरोहित सर टू से फ्यू वर्ड्स प्लीज।
बंधुओं, मैं आज तक सोचता था कि एज इज ओनली ए नंबर, लेकिन आज मेरे दोस्तों ने तो मेरे को ऐसा बुढ़ा बना दिया यार। मैं कोई भी वो बात रिपीट नहीं करूंगा जो मेरे पूर्व वक्ता कह चुके हैं। सैकड़ों कॉन्फ्रेंसेस मैंने अटेंड की हैं, आरआरसीज अटेंड की हैं। मैं इनको 100 में से 100 नंबर दूंगा एक बात पे, मेटिकुलस टाइम मैनेजमेंट। दिस यू विल हार्डली फाइंड इन एनी कॉन्फ्रेंस। जिस सुंदरता से इन्होंने समय का प्रबंधन किया है वो देखने लायक है। आपका इनॉग्रल फंक्शन was finished within time and all the technical sessions were taken care of. इसके लिए मैं साधुवाद देना चाहता हूं यंग टीम को। जमाना बहुत तेजी से बदल रहा है, टेक्नोलॉजी आती जा रही है और इस टेक्नोलॉजी का सही उपयोग अगर किसी ने किया तो इस यंग टीम ने किया। ये जरूर हम कह रहे हैं कि भाई 20 दिन में कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑर्गेनाइज कर ली, तो 20 दिन में कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट किसी भी इवेंट को ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए जरूरत होती है वो होती है कम्युनिकेशन की। और बिकॉज ऑफ द लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी एंड यूज ऑफ दैट टेक्नोलॉजी दे कुड अचीव ए परफेक्ट कम्युनिकेशन विथ एवरीवन। यानी आप ये देखिए कि हमारा रजिस्ट्रेशन का पैसा जमा हुआ और विवेक जी का फोन आ गया, गणेश भैया आपका पहले 9 लोगों में से रजिस्ट्रेशन है, यू आर द फर्स्ट पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट हु हैज रजिस्टर्ड। दैट वाज द कमेंट बाय विवेक। मैंने कहा यार विवेक, अपन परिवार के लोग हैं, आपने याद किया, हम हाजिर हैं। तो वो एक भावना हमको आपस में इनकलकेट करनी चाहिए। आज मेरी किन्हीं मित्रों से बात हो रही थी तो मैंने कहा था कि जीवन में हमको 2 लोगों का सम्मान करना चाहिए, क्योंकि वृद्ध 2 किस्म के होते हैं, एक वयोवृद्ध और दूसरे ज्ञान वृद्ध, और ये दोनों ही आदर के पात्र होते हैं। वयोवृद्ध इसलिए कि उनको जीवन का अनुभव होता है। अब आज मैं 53 साल इस प्रैक्टिस में लगा चुका हूं, तो जो अनुभव मेरे पास है वो जो मेरे से जब मैंने प्रैक्टिस शुरू की थी उस वक्त पैदा होने वाले बच्चों के पास कहां से होगा। हो सकता है कि वो प्रोफेशनली एजुकेशनली मेरे से स्ट्रांगर हों। एजुकेशनल स्ट्रांगर हो जाने से व्यक्ति स्ट्रांग नहीं हो जाता। जीवन में अनुभव एक अपनी जगह है। जब आप जीवन के थपेड़े खाते हैं और उन थपेड़ों को महसूस करते हैं तो उसके बाद आप परिपक्व होते हैं, और वो परिपक्वता जो आपके जीवन में आती है वही आपको आगे ले जाती है। मैं आपका बहुत समय लेना नहीं चाहता क्योंकि समय काफ़ी हो गया है, लेकिन इस टीम के लिए मैं एक, जैसे कि काकला जी ने भी शेर सुनाया और संतोष जी भी कुछ कह गए, तो थोड़ा सा मेरे को भी यार कुलबुलाहट हो रही थी कि मैं भी कुछ बोल ही दूं। तो मैंने कहा जो तेज और तुंद हवाओं के रुख बदलते हैं, ये मैं गांधी जी को समर्पित कर रहा हूं। जो तुंद और तेज हवाओं के रुख बदलते हैं, दुनिया में उन्हीं के चिराग जलते हैं। थैंक यू, आपने मुझे अवसर दिया, धन्यवाद।
Friends, before I go to our National Secretary General, Madam Jamna Shukla, and thereafter for concluding remarks, Mr. Achinto Bhattacharya, the conference chairman, I must acknowledge the coordination, the contribution of our National Treasurer, who seems to be chairman of the Information Technology Committee, who has in and out supported us in all technological support, creating of this Google form what Gandhiji was speaking, that immediately he's got a call. So this is all about technology, the new young generation is carrying. So Mr. Keval Ramani has done his registration, but last moment, some of his personal difficulties, he did not able to join the conference. So I acknowledge his contribution and his technological support in this conference. A big round of applause for Mr. Vijay Keval Ramani, our National Treasurer. Now, without wasting much time, I'll go back to Madam Jamna Shukla for a few words, and thereafter the conference chairman, Mr. Achinto Bhattacharya, for concluding remarks.
थैंक यू, थैंक यू। एक बात हमारे डेप्यूटी प्रेसिडेंट ने आप सबसे स्टैंडिंग ओवेशन कराया, वो अल्टीमेट था। एक बार मैं बोलूंगी, कलकत्ते में आके जो मैं बोलूंगी आप रिपीट करेंगे। जय काली कलकत्ते वाली, जोर से रिपीट करिए सब प्लीज। जय काली कलकत्ते वाली। देखिए भाई, आप बनारस में आते हैं तो हम हर हर महादेव बुलवाते हैं, यहाँ हम जयकारा उनका करेंगे और उनकी ब्लेसिंग्स साथ रही है। ये सारी एनर्जी, चाहे दादा हो, विवेक जी हो, हम लोग डेढ़िया जी को तब से देख रहे हैं, गिरधर डेढ़िया जी को, मैं नाम सही ले रही हूँ ना, और पूरी टीम, संजीव जी, तो बस जो हमारे सब लोगों ने बोल दिया दैट वाज वेरी ट्रू, बहुत ही सही था। उसमें अभी वर्ड्स हम लोग को कम पड़ रहे हैं टू अप्रिशिएट। और भी सुंदर हो गया जब कोई एक औरत मेकअप करती है तो उसको हाईलाइट करने के लिए वो आंखों में काजल लगाती है। द बेसिक सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट मेकअप का पार्ट होता है टू क्रिएट द ब्यूटी इज आंखों में काजल। वो भी काम आज हमारे नारायण जैन सर ने पूरा किया। एंड आई रियली अप्रिशिएट कि कोई भी चीज कंप्लीट तब होती है कि उसमें और भी निखारने के लिए कोई कुछ हमें उसके भी सजेशन आए। तो थैंक यू सर। एक ताली नारायण सर के लिए भी बनती है। सर बिल्कुल, वी ऑलवेज शुड ट्राई टू इम्प्रूव अवर सेल्फ। अगर हमारे कुछ कमियां रह जाती हैं, हमेशा गणेश भगवान भी वही संकेत देते हैं एक दंत की कमियां हमेशा होती ही हैं, बस उनको ध्यान करने की जरूरत है। इट वॉज वंडरफुल। काकरा साहब को देख के इतना अच्छा लगा। कल से आई वॉज सर्चिंग फॉर यू सर, और आपका दर्शन हुआ। और सभी सबसे ज्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट है जो हमारी बहनें आई थी, जो स्पाउसेज आई थी। हम सब यहाँ लर्न करने वो कर रहे हैं, लेकिन दे केप्ट ऑन वेटिंग अपने हमारे सहयोगी पतियों के लिए कि उनका लेक्चर खत्म हो फिर हम बाहर जाएंगे। तो उनके पेशेंस को हम सलाम करते हैं, हम सभी को तहे दिल से नमस्कार करते हैं। ऐसे ही आप आते रहिए, इनको लेके आइए, हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंसेस को सफल बनाइए। बल्कि मैं तो कल एक जो सेशन चल रहा था उस समय मुझे ऐसा फील हुआ कि मैं तुरंत जाके आप सबको अंदर लाऊं कि कितना जरूरी है हम वीमेंस को भी वो सब सुनना जो यहाँ टेक्निकल सेशन होते हैं एज ए स्पाउस, कि वो हमारे आधा जीवन हमें भी प्रैक्टिकली फेस करना पड़ता है जब परेशानियां आती हैं। तो आप सब आए और इसमें शामिल भी हों। कुछ पूछ लिया करिए कि किस में बैठना चाहिए हमें, आप जरूर उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करें। वंडरफुल स्पीकर्स, मतलब क्या कहना, उसमें खास रागिनी जी, यू आर मार्वलस। और सभी जो सिलेक्शन हुए थे सब्जेक्ट्स के, यू आर मार्वलस। आज हम लोग सच में एक नया आपने फूड फॉर थॉट दिया, नया एक्ट को जो हमारे वेंकट सर ने भी बोला, हम सब उस पर फिर से कंटिन्यू करेंगे। इट इज़ ए कंटिन्यूअस एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम। हमारा AIFTP का यही मोटो है, वी विल कीप ऑन डूइंग। ईस्ट जोन इज ऑलवेज हैज जस्ट pledged to take a lead for convening this first NEC always. I wish all the best to them. Thank you very much for providing this opportunity.
Thank you, madam. And before I'll go for a final concluding remarks of this conference to our conference chairman, I again remind you that we are eagerly waiting for this big cake from the Odisha team. And just after concluding remarks from our chairman, we'll cut this cake and celebrate once again. Before that, I must thank you, the West Bengal Tourism, Government of West Bengal, for organizing and sponsoring our tomorrow's Ganga Sagar tour. The sponsors to this conference, Old Markara, Universal Corporation Limited, Aryavarta Steel, Manyavar and Mohe, Tata Steel, which you are looking from last 2 days here, SOA, National Institute of Law, Computronic Solutions, Pasari and Associates, our own, Anmol, Bharat Vaniji Eastern Limited, and many more friends. Those are all inserted there in your souvenirs. So a big thank you and big round of applause for all the sponsors and for our Ganga Sagar tour, West Bengal Tourism, Government of West Bengal. With these words, I'll just go quickly to our next conference chairman, Achinto Bhattacharya Sahab. Thereafter, we'll cut the cake and celebrate. Please don't leave.
Good evening, everybody. Our National President, Mr. D.K. Gandhi, National Deputy Secretary, Deputy National Secretary, Mr. Pankaj Ghia, Secretary General, Madam Shukla ji, our past President, Mr. Ganesh Purohit, delegates over here in this seminar, my friends of East, Jharkhand, Odisha, Bihar, Assam, and delegates present here. I have no words to say how these boys overcome this tough situation and the dream and our dream when it was handed over to us to organize this National Tax Conference 2022, first National Tax Conference. And my boys, this young brigade has done this job and the dream has come true. A big round of applause for them. I am really overwhelmed with the presence of all the delegates came from all over India. This is very good moment for us, and I must appreciate to you, and I hope that in future you all will give us the opportunity to hold this tax conference, any conference in Calcutta. Thank you to all. I request Odisha friends to come over here to cut the cake. On this occasion, on this moment, I personally remember the blessings of Dr. Ashok Saraf, who has every day he asked me day and night how this conference is going on. He has given us the advice, and as a big brother, he always he asked us and teach us the way how to do it, how to organize this program, what will be this seminar topics, everything. So he has I can remember him every time, every moment. I missed him. He has the he couldn't be able to come for his relative's death. It's very unfortunate for him and unfortunate for us also. Please, Odisha people, please do come here to cut the cake.
हेलो केक तो अध्यक्ष जी काटेंगे. अरे
आप लोग सब आइए
ना.
Odisha people. Yes.
अरे पहले कर लेते तो.
ठीक है. National anthem, please. जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा. विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंगा. तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे. गाए तब जय गाथा. जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. भारत माता की जय. भारत माता की जय. भारत माता की जय.
Mr. Vivekananda Mohanty from Odisha, please, with his full team, please come over here.
All from Odisha.
It is our national president who will be cutting the cake along with the East Zone.
Dr. Ranjit Padi also. Natwar Panda, Tripati Patra, everyone
Paritos
please
Patnaik.
kindly Sudhanshu Tekar Das, Advocate Dilip Mandi, all. I request all to join with our president.
Young members of the conference committee, please come over here. Young members of the conference committee, where are they? अच्छा एक चीज अरे आइए ना. अरे एक अच्छा थोड़ा लेफ्ट थोड़ा राइट थोड़ा लेफ्ट गांधी जी थोड़ा लेफ्ट विवेक थोड़ा राइट. Hip hip hooray for the Odisha delegates. केक उड़ीसा से आया. ये फोटो उठाने में तुमको बहुत लेट आता है। अरे रिपीट करना पड़ेगा तो केक नहीं मिलेगा, दूसरा कुछ मिलेगा।
हमारा नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट के साथ एक
खाली फोटो के लिए सर। अरे आपने खाया नहीं है, सलाद खा के आए हैं। उपवास आपका हो गया था एकादशी। उठा ठीक से, जल्दी जल्दी। दादा सर कोई ये नहीं दादा
मुझे यार तुम खाना भी नहीं खाने दोगे।
गांधी जी खत्म नहीं हुआ।
I'll request everyone, part of the team, to please come on the dais for the group photo. I request our national president and all other office bearers to please come on the dais for a group photographs.
मेरा टीम जो है, ठीक है, पहले उसको ऊपर में आने
सब आएगा।
आगे बोलो।
Sanjay Sharma ji, Hemant Mohd Saab, Santosh Gupta sir, I request everybody to be on the dais for a group photograph, please. टेबल से बटा
क्या चाहिए? हो सकता है।
टेबल से बटा दे, चेयर बटा दे।
In this valedictory session, back end of the conference, we still have a good gathering.
Correct.
That is the what you gain from this conference. इससे पता चलता है कि the people are really enjoyed and they really participated in the conference.
All who are present here for a group photograph on the dais, please. Ramesh Chokhani ji, Vasant sir, Ranjit Padi ji, Pardos Patnaik ji, our national president Ganesh sir. Ganesh sir, please 2 minutes more for a group photograph. Santosh Gupta ji, please. OP Shukla ji. आप रखिए ना, आपसे ले लेंगे बाद में।
नहीं तो वो क्या वीडियो में वो वहीं दिखता बस।
सर
All please. हिमाद्री दा, संदीप चोररिया जी, our own Narayan Jain sir, please come on the dais. RD Kakra ji, Sanjeev Vanar साहब, Sudeep Nopani ji, Tiger Da from the Jamshedpur. All please come on the dais for a group photograph, a big screen, a big photograph will take and keep us for the times to come. Natwar Panda Saab, please come on the dais. Madam Gandhi, please, without you, I feel we are all incomplete. Please come on the dais. आराम से आराम से आराम से आराम से आराम से।
विवेक
Request everybody to please spread apart. Yes, yes, some people can come in front also on the, below the dais. Vivek, please come, Vivek Agarwal. Ramesh ji, please, Vivek, please come. If we may be having difficulty, we'll take another photograph with another group.
आप आइए सामने, अरे आप आइए सामने, आप आइए,
मैडम आइए। Two, three, four more clicks so that nobody would be left. जय मां काली।
एक मिनट सब लोग खड़े रहें प्लीज। काकरा जी प्लीज, जो बहनें हैं हॉल में आ जाएं, जितने लोग हैं हमारे भाई बहन सभी प्लीज कम आगे आ जाइए। मैम जल्दी सबको बुलाइए सर आप प्लीज। रवि जी, अरे प्लीज मदान सर, रवि प्लीज कम इनसाइड द हॉल। रवि जी, रवि प्लीज कम। श्वेता जी, सर पीछे कौन बैठा है? हाँ प्लीज आइए 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 प्लीज प्लीज प्लीज। द बॉय स्टैंडिंग देयर, आप भी बेटा इधर रहना सीन में। यस यस हाँ थोड़ा हाँ। थैंक यू एवरीवन फॉर कमिंग हियर।
And the youngest team member is here.
और थोड़ा इधर 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 आजा, थोड़ा बैठ जाना। रवि प्लीज सिट डाउन। हाँ आगे। श्वेता कम एंड सिट हियर, सिट हियर। हाँ थैंक यू एवरीवन। यस वंडरफुल। अब ईमानदारी से छोटे लोग आगे, लंबे लोग पीछे।
I again request whomsoever are going for Ganga Sagar visit tomorrow to please be on time. Please reach before 5:30. Maybe you are staying in this hotel or maybe some other venue. We'll be leaving the buses at 5:35 sharp, friends. As I said earlier also with you, there is a natural issue with the Sagar. There is a high tide and low tide issues. We may stuck into that. So, and many delegates are having the flights to catch for going back. So please be on time. If you'll reach by 5:15, 5:20, will be so nice of you, and we'll be leaving buses sharp at 5:35. So please bear with us. We'll be leaving from this venue only, the Lalit Great Eastern. All the buses will be leaving from the Lalit Great Eastern, this venue only. So please be on time, be here by 5:15, 5:20, and we'll be leaving sharp at 5:35.